Cool, cool, cool. And with that, I do believe we are live. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. Hi. Welcome. Today, we will be learning about USAID, put some sources together just for facts and information as necessary. And then at 6 p.m., we're going to be in a debate. I am advocating for USAID because it is one of the best programs that America has had. And it should be defended. You know, it's one of those things like not flashy, and there's a lot of propaganda about, but it is actually important and matters and makes a difference. So the prompt is, the position, rather, is ending USAID was the wrong move for America and its interests, which I stand by pretty easily, pretty handily. If you know anything about USAID, that's kind of a comically easy decision to get behind. Pretty standard position there, if you have any humanitarian interest whatsoever. Now, here's the problem. USAID is not sexy. USAID is not flashy. USAID is boring. It deals with foreign policy at a global level. It involves economics. These things are all the bane of online spicy ideological label first populists of literally any side. You can find the leftists and reactionaries hating on USAID for like similar child level reasons. Well, no one really knows much of what it is or what it does, or what happens without it. So I threw together some 20 sources in a Google Notebook, and we're going to talk about this date. It's going to play like a little kind of podcast thing we can stop and talk about. As we do, I might play a game. I think it would be fun to play a game. That's what we're going to have, and then we're going to, talk about it more, and then anything you want to look at in detail, we can. Yeah. So first, I think I have like a briefing guide. It's pretty cool. You can start here. Moving this over. Moving this over. I'll read this. It's okay. The transformation and dismantling of U.S. foreign assistance, a briefing document. Executive summary. This briefing document provides a comprehensive overview of the current state of United States foreign assistance, focusing on the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and the subsequent reorganization of its programs. Established in 1961, under JFK, by the way, USAID served for over 6 decades as the primary vehicle for U.S. economic and social development efforts. As of 2025 and 2026, the agency has undergone a profound transformation. Under the Trump administration and the Department of Government Efficiency, USAID has been targeted for closure based on allegations of deep-seated waste and abuse, including the funding of controversial cultural programs and woke initiatives. While the administration seeks to zero out many programs, Congress has shown bipartisan resilience, restoring billions in funding for global health, food security, and democracy, but a 16% reduction from 2025 levels. That's right. The funding of USAID is so bad that there was a bipartisan bill to put back most of the funding. A critical shift include the transfer of the Food for Peace program to the Department of Agriculture, USDA, under the America First banner, and the migration of other legacy programs to the State Department. Oversight bodies and NGOs highlight a stark divide. The administration views these changes as essential to ending an aid industrial complex that favors Washington-based contractors, while critics and humanitarian organizations warn of a human cost involving millions of preventable deaths and the loss of U.S. influence in famine-stricken regions. Historical context from innovation to realignments. The framework for modern U.S. international development emerged after World War II, evolving through several distinct eras. In the 40s, we had European Reconstruction with the Marshall Plan. That's true. The U.S. made a killing. And why baby boomers had it so good was because most of World War II was fought in Europe, and a lot of those countries basically leveled each other's infrastructure. And through World War II, the U.S. was happy to lend people like arms and money that they could pay us back later with interest, and not worry about it. So that helped them win World War II in the moment. After World War II, all of their industry and like ability to compete economically, capitalistically, was heavily disadvantaged, while the U.S. was sitting pretty and then like collecting interest from everybody else. The Marshall Plan like was also another investment wave into that European Reconstruction, which was really smart. It helped Europe get back on its feet. It helped us basically jumpstart our allies we wanted to trade with, which is important. In the 1950s, we had market creation and anti-communism with Truman's Point 4 program, Mutual Security Agency. Truman was more ideological and was not just helping people in general, but he was just trying to create markets. In the 60s, we had the Decade of Development, the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, and the creation of USAID under JFK. In the 1970s, there was a focus on basic human needs, so food, nutrition, population planning, and health. In the 80s, we had free market principles. Under Reagan, currency stabilization, market-based restructuring. In the 90s, it was about sustainability and democracy. These days, when people think about USAID and they're trying to be negative, especially on the left, they think it's about trying to like control and puppet other governments, whatever. They're talking about the 90s, where it's about we're specifically trying to invest in areas where we could help like build up new democracies, which in the face of a wave of like authoritarians is not a bad idea. And then also integrated assistance for post-Cold War transitions. That was the other thing as well. The fall of the Berlin Wall and the need to get a lot of countries on board with modernity. In the 2000s, there was lots of war and rebuilding. We were focused on the Middle East, of course. And then 2025, the president is trade over aid, dismantling of USAID, consolidation into state and USDA. A big problem we'll see a lot is that the State Department and the U.S. Department of Agriculture are not as well equipped to carry out the functions of USAID. So even though Congress gave some money back to try and like replicate and continue and restart these programs in many cases, not as much money as there was, but some, they were given to worse infrastructure with like more conditions that just make them suck more at it. Beginning in early 2025, the executive branch moved to shut down USAID, citing systemic unaccountability. Basically, Elon Musk recommended this. In January 2025, an executive order paused all U.S. foreign development assistance. By February 7, 2025, the administration attempted to place all direct hire personnel on administrative leave. By July 2025, the Secretary of State announced that USAID had officially ceased implementing foreign assistance. The waste and abuse narrative. The White House and DOJ highlighted specific projects as evidence of ridiculous spending. These included $1.5 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia, which was about like hiring, by the way. A place like Serbia trying to, have some diverse hiring, hire some women, which would dramatically help equality in that nation, and various cultural projects in Ireland, Colombia, and Peru. These are all like nothing burger amounts of money, by the way. Fact-checking narrative, independent analysis by factcheck.org noted that the Serbia DEI project was USAID funded. Several other highlighted waste examples, such as a transgender opera in Colombia and a DEI musical in Ireland, were actually State Department cultural grants, not USAID projects. Guy in TikTok chat, he said, "Thank God USAID is gone." Why do you think that? And where do you get your news from? It's not like about arguing, like you just want those two pieces of information. Why are you glad it's gone? And then who told you that? Legal and congressional pushback. Lawsuits were filed to block the immediate furlough of 2,000 workers. Furthermore, many members of Congress argue that the president lacks the legal authority to abolish USAID without legislative approval, as it was established by the Foreign Assistance Act. Fiscal realities and the fiscal year 2026 budget. Despite the administration's attempts to zero out various accounts, the fiscal year 2026 budget reflects a compromise between executive priorities and congressional mandates. Overall funding. The budget includes $50 billion. You get your news from Great Britain? Sorry, it's giving me letters. There's like a British flag. Like, what are like a source, like a, I don't know, a website, a news organization, a talking head? Is it other creators on social media? Like, where do you get that information? It's a tool of American cultural imperialism. And what do you mean by that? Sorry, this is helpful. Global health earmarked at $9.42 billion. PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, received $4.6 billion, 2% cut, but underwent a structural shift towards country-led ownership rather than open-ended emergency funding. Democracy and human rights, funded at $2.175 billion. This includes $205 million from the Human Rights and Democracy Fund, representing a 40% cut from the previous year, resisting the administration's attempt to zero the account entirely. Food assistance programs previously under USAID were moved to the USDA and funded at $1.44 billion, $420 million less than 2025. Is Mike using the wrong mic? It should be pretty good. Let's see. Properties. Hello? Is that the same or better?
Wait, how's this? Is this better? This should be better. I assume. Cool. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. So you say it's a tool of cultural, you say USAID is a tool of American cultural imperialism. What do you mean by that? Because over the years, USAID has done different things and focused on different things. Like some sure better or worse. But I'm really curious. Like when you say it's a tool of American cultural imperialism, what are you thinking of? Like, is it an example? Is it like a policy? And then I have a follow-up question, but I'm curious about your answer to that first. Funds journalists and create incentive to support U.S. interests in other countries. Why is funding journalists bad? Like, free press is basically... Like, the concept of a free press of journalism is basically like a massive tool for accountability and information, and generally seen as like a tool of like democracy against authoritarianism, you know? People can like speak up and like know what's going on and spread that around. Free press isn't free press under capitalism. So you're just like against journalism? That's a weird take. Sorry, I'm on YouTube chat. I'm pulling something from TikTok chat. It's useful to get these kinds of perspectives. Here, let me see if I can pull that up. TikTok chat. There we go. Huh. Oh, we don't need this on vertical because you're already on vertical. All right. There's TikTok chat. Wow. And we'll. Nope. I wanna shrink this, make this a little easier to see. There we go. Yeah, it is just kind of a boring day for stream stuff, but it's okay. It's important, and it'll get spicy later. Not traditional news outlets. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like curious, like why you think certain news outlets are trustworthy or not. Like, I think there's a huge generational issue. Of like dealing with trust, like especially post-COVID. Like a lot of people are freaked out and sort of like a bit antisocial and stuff. I don't know. And there's like just a collapse in trust in like any institution. That's a factor in a lot of things, but no news outlets without bias. But like, can you trust anything? Like, just epistemically, is there such a thing as truth? And like, how can you pursue that? You know, like I don't know. Like generally, having like qualifications like a journalism degree, and then having a reputation worth esteemed organizations known for having higher standards will hire you for, and then having like lots of journalists there is a sign of trustworthy information. Critique of the aid industrial complex. A central argument for reform has been the rise of a cottage industry of contractors, often termed beltway bandits. Resource concentration. In fiscal year 2022, nearly 9 out of every 10 USAID dollars went to international contracting partners, mostly based in the Washington, D.C. area. Only 10 contractors won more than 50% of all contract dollars. This is interesting because this is something that maybe the neo-Brandesians would have a field day with and like want to do something about. Like that might be a case where they could actually be effective. But at the same time, like how many contractors do you think there are who have these connections and infrastructure to like, you know, go back and forth between Washington, D.C. and then like impoverished countries? You need people on the ground in those places. You need like certain logistical know-how and connections. Like I'm not sure how many contractors there are. Phantom Aid. Research indicates that 15 to 30% of typical awards are consumed by contractor overhead, another 25% by headquarters salaries. Failure to localize. This is the one where I have an idea on how to improve the program. Despite promises to work with local organizations, US-based contractors often retain approximately 82 cents of every dollar. USAID's Inspector General found that contractors failed to deliver intended results in nearly half of reviewed projects, yet were paid in full nearly 100% of the time. Yeah, and that's a problem too. Like, you know, people just have a pay rate. Like, people are just getting their paychecks for doing their job. And then if the project doesn't work, you still paid all the money to the employee, but you've not gotten the entire result you wanted to spend money to get. Transparency gaps. USAID has been criticized for not making underlying spending data public, making it difficult to verify claims of progress towards diversification or cost savings. So the problem here is that there are a lot of like basically contractors. Because if you just give people money in like a war-torn country, right, there could be a lot of corruption. You don't know where the money's going. You need to guarantee that it's being spent like it's intended to be spent. So to do that, you need accountants and lawyers to basically hold that accountable, to like check and make sure. Like you need someone there with a clipboard to write a report, make sure the money is being used properly, and enforce that. The problem is those people are not locals in that area. Those people are with like the U.S. government, basically, you know, and like through a contractor or maybe an employee, and they have to kind of go back and forth and check on them. And those people are being paid white-collar American worker salaries, and it's into dangerous areas. They get a pay bump for that. They travel a lot, you know, so they can't settle down with families. So they get a pay bump for that. Yeah, so like they're getting a lot of the money. I mean, you need someone in those roles, but it's very inefficient, which means a lot of this money meant to help people is going to like white-collar contractors in DC. Transparency gaps. USAID has been criticized for not making underlying spending data public. Yes, we saw that already. Okay. Sectoral shifts and humanitarian impact. Food security. America First International Food Assistance. The transfer of food for peace to the USDA has introduced significant operational challenges. Procurement requirements. New mandates require 100 U.S. origin commodities and 50% U.S. flagged shipping. This rent-seeking model is estimated to cost an average of $47.5 million annually in shipping inefficiencies. This is really, really bad. This is the kind of new thing under Trump where it's like, hey, you have to get this stuff from us and use a lot of like our shipping, which means like that's more inefficiency. That's more money going into the pockets of Americans, and it's not the best way to do it. So it's not, and also like it slows things down. Not only is it more expensive, it slows things down. So if you think about it, you know, oh, we need to feed people in this village, right? In the next country over, they may have a lot of like food. We could just buy the food dirt cheap and then give it to them, which would be cheaper and faster because it's a shorter distance. Compare that to, hey, you need to get all the food from the US, which means, oh, you're starving and you're hungry, you need food real quick. Well, we have to go back to the US, buy it specifically from the US, and then fly it over to that country on a US like ship or plane, and then give it to them. We're wasting a lot of time and money. And not only is that way more expensive, but like people could die of starvation in the meantime. And it probably, because of those, that economic inefficiency, it's lowering how much food we can get for that same amount of money. Currently, the program excludes countries facing the most acute hunger crises, such as Sudan in its third year of famine, Somalia, and South Sudan, in favor of countries like El Salvador and Rwanda, which do not meet emergency thresholds. And this is the weird thing that Trump is doing specifically. And this, I think, is a actual point of criticism, is they're not prioritizing countries that urgently need help. They're prioritizing countries that like they want to be allies and trade partners, and then letting the hungrier people die. The USAID Office of Inspector General identified 5 key lessons from a decade of oversight. Success in access. Programs significantly increased access to clean water, 397% in parts of Indonesia, and reduced HIV rates, 58% in parts of Zambia. Monitoring failures. Weak oversight in the $9.5 billion global health supply chain program, and the agency often did not know if distribution models were working. Sustainability risks. Successes often collapse when US funding ends because no local solutions were developed for staff salaries. This is a big one too. And one of the big problems we have with all this is that we need to pay the expensive American workers to go over there and do it, right? How do you get around that? Well, you can start training local people. That's what we should be doing, right? If we have to hire like white collar American workers to go there for a lot of money, do something, it shouldn't just be to do the job themselves and then like dip and it cuts out when they leave. We should be investing in people who can do those kinds of technical jobs, like lawyers and accountants or whatever, but are also like teachers and can educate and train up a bunch of local employees in those countries who can do the work for much cheaper and still live a comfortable life in those countries. And then keep that going when we leave. And that's not always going to work out. Like one of them could, be corrupt or whatever. Some might flake out, but we need to start investing in that so they can like run these things themselves successfully. Poor war design. Inefficient procurement led to $11.5 million in unused funds during the Ebola response. And coordination gaps. Lack of documented budget plans increased the risk of unmet objectives. Now, here's the thing with all this, right? This is, to me, is describing a program that could be easily like refined and fixed and improved. Like these are very salient, concrete, small problems you can just fix with like better project management. This throw the baby out with the bathwater approach is recklessly irresponsible. Now we're getting into that. The human cost of reductions. NGOs like Oxfam warn of dire consequences following the cessation of USAID activities. Health hazards. The Democratic Republic of Congo, a sudden pause in water and sanitation aid led to a 361% increase in cholera deaths in 2025. On current trajectories, USAID cuts could lead to more than 3 million preventable deaths per year, with a child under 5 potentially dying every 40 seconds by 2030. That's rough. That's what this is actually about. We can help. There are places so desperate they don't have the infrastructure and the time to help themselves before dying directly of starvation, a lack of clean water, or like political squabbles into desperate warlordism and resource hoarding. We have the stability to take a breath and then like give them some help to get on their feet. To me, that's a moral obligation with a phenomenally large human cost, and we have not done that. The administration's Trade Over Aid initiative seeks to move countries toward free market policies and away from U.S. assistance dependency. The policy aims to create new markets for U.S. farmers and businesses by tying assistance to tariff reductions. Tariffs are also like a savage reactionary policy that are not a good idea. And like it's such a regressive tax. And this is the kind of thing you saw with like basically like, the American Revolution was a rejection of tariffs. Historical risk. Critics point to the Haiti case study, where U.S. subsidized rice flooded the market after tariff reductions, crushing domestic production and creating a permanent cycle of dependency. A result former President Bill Clinton later testified was a mistake. Implementation. The Secretary of State and USDA are currently managing the transition of these programs, while with the GAO recommending that any future democracy assistance must include mandatory mitigation plans to handle shifts caused by anti-democratic actions in host countries. Yeah, millions are dead. Let me see. I found some website the other day. It's gonna be history. Hang on. That has like a tracker. It's put together by like some scientists or like economic, like had like higher degrees, and it's like a data tracker. Let's see. That counted up all of the deaths from the cuts to USAID and some other programs as well, like the cut to AIDS relief also was a brutal, yeah. Okay, impact counter. Here we go. I found it. Impactcounter.com. There's a domestic policy dashboard, an impact dashboard. So this was 1 year out of that funding cut. 1 year out from stopping USAID. This is what they found. I'm gonna turn off the backtrack now. 262,915 adult deaths projected and 518,428 child deaths projected. In that 1 year, it was estimated the USAID cuts were directly responsible for an increase in 2.38 million malaria cases, and 17.8 or 17.9 thousand additional adult malaria deaths. Same for tuberculosis, malnutrition, pneumonia, neglected tropical diseases, and then AIDS. This is HIV. Tonight, two very stupid conservative men are going to try and argue, oh, we should be spending the money helping us and not them, when the US has had the opportunity to help us and has not. We don't have to choose. It's USAID at its peak is like less than 1% of the federal budget. We really don't have to choose. That's not what's holding the government back. And also, these are problems that Americans don't really need to help with in the same way. Like, we are not living in a malaria crisis. These are cheap to fix as well, like relatively speaking. Like the amount of money it costs to do this. If you like direct relief, I think it's GiveWell. Hang on. GiveWell. Yeah, if you go to givewell.org, you can find a lot of information on effective charities, like ways to give here. The givewell.org looks at charities and evaluates charities based on like how much of the money, because here's the weird thing with charities, right? And this is kind of why it sucks. It's hard to talk about. And this is what like losers will call fraud. It's not really fraud. If you're in a charity, yes, you want to give money in like terms of like food or whatever to people in need, but you also need to have someone to build you a website. You need someone to do your finances. You need someone to like be in the office and answer phone calls and emails. And there's a lot of administrative overhead that comes into any charity. So it's actually an efficiency game where not only have to account for one, a lot of people just like picking whatever topic they want. Like, oh, I want to do like a charity for, I don't know, it's Pride Month. Let's do a charity for like LGBT rights or whatever. Those are nice, but like you have to think of them in terms of what's the difference your dollar is making? Because some causes are more efficient than others. And some charities, even for the same cause, get more of that money flowing through directly to the final aid. And they have like more efficient administrative processes. GiveWell.org rates those charities and does some very important stuff. Let's see. It costs $7 to protect a child from malaria. And it costs $4,000 to save a life. Like, that's incredible. Like, medicine to prevent malaria. And these are causes that are not going to be sexy. They're not going to be flashy. They're not going to be fun. But this is like where you make the big, big, big difference. And this is the kind of stuff that like USAID is about. Nets to prevent malaria. Supplements to prevent vitamin A deficiency. And cash incentives for routine childhood vaccines. Yeah, that's really important. Because there's so many like preventative diseases in like parts of Africa that we have vaccines for, but it's just a matter of getting people to take them. Like it's just medicine. Yeah. So this is like where it's at. So this is something I think is important to support sometimes if you ever feel like it. But yeah, this is, to me, this is enough of an argument for like why this matters. That's a lot of needless death. So that's kind of the main thing I wanted to like talk about and go over ahead of all that. Yeah. So I'm sorry that's like not flashy. It's not really fun. We can also like look at the news. So yeah, I might look at the news for the day and see what's going on. People are climbing the Empire State Building. What's going on? Let's see. All right, what do you got in New York? She's like a local news channel, so we're going with this. A pro-peace banner. It reads, "When the power of love beats the love of power, the world knows peace." Interesting. Good for them. Oh, then they propose and then climb down. I am very scared of heights. I don't understand why people do this. But yeah, that's what's going on there, I guess. Okay, New York. Surveillance footage. So they went to the 102nd floor, and then there was a hatch used for maintenance. And they maybe broke a lock to do it. Wow, they like observed the staff and everything. They were like mapping this out. Huh. Everyone assumed that they worked there. Didn't stop them.
We have learned new details in a deadly bus crash on the Long Island Expressway in Queens.
Okay, it's a bus crash. Right. Oh, this is about the U.S. domestic policy. Sorry, that's oof. Oof. Okay. Let's see what else. What else is going on? I heard something about this Colorado primary. I've not looked into it. Here we go. Democratic Socialist Milat Kuros defeats longtime House incumbent in Colorado primary. This is from PBS. Democratic Socialist Milat Kuros beat U.S. Rep. Diana DeGette in a Colorado House primary Tuesday, a stunning victory for the first-time candidate against a nearly 30-year incumbent, and another win for progressive challengers across the country. Kuros, a 29-year-old lawyer turned doctoral student, is the latest candidate to rise from the party's left flank and boot establishment candidates. That includes two self-described Democratic Socialists and a progressive who won their Democratic primaries in New York last week. Kuros' victory adds to a nascent but clear uprising, stirred by frustration among some voters, that has vexed primary leadership. Colorado's 1st congressional district covers the dark blue city of Denver, and Kuros is expected to win in November and reach Congress in January. We are winning from coast to coast, Kuros said to an ecstatic audience in the blast of air horns. We're taking back our party and our country. There were mixed results for progressive in Tuesday's other races. Senator John Hickenlooper fended off a primary challenge from self-fashioned insurgent progressive State Senator Julie Gonzalez, and a smaller divide separated the two Democrats competing for U.S. House in the state's lone swing district, where the candidate considered more progressive, State Rep. Manny Rotenell, won. Kuros says we are just getting started. Taking to a stage under a sign that read "Power to the People," Kuros told her supporters that her win belonged to every one of them. This is a movement, Kuros said. We are just getting started. To an excited crowd which had been singing and dancing moments before she got on stage, she laid out her plans, taking the fight to Donald Trump and the oligarchy, abolishing U.S. immigration and customs enforcement, passing Medicare for all, and ending the genocide in Palestine. Those she thanked included DeGette, who for standing up for women's rights, and Senator Bernie Sanders, who endorsed her. DeGette, a more progressive lawmaker herself, had comfortably controlled her House seat in Denver for nearly 30 years and was backed by Colorado's established Democratic House delegation. The incumbent had argued that experience in Congress is needed right now to combat Trump, while Kuros, a former attorney, accused DeGette of ineffectiveness. DeGette did not speak or release a statement after the race was called Tuesday night. Okay, and then Hickenlooper. His victory didn't come as a surprise to the political world, but dampened a broader wave of progressive candidates, beating established-backed Democrats across the country. Gonzalez, the state senator who challenged the more centrist Hickenlooper, had attacked him for being an incrementalist, and had said she previously joined the Democratic Socialists of America, but that her membership had lapsed. After his victory, Hickenlooper quietly turned his attention to Trump and said he'd never lost an election and didn't intend to in November. Coloradoans have once again made their voices clear. We're not going to accept Trump's broken promises and cost of living emergency, or his constant corruption, he said in a video posted to YouTube. Okay. Yeah, Hickenlooper seems pretty good from what I've seen. Like, he's not bad these days. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of talk on very online political spaces about, like, the establishment versus progressives. And I'm just not sure how well that translates out to what we're seeing in a lot of the races these days. Like, from what I've heard, like, there are a lot of these races are like someone's saying, I'm a progressive, I'm going to challenge this. And they're actually ousting like Medicare for all supporters. Like, the good thing is, I think by this point in time, a lot of us are kind of on the same page. That's policy. Just a matter of like effectiveness at implementing it. We're now to face GOP Rep. Gabe Evans and race key to House control. Colorado's 8th congressional district is relatively new, stretching from the northern suburbs of Denver up through farming country, and has flipped party control in recent elections. Evans now holds the seat, after beating the Democratic incumbent in 2024. Party leaders thought the more moderate Shannon Byrd, a former state representative, was best equipped to challenge Evans, but Rudinell, who had the more progressive record, beat Byrd Tuesday night. The district is heavily Hispanic and poorer than most of the rest of the state, and that's where Rudinell, who is Latino, planted a flag, arguing his personal story and more aggressive economic agenda would be more potent against Evans. This is the moment for all the kids out there who had the deck stacked against them, Rudinell said in his victory speech. I'm going to work with everything I have so that those kids have the same opportunities to live out the American dream that I did. Progressives could find new ally in Governor's Mansion. Phil Weiser, the state attorney general, won the Democratic primary Tuesday and will be favored to win come November. Term-limited Democratic Governor Jared Polis will depart after 2 terms, governing with a more moderate touch, at times stymieing progressive lawmakers. Weiser, who formerly served in the presidential administrations of Barack Obama and Bill Clinton, is considered to be more sympathetic to the party's left. Michael Bennet, this U.S. senator who beat Weiser Tuesday, would likely have brought a similar change. On the campaign trail, Weiser and Bennet struggled to show major differences in their political agendas, and instead often attacked each other over who could be better stand up to Trump. Weiser hammered his point home in a victory speech to ecstatic, side-waving supporters who crowded around the candidate. In the face of a lawless, bullying Trump administration trying to intimidate us, rip away our rights and freedoms, Weiser said, he made it clear that we need a leader who will fight back and never bend the knee. After his loss, Bennet spoke to supporters. Sometimes the harder path is the right path, even when it doesn't lead where you'd hoped, he said. The 3 candidates seeking the Republican nomination included Rep. Scott Bottoms, a further right state lawmaker. State Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer was considered the more conventional Republican, while Victor Marks was something of a wild card candidate with an eclectic past. Kirkmeyer and Marks were locked in a tight race that was too early to call Tuesday night. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a trend we're seeing. Thank you. So interesting times right now. So in many cases, I don't really mind this like more moderate versus progressive candidate winning because it's mainly a disagreement on like means of policy, or like where the energy is, kind of who's turning out. When most people are, for the most part, are on the same page. The problem is when the person who claims to be progressive is like actively anti-Semitic, which does not happen a lot, but does happen sometimes, and like actively racist and actively sexist. And they're kind of out of touch. Which basically, I heard someone put it best, like they're scaring the hose, which, you know, sexism aside, I think is a pretty good descriptor for it. Where there are cases where it's like, hey, we need to be a little normal here. Like this is, you're going to alienate like all of the independents and the moderates and then lose to a Republican. That's where it matters to me. This is about a trade deal, I think. The Trump administration has decided not to renew its trilateral trade pact with Canada and Mexico, known as USMCA, by Kevin Bruniger. Bruniger? Trump administration has decided not to renew its trilateral trade pact with Canada and Mexico, instead opting to conduct annual reviews of the treaty that President Donald Trump once called the best agreement we've ever made. Widely anticipated decision on the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, known as USMCA, was revealed on Wednesday, deadline for the 3 North American trade partners to determine whether they would renew their agreement for another 16-year term. The decision means the USMCA will stay in effect for another decade, provided no member tries to withdraw from it, but it also triggers yearly reviews that could result in the renegotiation of major parts of the treaty. Trump, quote, chose not to rubber stamp a USMCA renewal without addressing existing issues, a senior administration official told reporters in a call announcing the move. In other words, the United States did not agree to renew the USMCA in its current form. So as a result, it's not renewed. His primary concern with the deal centers on the U.S.'s trade deficits with the two trading partners, according to the official. The official added that Trump had already changed the nature of the U.S. Canada-Mexico trading relationship prior to Wednesday's deadline through his tariffs. The U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer, in a statement released while the call is ongoing, the Trump administration, quote, will continue to engage with Mexico and Canada to address the agreement's shortcomings. The USMCA was negotiated during Trump's first term to replace the previous 26-year-old trade pact known as NAFTA, which Trump frequently excoriated as a raw deal for the U.S. Okay. So yeah, currently we're just reading through the news, but the main thing we've been researching, and we'll circle back to as we get closer to 6, is USAID, which we'll be debating about tonight at 6. That's exciting. The New Deal came into effect in July 2020. Trump touted it as, quote, the fairest, most balanced, and beneficial trade agreement we have ever signed into law. And now he's saying, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have, and they have to treat us better. That is not true, by the way. A lot of lumber, specifically, comes from Canada, because they have a lot of it. Syrup comes from Canada. Yeah, it's going to be on Wix channel. Yeah. Wick TV. Like, Wick messaged me, is like, hey, do you want to debate USAID? And I said yes immediately, because it's one of those policies that I care about, and it's dorky and never gets any coverage or love. Like, I care about USAID and Social Security, which makes me very much a black sheep in any political space. And I try not to, like, politically label myself too much or lead with that or strong ideology. Like, I like to talk to different kinds of political people and, like, see how they're perceiving things and then act on that knowledge. So I'm like, Graham Planner is a bad choice because, like, he's freaking out moderates and women. Those kinds of things. Or like, I'm not really an ideologue who's going to be like for anything crazy. I'm just like, yeah, this boring aid policy, important. Trade with Canada, that is important. That's going to negatively impact building costs of like housing and stuff, which is going to make housing more expensive because it's going to lower access to increasing supply. So, yikes. Trump's tariff regime has since been stymied by court losses. Haha. The US and Mexico had already begun a series of bilateral negotiations that are scheduled to continue past the July 1st deadline date. The US and Canada have not started their own talks, however. Yeah, so if we let trade fall through with Canada, that's gonna be bad. Won't be maybe the biggest thing in the world, but it's gonna have like another negative impact on our life and our world. Venezuela. There were major earthquakes in Venezuela. I've not seen much about this. Let's take a look. This is from NPR. Untold casualties and humanitarian needs. What to know a week from Venezuela's quakes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, on June 24th, there were earthquakes in LaGuardia, Venezuela. And this is the rubble. Massive building. It's been a week since Venezuela's worst earthquake disaster in over a century. Thousands of people are feared dead. The official death toll continuing to rise as hopes of finding survivors in the rubble. As hope fades of finding survivors in the rubble. The South American country now faces a humanitarian catastrophe, on top of the deep crises it was already dealing with before the quakes. Here's a look at some of the major developments since the evening when tragedy struck. A soaring toll from Venezuela's double quakes. Venezuela's rare double earthquakes happened within seconds of each other on June 24th at 6:04 p.m., measuring a magnitude of 7.2 and 7.5. Yeah, it was like 2 earthquakes, and it was devastating. Venezuela is a country where like they do have a lot built up. They have like lots of skyscrapers in Venezuela, and like that all collapsed. I mean, it was bad. Their epicenters were in Yaracuy State, west of the capital of Caracas, and they were felt across Venezuela and even parts of neighboring countries. Venezuelan authorities say the hardest hit area was the Guaria state. As of Tuesday, the number of people killed by the earthquakes had risen to 1,943, and more than 10,000 were injured, according to Jorge Rodriguez, Venezuela's National Assembly president. Tens of thousands of people are still unaccounted for. The death toll will unavoidably and sadly keep on growing as the search and rescue operation continues, and we are able to detail further assessment of the impact of the quakes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is a lot. Rampolla said the UN agreed with Venezuela's government to procure 10,000 body bags, adding, "We truly hope that actually the number is going to be smaller than that." In addition to casualties, the sheer number of people left homeless could be staggering. A NASA analysis of satellite data estimates 58,870 buildings were likely damaged or destroyed by the earthquakes. Up to 6.8 million people could be affected by the disaster, requiring shelter, water, sanitation, healthcare, and other relief items, according to the UN's International Organization for Migration. Something that's fascinating about this to me is like how complicated this is, right? In modern day, like how many people, I mean, having to coordinate with satellites, like how do you estimate the damages, you know? How do you estimate how many resources you need and then procure those resources? It's so important to have all this infrastructure. Like the cut of USAID, like really breaks my heart because these are the kinds of examples we're going to see where there's a big disaster and then we've fired everybody who knew how to deal with it. Like it's complicated. It's so hard. It takes so many courageous people who have developed an expertise in one specific thing, all talking to one another and working together. And it's seeing the US fall out of that, it like just makes the whole world a more dangerous place. Public anger has grown at the response from Venezuela's US-backed government, which critics say has been slow and inadequate. Many people in the disaster zones have had to fend for themselves to recover the dead. Residents are digging with their own hands to search for loved ones in the rubble. In one of the worst hit parts of the country, Los Corrales, in the coastal state of La Guaira, neighborhood volunteers have been pulling corpses out of collapsed buildings, as John Otis reported for NPR. Lacking body bags, they resorted to using garbage bags and plastic sheets. One of the residents, Rosalia Bustamante, told NPR government delays in getting rescue equipment to devastated areas have caused lives. She lost several friends who were inside a 12-story building that collapsed during the quakes. There were people in the ruins responding when we called out to them, but now they are dead. Awful. Police and army troops have been slow to arrive, and when they got there, they set up roadblocks and demanded government permits from doctors and rescue workers trying to access, residents say. Construction worker Julio Melendez tried to bring a jackhammer into a disaster zone to help break up debris and look for survivors. He told NPR the process took 2 days because police wanted to see his permit as well as the sales receipt for the jackhammer. The only thing the authorities do is get in the way, Melendez said. As the critical 72-hour window for finding survivors passed, there have continued to be some miraculous rescues. 6 days after the quakes hit, a 3-year-old boy was pulled alive from the rubble in La Guaira. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez wrote on the Telegram messaging app that the rescue of the child, named Kleiber Moran, was a source of hope for our people. The heroism of the people and the solidarity is outstanding, and this somehow mitigates, a little bit obviously, the pain and the needs of the people affected on the ground, the UN's Rampolla said. Stories are also emerging of the people who are lost. They include Venezuelans deported by the United States hours before the quakes, who died when the hotel they were being processed in collapsed. Oh my God. There were 146 deportees in the flight from the US, but it is unclear if any survived. Oh my God. Fuck. I'm sorry, that's... The US flew 146 people into a hotel where an earthquake happened and they were trapped there and then likely all died. Thousands of people are now living on sidewalks, parks, or soccer fields. Residents of a mid-rise building in Caracas told NPR they were afraid to go back into their building, which was swayed violently in the quakes. How are you going to live in a place that's about to crack open? Myrna Castillo told NPR from a tent camp in a park she's now sleeping in with her children. She said the government had offered her no help, shelter, or direction. It's just one chaos after another, she said. The Venezuelan government said it will open large camps to house people who have been left homeless. Acting President Rodriguez said on state television that a presidential commission was assessing the state of housing and infrastructure damaged by the quakes. She also said work would begin to build new homes in a very short time. Venezuela's healthcare system, which was already struggling because of years of underinvestment, is now at a breaking point. Majority of people hardest hit are now without food, drinking water, shelter, or healthcare. And all their health workers are exhausted. Now there's a UN warning about the spread of infectious diseases. Oh my gosh. International governments and relief organizations have offered support for the beleaguered country's emergency response and recovery. Washington's role in Venezuela after seizing its leader, Nicolas Maduro, raised expectations about what the U.S. response might be. Maduro was replaced by his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. Even as the Trump administration has continued to work with the government led by Rodriguez, he has kept many of Maduro's officials in office. Following the earthquakes, the U.S. announced what appeared to be one of its strongest responses to a natural disaster since dismantling USAID. It included sending search and rescue teams and military assets to help with logistics, and $150 million to charities and UN agencies. The EU is sending more than $5 million in humanitarian aid and sending hundreds of responders from member countries to support Venezuelan teams on the ground. The EU activated its Copernicus satellite imagery service to help rescue teams on the ground. The UK sent specialist search and rescue teams and announced more than $2 million in humanitarian funding. Brazil, Chile, China, India, Japan, Turkey, and other countries also pledged support or sent emergency crews. Non-governmental organizations, including the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and the Caritas network of Catholic organizations, are helping out as well. Task ahead is enormous. Cesar Jimenez from the aid group Project Hope in Venezuela, which is supporting local healthcare systems, told NPR the situation was dire. Healthcare facilities in the affected areas have collapsed. We're doing our best as Venezuelans to support our people, Jimenez said. This is a unique moment in our history. Nobody saw this coming, and we need a lot of support. Sorry, it's some heavy stuff, but that's kind of the state of this. And I feel like it's pretty relevant to the kinds of things we've been talking about. So, anything else we want to talk about? USAID. Your mind map. Global consequences of cuts. Here. Take a look at this. Increasing preventable deaths. Yeah, okay. I'm glad we have this. This helps. Yeah, here's kind of the data here. I threw all my research into one thing that can sort of like use AI just to summarize it. Google Notebook LM. This is not generative AI. With all the sources and thought, cool. Come in here. It just helps to get a big picture and quick data if we need it, especially ahead of date. Between 2001 and 2021, USAID prevented about 91 million deaths. And all of the cuts projected to reverse 2 decades of progress. Rough. This is just heartbreaking. Like, it's, it's the only thing that Elon Musk is like trying to give himself the personal brand of, oh, I save money, I'm smart. What he's actually done is terminated 86% of maternal and child health projects, putting millions of mothers at risk of preventable complications, which programs that contributed to a 40% reduction in annual maternal deaths. Like, this is just the little things and the real things. And you never hear about it. It's not going to be flashy. The places worst hit are always going to be the ones with the least ability to speak up for themselves. So, that's that. This debate's going to get weird because it's going to be 2 rude men who are not very bright. You're going to want to shout and talk about anything except for USAID. And I think my goal is going to be to keep talking about USAID. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, this is a great bit of data here. U.S. citizens contribute about 17 cents per day to U.S. aid, which is about $64 per year. And it saves 91 million lives for 20 years. And this could be more efficient. Like, this could be better. It's not what Republicans have done. Hmm. But yeah. 95 million people will lose access to basic health care. 23 million children will lose access to education. Here's about the loss of educational access. It's just disgusting stuff. And this is an impact counter of domestic policy as well. This is all of the impacts different legislation has had. Well, not necessarily quantifiable, but it's just contributing to the whole. Disgusting. It's just on public health. Well, kind of a bright and cheery stream. I would like to talk about something more positive. I don't really have anything more positive because it's the news. It's how the news works, you know? We have about an hour for stream, so I don't know. Hmm. I might like play a game or something. And what I can do, I can this can generate like a it can like read out kind of a summary of USAID stuff. And I might like play a video game while doing that. So it's information, but it's like also just a little more casual, a little more, I don't know if fun is the right word. Better than this. So yeah.
You know, when you look at a massive skyscraper, there's like a certain
There you
expectation
go.
of structural logic.
Right. It's just basic engineering.
Yeah, exactly. You can take out a window or, maybe renovate an entire floor and the building still stands. It's totally fine. But if you take a sledgehammer and knock out a massive steel support beam from the foundation,
The whole thing is going to shudder.
it's gonna shudder.
Because it's a matter of physics, really. You have to know what is merely decorative and what is actually load-bearing.
But then, you step into the world of global geopolitics and American foreign policy, and suddenly it is incredibly hard to tell what's just a decorative window and what is a load-bearing wall holding up the entire global ceiling.
Oh, absolutely.
And today we are looking at the aftermath of a massive structural removal. So welcome to this deep dive.
So I'm going to play Elder Scrolls Online. It's just one of my favorite little nerdy games. You know, it's casual, it's an MMO. We're just gonna be doing some fantasy adventures. We'll continue this for a bit. If anyone has any questions, concerns, any thoughts on USAID, positive or negative, let me know. Yeah.
Glad to be here.
Let's set the scene for you listening. It is July 2026, and the landscape of American foreign assistance has just undergone a seismic shift. I mean, totally transformed. Our mission today is to unpack a really hefty stack of sources regarding the dramatic 2025 dismantling of the United States Agency for International Development.
Which most people probably just know as USAID.
Right, USAID, and we've got a lot to get through today.
It's an incredibly complex story, and to get the full picture, we're drawing on a wide variety of materials here. We've got official White House press releases from the closure, plus government oversight reports from the GAO and the USAID Office of Inspector General.
And we are also looking at the other side of the coin, right?
Yeah, exactly. With analyses from international NGOs like Oxfam and the Maryknoll Office for Global Concerns, alongside reporting from the Council on Foreign Relations, and some data from factcheck-org.
And before we get into the weeds on this, I really want to make something super clear to you. The sources we are looking at today are inherently deeply political.
Highly charged.
Very highly charged. They represent viewpoints from completely opposite ends of the spectrum, and we are not taking sides or endorsing any of these political viewpoints today. That's not what we do. Our job is simply to act as your guides impartially unpacking what the original source material actually says.
We just want you to understand the arguments and the mechanisms driving this massive global shift so you can make up your own mind.
Exactly. So to really grasp the magnitude of what was dismantled last year in 2025, we kind of have to look back at the historical footprint of this agency, because USAID wasn't just some random government office.
No, not at all. We really have to rewind to 1961 when President John F. Kennedy created it. Because before that moment, there had never been a single centralized U.S. agency charged with foreign economic development.
It was basically born out of the ashes of World War II, right? Building on the massive success of the Marshall Plan.
Right, because the Marshall Plan proved that injecting capital could literally rebuild Europe's infrastructure and stabilize a whole region.
Right.
And that success led directly to President Truman's Point 4 program in 1950. And this is crucial for you to understand. That program explicitly linked international aid to domestic foreign policy.
So it wasn't just, pure charity.
No, the goals were twofold. First, create future markets for American dudes by reducing poverty abroad. And second, diminish the threat of communism by helping countries prosper under a capitalist model.
So it was a geopolitical tool from day one. It was highly strategic.
Strategic and very adaptable. I mean, over its 60-year history, the agency's mission
we're getting our
constantly
information
morphed
about
to match
USAID.
whatever era it was in.
And I get to rest
Like
my
the
voice before
1960s were the
debate.
decade of development, right?
Which I
Yeah,
assume
and then
will
the
get very
1970s
screamy.
hit, and they shifted to this basic human needs approach, hyper-focusing on food, nutrition, and health. Then the 80s brought a pivot to free markets. In the 90s, after the Berlin Wall fell, the
Problem
focus
is,
shifted to
I
building
have to do a quest where I have to
democracy.
kill some mud
And then by
crabs,
the
but everyone else is
2000s,
trying to do the
USAID
same.
was heavily bogged
So I
down
can't find
in
any living mud
rebuilding
crabs.
Iraq and Afghanistan.
Right, and then over the last decade, they spearheaded a massive $85 billion global health push to combat infectious diseases.
Okay, so it was this sprawling, ever-changing entity. But let's fast forward to February 2025. This is a catalyst for our entire deep dive today. The incoming Trump administration, working alongside the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, led by Elon Musk, put a giant target on USAID's back.
A massive target. Musk publicly called the agency a criminal organization.
The rhetoric was intense, and the White House justified the immediate shutdown of the agency by pointing to what they categorized as blatant waste and abuse. They released a very specific list of projects to make their case.
And these projects made headlines everywhere.
They really did. Let's look at those specific claims because they were everywhere on social media. The White House highlighted 4 projects: a $1.5 million grant to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, in Serbia.
Okay.
Then $70,000 for a DEI musical in Ireland, a $47,000 transgender opera in Colombia, and finally a $32,000 transgender comic book in Peru, the argument being that these were malicious pet projects of entrenched bureaucrats just wasting your taxpayer money.
And here is where we bring in context from factcheck-org. Because when investigators actually dug into the funding streams for those 4 specific examples you just listed, only one of them was actually funded by USAID.
Wait, really? Just one?
Just one. The $1.5 million DEI project in Serbia was indeed a USAID program, and it was aimed at improving workplace inclusion. But the other 3, the musical in Ireland, the opera in Colombia, and the comic book in Peru, those were actually funded by the State Department.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, through cultural grants for local embassies. Furthermore, the creator of that Peruvian comic book came out and clarified that the character in the story was gay, not transgender, and the comic's primary purpose was to promote U.S. educational exchange programs to local youth.
Okay, let's unpack this for a second, because the math here feels a bit absurd. USAID's total budget was roughly $40 billion. That's a massive amount of money, but still less than 1% of the total federal budget. Even if we lump the State Department cultural grants in, we are talking about a few $1 million. Compared to $40 billion, these are less than a rounding error. It's like finding a penny on the sidewalk and using it as the justification to permanently close the entire bank. So were these tiny grants actually the financial drivers of the shutdown, or were they just, politically engineered lightning rods?
They were absolutely lightning rods meant for public consumption.
Well, maybe do that later.
But if you read the deeper structural criticisms in our source stack, specifically the reports from Unlock Aid and the USAID Office of Inspector General, the real argument for shutting down USAID had nothing to do with the comic book in Peru.
Right.
The core financial argument centered on something critics call the aid industrial complex and the Beltway bandits.
The Beltway bandits, I love that term. It paints this picture of a system where the money never actually leaves Washington, D.C.
Well, the data really supports that picture. The Unlock Aid report highlights a staggering statistic from 2022. Nearly 9 out of every 10 USAID
No
dollars
crowns.
went to international contracting partners.
Oh, what's next?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. And the vast
can
majority of those
explore.
partners are headquartered right around the Washington, D.C. area. It gets even wilder when you look at the concentration of that wealth. Just 10 contractors won over 50% of the contract money.
Just 10. Okay, so it's less like a leaky pipe system and more like an intense game of telephone where every single person in the circle charges a 15% speaking fee before whispering the message to the next guy.
That's a great way to put it.
By the time the funding reaches the actual thirsty person on the ground in a developing nation, it's just a tiny trickle of what started in DC.
And researchers at the University of Washington actually coined a formal term for this. They call it Phantom Aid.
Phantom aid.
Yeah, they analyzed typical health awards and broke down the math. They found that 15 to 30% go straight to the prime contractor's overhead costs. Boom, gone.
Wow.
Then another 25% pays for their headquarters staff in the U.S., and another 25% pays for their expatriate staff.
Okay, let's pause on that term for a second, expatriate staff, because in this context, we aren't talking about like a backpacker teaching English in a village.
No, no. In the aid world, expats are usually highly paid American or European consultants deployed to live in the aid-receiving countries. The sources note that these expat salaries can sometimes be 10 times higher than what local experts are paid.
10 times higher.
Yes, and they require security, housing allowances, hardship pay. It severely distorts local economies, and it eats up a massive portion of the ground, leaving very little for direct program delivery on the ground.
But let me push back here for a minute. Isn't that administrative layer somewhat necessary? I mean, we are talking about American taxpayer money. You can't just wire $1 billion to a local mayor in a war zone and just hope they build a hospital. You need compliance, you need oversight to prevent fraud, right?
You do, and that is the ultimate paradox of foreign aid. The bureaucracy was created to prevent corruption, but the compliance mechanisms are so heavy that they actually cause the phantom aid.
Oh, I see.
Yet to meet U.S. government standards, you have to hire an army of accountants and lawyers. Local organizations in Kenya or Guatemala simply can't afford that overhead, so the money defaults right back to the big DC contractors who already know how to play the paperwork game.
That makes a lot of sense. The barrier to entry is just too high for the locals.
Exactly, and it gets worse when you look at how the contracts are structured. According to the data, USAID structured only 2.1% of its 2023 grants to actually pay for results.
Wait, 2.1%? So what were the rest based on?
The vast majority were based on time and materials.
Meaning they get reimbursed for the hours they work, regardless of whether the project actually succeeds or fails.
Yes, because humanitarian results are notoriously hard to quantify. I mean, if you are contracted to build a bridge, it's easy to verify if the bridge is standing.
Right.
But if you are contracted to strengthen local democratic institutions, how do you measure that? So they pay for the effort instead of the outcome. And this led to severe oversight failures documented by the Office of Inspector General.
Let's hear some of those failures, because I know they were pretty damning.
They were. The OIG audited a $9.5 billion global health supply chain program, and they found that USAID and the implementing contractor weren't even tracking the orders filled from regional distribution sites.
So they were flying blind.
Completely. They were spending billions and didn't even know if the distribution model was effectively delivering medicine. And in another audit, weak procurement controls during an Ebola response left $11.5 million sitting completely unused.
During an outbreak?
Yes. USAID failed to properly close out a contract, so the funds just sat there while people were actively dealing with an Ebola outbreak.
Man. So on one side of this source stack, the critics have painted a very compelling picture. You have this bloated, inefficient bureaucracy that spends billions enriching a small cartel of DC consultants, distorts local economies of highly paid expats, and fails to track results.
It's a harsh critique.
It is, but we have to look at the other side of the source material, because organizations like Oxfam argue that despite all of these glaring, undeniable structural flaws we were talked about, USAID was still a uniquely effective, life-saving engine.
And they bring heavy data to support that claim. When you step back and look at the macro-level successes of USAID over the decades, they are frankly monumental.
Yeah.
Take the PEPFAR program, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Since 2003, it has saved over 25 million lives and prevented millions of new HIV infections globally.
25 million lives. That's a number so big it's almost hard to conceptualize.
It is. And the OIT, despite being highly critical of the supply chain, also noted massive wins, like a project in Indonesia that increased local access to clean water by 397%.
Wow.
And perhaps the most sweeping metric of all USAID's global maternal and child health programs were instrumental in helping halve the global under-5 child mortality rate since 1990.
Cut in half.
Yeah, so the
Pretty
core
good.
argument from the NGO sector is essentially You don't burn down a hospital just because the billing department is incredibly inefficient.
But let me play devil's advocate for a second. Oxfam is an NGO. Their funding ecosystem just got vaporized. Of course they're going to scream that the sky is falling, right? Can we fully trust their projections of the fallout?
Well, we have to view their projections with an understanding of their position, certainly. But the immediate human cost of the sudden 2025 shutdown isn't just theoretical modeling. The issue was the abruptness of it.
Right, it wasn't planned out.
Exactly. This wasn't a 10-year phase out where local governments could adjust. It was an overnight freeze.
According to the Oxfam report, the ripple effects of that freeze were immediate and devastating. Like, they estimated that 23 million children risk losing access to education programs, and up to 95 million people could lose access to basic subsidized health care.
And we saw those tragic consequences play out on the ground almost immediately. Take the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay.
When the aid freeze was enacted in early 2025, hundreds of thousands of displaced people were fleeing regional violence and gathering in the city of Goma. USAID had been the primary funder for the organization's trucking in clean water and maintaining sanitation facilities there.
And when the funding was abruptly cut off, the water trucks just stopped running.
They just stopped running. Desperate people were forced to drink directly from Lake Kivu, which was heavily contaminated. The result was the worst cholera outbreak the region had seen in 25 years. Oxfam reports that cholera deaths in the DRC spiked by 361% in 2025 as a direct, traceable result of that sudden loss of water assistance.
361%. That is a devastating metric.
What's fascinating and really tragic here is the tension between a very real need for systemic reform and the brutal reality of global crises. The sources show a system that was already cracking.
How so?
Well, a Government Accountability Office report highlighted that U.S. democracy assistance was struggling massively due to rising global authoritarianism. Agencies were constantly having to pause or quietly shift funds to deal with hostile foreign governments kicking them out, and they just didn't have a cohesive, efficient plan for it.
So the system was heavily flawed, maybe even failing in some areas, but the 2025 shutdown didn't surgically reform that system. It just completely fractured the foundation of humanitarian support overnight. Which brings us out of the chaos of 2025 and into our present day. Where are we now in July 2026?
Well, the dust is starting to settle.
Right. Congress eventually stepped in earlier this year and passed a $50 billion foreign aid budget. Now, that is a 16% cut from 2025 levels, but crucially, it is $19 billion more than the White House originally requested, and this money keeps massive initiatives like the PEPFAR HIV program alive.
The funding survived, yeah, but the architecture has fundamentally changed. USAID is gone. Those legacy programs have been fractured and moved to other departments, primarily the State Department and the Department of Agriculture.
And that move to the USDA is particularly controversial in our sources, especially regarding a 70-year-old program called Food for Peace.
Oh, absolutely. The Council on Foreign Relations report dives really deep into this. Food for Peace is the United States' oldest emergency food aid program. It was moved to the USDA, which the CFR report points out is an agency with basically zero international crisis response expertise.
Zero.
And they've given it a very telling new name, America First International Food Assistance.
The renaming reflects a massive policy shift toward what the administration is calling trade over aid. Now, to understand why this matters, you have to understand the historical mechanism of Food for Peace.
Right, because historically it was always somewhat of a domestic agricultural subsidy, cleverly disguised as foreign policy.
Exactly. The U.S. government would buy up surplus grain from American farmers to keep prices stable, and then ship that surplus abroad as aid.
So it was always tied to American farming interests. But the new USDA rules put that on steroids.
How so?
Well, under the new 2026 rules, up to 50% of the grant money must be spent on purchasing U.S. origin commodities and shipping them exclusively on U.S. flagged vessels.
So why is that specific shipping requirement causing such a massive headache for humanitarian groups?
Because U.S. shipping and labor are extraordinarily expensive compared to global rates. If half of your entire budget is instantly eaten up by the premium costs of American crops and the expensive boats required to move them across the ocean, you have very little money left over for the hardest part of the operation.
Which is getting the food from the port to the people who are actually starving.
Exactly. Inland transport, secure warehousing, paying drivers in active conflict zones. That is where the money is desperately needed.
It's like trying to put out a massive raging house fire, but you're mandated to use water bought from a specific premium company 2 pounds over, and you have to pay luxury shipping rates to get it there, even if it means the house burns to the ground while you wait for the delivery truck.
That captures the logistical nightmare perfectly. And because of these new constraints and the overt political mandate to build future markets for American farmers, the USDA is making some shocking choices about where this food actually goes.
Like where?
In their initial 2026 funding tranches, they completely bypassed the countries facing imminent verified famine.
We're talking about places like Sudan, which is in its third consecutive year of horrific famine, Somalia, South Sudan, Yemen. The countries hovering on the absolute brink of mass starvation are getting nothing from this program.
Nothing. Instead, the USDA directed the food aid to history like El Salvador and Rwanda.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Now, those countries have economic challenges, sure, but they do not meet the emergency famine threshold. They were chosen simply because the USDA views them as better potential future markets for U.S. agricultural exports.
So they're literally using emergency food assistance to manipulate future trade markets. Does that even work in the long run?
Yeah, sorry, we have like an hour
History
before
gives
the
us a very
debate.
dark warning
So
about
we're
this exact
learning about
mechanism.
USAID stuff,
sources
like research, pulled together while I'm playing a game and just resting my voice a little bit. Ah! But yeah, at 6 p.m. EST, we're going to be arguing in defense of USAID in the best interest of Americans and American interests around the world. Which it is. So, yeah, that's what we're doing.
The cautionary
Little
tale
break.
of Haiti in the 1990s. International lenders, heavily backed by the U.S., forced Haiti to lower its import tariffs as a strict condition of receiving financial assistance.
And what was the mechanism there? Like, why did lowering tariffs cause a disaster?
Because heavily subsidized American rice, which was artificially cheap because of U.S. government payouts to farmers in places like Arkansas, suddenly flooded the Haitian market. A local Haitian rice farmer couldn't possibly compete with the artificially low price of the American import.
Right, because the American farmer is getting a bailout to keep their prices low.
Exactly. It completely undercut local prices and put domestic Haitian farmers out of business entirely.
So by
Yeah,
trying to
this
help
is
them,
Elder
we
Scrolls
basically
Online.
crushed their
I figure
local
it's kind of like,
economy.
you know,
Within a few years,
slow-paced.
Haiti went from being a
low-key.
largely self-sufficient rice producer to a country that had to import 80 to 90% of its rice. It destroyed their agricultural independence.
So we were just reading a bunch of news about
Years later,
humanitarian
President
disasters
Bill
in
Clinton
USA,
actually
and
publicly
it got heavy.
apologized
So
to the people
now
of Haiti
we're
for his
gaming.
role in pushing that policy. He admitted it was a disastrous mistake that ruined their capacity to feed themselves, all to benefit some farmers in his home states.
This
So by
debate, by
prioritizing
the way, is going to be ridiculous. I looked up the conservatives involved. One is just a big grifter, and one is like a tiny aspiring grifter. The main thing I expect is not going to be any debate of evidence or merits, but just a bunch of shouting and cutting off me, especially before I can make any point or bring up anything, and then trying to sea lion. So like they'll just keep asking for evidence and answers on things while not providing any themselves, and then prevent me from doing so, and then try to act like that's an own. They're kind of stupid and cruel people. So like I don't have any hopes of convincing them on anything because they're not arguing in good faith. USAID, anyone who looks into USAID, like it's worth it. It's worth it. Holy shit. Any problem in USAID is so easy to fix, and so worth fixing. Like these are concrete things that could just be fixed by like some boring meetings and stuff, and like strategy. That's not what they're doing though. They're trying to just cut everything. So instead, my main goal is to talk to the audience, you know, the general audience, just kind of about the merits of USAID as many times as they can, and hope that makes a difference. Because it is something I think that the next president of the United States will have to do, and it'll be the right thing to do and it'll be a good thing to do. But currently, if we don't have that conversation now and talk about it and build it up, people are going to get upset about it out of like lazy populist reasons. Even though USAID like just is an objective good, it is highly cost efficient. It's worth it. Like it costs the average American 17 cents a day, and has saved millions. It saved like 91 million lives over the past 20 years, which is some damn good ROI. And then also, yeah, it does let us get to have some influence on policy around the world, you know, in other countries, but usually for the better. And under democratic leadership, we do give it to people who actually need it. It's not just like market manipulation, which is what conservatives try to do. So that's my thinking so far. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. It's yeah. So 6 p.m. is when it's gonna happen. It's gonna be. I'm just gonna stream it from my POV.
American rice farmer, they accidentally assured the Haitian farmer would starve. And now, the fear documented by the Council on Foreign Relations is that Food for Peace 3.0 is setting up the exact same domino effect, but on a global scale.
Exactly. When commercial interests take priority over humanitarian ones, the cycle of dependency doesn't break, it just deepens.
It creates a permanent underclass of consumers relying on American service.
It really does.
So what does this all mean for us today? We've traced a massive, complicated web over the last 15 minutes or so. We've looked at the deeply messy reality of foreign aid. On one hand, you have a system that was undeniably bogged down by DC contractors taking huge cuts, staggering overhead costs, and a frustrating lack of accountability for actual results.
It was a bureaucracy that seemed designed to sustain itself in a lot of ways.
Right, but on the other hand, that same highly flawed system was simultaneously responsible for saving tens of millions of lives, distributing life-saving vaccines, and holding back the tide of global famine.
And why this matters to you, the listener, is because whether you agree with the ruthless efficiency cuts and the America First approach, or you align more with the humanitarian arguments of the NGOs, this is your taxpayer money.
Yeah.
Before the cuts, it broke down to roughly $105 per citizen per year. That entire financial apparatus is being completely rewired right now. Furthermore, we do not live in a vacuum. Global stability, the spread of pandemics, the regional radicalization board of starvation, these things inevitably cross borders.
They don't stay contained.
No, they impact global supply chains, domestic economic markets, and ultimately your daily life.
Which brings us to one final thought to leave you with today. For over 60 years, the United States has been the primary architect and the deepest pocketbook for global aid. As the U.S. fundamentally steps back from that role, as it dismantles that infrastructure in favor of trade protectionism, it leaves a massive geopolitical vacuum.
A huge void.
What happens when other global superpowers, perhaps nations like China or Russia, with entirely different values, different definitions of human rights, and much heavier strings attached?
Worse definitions of human rights, by the way.
And become the developing
That's the
world's
point. Worse.
If a load-bearing wall is removed, someone else is eventually going to step in to prop up the ceiling. The question is, what kind of building are they going to design?
That is the ultimate question. Thank you all for joining us on this deep dive into the end of USAID and the future of global assistance. We appreciate you taking the time to unpack it all with us.
Thanks for listening.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it costs, I've seen estimates it's on about, yeah, it's about $90 a year per person. It's a good program. It's just a good program. Not sure what to tell you. So I'm really curious to see how this debate is going to go. I want to have all this information on the fallback in case, but it may not even come up to it because I think it's going to be a lot of people just speculating, oh, this money should be used to help us instead, but not really have a plan for that and does not have any answers for what? Excuse me, for why we have not been helped already, Warren said. So yeah, I don't know. That's like the third quest, by the way, that's bugged for me. We'll see. May have to leave the area and come back. One here now? No? Okay. We're gonna go north. We will do another delve. Let's go explore and do some little dungeons.
Leave this place. I won't let you waken.
Oh, did I activate again? Yes, it did. Cool. Okay.
Leave this place. I won't let you waken.
There we go. Yeah. When I first made this channel, I had an intent to do way more debates. But I've realized these days, like, most conservatives are kind of just withdrawn in shame. And the only ones that are left are just, like, blatant grifters. So, like, there's not really a point. It's also just not effective
Make me go back.
compared to some of the psychological research I've done. So, it's kind of why I like making more just talking about the news or more positive content now. More self-contained content, because you get to define terms on your own and just spread that out and spin that out.
When you wake,
And it tends to have better
I'll be
reach.
trapped here forever. I'll do everything I can to get away. I did not. Telecar's servants hurt those people. They don't like you if you aren't from here. When he wakes, He'll control them completely.
And it's just kind of sad how, like, navigating a debate, it's not just, oh, let's, like, learn more about this topic and talk about different angles, like, kind of a philosophical dialectic, which I quite enjoy. It's instead just going to be some, I don't know, a kind of very masculine equivalent of just being a whore. And that's what we're going to see.
The Bone Scepter holds power over
Just
Telecar's
shameless,
consciousness, over me.
attention-seeking
I can't
grifting.
lie to you. Besides, lying is wrong. One of Telecar's victims. But I don't have to be. If you can free me before he wakes, I'll leave. Then he'll go back to sleep forever. Hooray!
I
Follow me
love this
inside the
ghost.
ruin. We don't want the Shades to hear us. They're his spies, you know.
Something we will try to do during the debate is, like, take notes and see if there's any points worth responding to. There's going to be a lot of, like, trickery nonsense just to move a conversation away from anything of substance at any point, at any time. And then they might try to do, so no, another very intentional tactic that these groups like to do is we'll, like, literally just research random, like, some random hyper-specific example and then pretend like everyone should know that and then use, like, you not knowing any trivia offhand as, like, a sign of intelligence, because stupid people conflate trivia with understanding. So while they're, like, horrifically inept at critical thought as a whole, they can use that as, like, what looks like something more than it is. Yeah.
Shh. There's a big sparkly door inside the Constellation Room.
So that's what we're gonna keep in
Lock
mind.
Starry made to keep him asleep inside.
Hmm.
She doesn't come around anymore. I think that's why the door isn't so sparkly. Telecar's wife. They fought and fought because he was a bad man and she was a good woman. But she thought she could change him. When she realized he'd always been bad, she locked him in here. But the lock grew weak, and now he's waking. Vistari left 3 of the things we need in special rooms around the ruins. The 4th is stuck inside some of Telecar's servants. If you smash them open, I won't tell. But about all the pieces, I don't know how to make them work together. I'm sorry. That's easy. The morning room, the smelly room, and the forbidden room. But don't worry, I can keep
This ghost is cute.
We should just go there. I'll point out.
Oh, is that like the World Cup stuff? No, I don't really keep up with that stuff. I'm sorry. It's not really my lane. I appreciate the general, like, enjoyment people are having by visiting the US and enjoying, like, local restaurants and culture and getting to see from the outside, like, what America's understood to be. I think it's, like, very sociologically fascinating. Never been a big fan of sports. I like games. I have a background in game design in part. So, in that sense, I will just kind of hyper-analyze the rules of something, and I kind of take the fun out of it.
I can distract Telecar's servants. Point the Bone Scepter at one of them and I'll blind it. Then you can smack it until it falls down. Don't worry. Oh, all right. The most important thing is the book Vistari wrote in when she locked. There's an old skull Telecar stole from Menamarco. Then there's a glowy vial. I don't know what I can distract Telecar's servants.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. What do you got? Map. Okay. Alright, first one should be up here and to the right.
We've got this. Behold, the forbidden
There we go.
room. I come here to think sometimes. It's where Vistari left the book she wrote in when she put
Thank you all for indulging my little gaming break before a very cringe conversation about what should be a very noble thing. Vistari's journal. It is with great difficulty that I begin my final entry. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think the ghost is like their kid. There's an evil necromancer. And a good lady who sealed him away. And I think the ghost is like their kid. Do-do-do. I like playing in first person. It feels more like adventure-y, more immersive. Yeah. Sorry, I tried reading the news earlier for a while, but it's dark out there today.
But Vistari brought that old skull back here.
Lots of disasters. Yesterday was interesting with all the Supreme Court rulings. There's some good news and some bad news.
I don't like the moaning.
Mostly good.
All the servants used to live in the cages.
Like, you know, the Constitution still exists. Only by a 1-vote margin, which is a problem. Oh, cool. You're like, nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's really weird lately on TikTok. There's been a lot of uptick in suppression of left-leaning creators. Like, views have dropped to kind of 10% of what they were. And it seems consistent across, like, everyone I've talked to about it. Let alone the engagement, like, likes and stuff. And I'll regularly get the notifications, like, wow, my video's in the top, like, 80%, 90% of videos. And then nothing happens, and then they try to, like, extort me to pay for ads. Also, the feed itself of TikTok shuttered and reset and was weird for a few days, where everyone was only seeing generic popular videos. And since then, I'm a woman, that is information tied to my account, like gender, female, and it has shown me a lot of videos I've never asked for about beauty, about having babies, and about Christianity, which I wholly reject as something I wanted to see videos about. So TikTok is getting kind of creepy, and I'm considering doing like a full switch to maybe Twitch, but I have ethical issues with Twitch. Its leniency towards extremists, its sexist exploitation of women, its blatant favoritism and corruption. The CEO of Twitch really creeps me out. He was caught like watching like bikini streamers, which as effectively their boss is very not okay to me. So I kind of have some ethical issues with streaming on Twitch. Also, like, you know, where the revenue share of Twitch goes, where it's like mostly just paying Amazon. So yeah, I may not stream on Twitch, but I might just fully commit to just YouTube. I'm also working on a way to maybe with my girlfriend, like we'll just do kind of like weekly news stream and then cut that up in videos through the week. But we've just been really busy this weekend and did not have the energy for it. So we'll figure something out, or I may just like change what I'm doing there. That okay? Gotta put these huh. Okay. You read the rest of these. The Lord. Ritual. The fairies a lot. Snake. Oh, there's more. Let me see if there's a book I should read. Let's see. This is the journal of the woman who imprisoned the ghost. Oh. The sun, no! It's called it. He can somehow overcome death. Not for the sake of knowledge or to command fearless forces to defend our home. To tear the once living back into this realm. And imbue them to flesh, to give them life once more. Yes, Callian died an untimely death. Oh, so the father became a necromancer to save the kid. Where I grieve for what we did lose, Telekar weeps for what might have been. He wished for an apprentice to help us master our craft, to surpass our discoveries. He cannot bear our son's very essence being gone forever. And so my husband created a golem of the boy's corpse, an atronach, made of flesh but with eyes as cold and empty as a gemstone. He hid his plans until the rituals had completed, and then presented that slurring abomination to me as though I could ever forgive him. He seemed truly shocked when I rent the pale echo of Callian's spirit from its husk. Now I've imprisoned my husband, who I love more than life itself, because I cannot bring myself to truly punish him. Perhaps a decade will give him time to contemplate the abhorrence of his actions. It's so sad. Okay. Hmm. There's a puzzle. And I feel like there should be a note explaining what to do right there. I do not see one. Let's see.
You have everything Vistari had when she made Telekar go to sleep.
Ah! So I need to place... Oh wait. I need to place the Milky Rock, the Glowy Vial, and the Old Skull into each of these symbols. Options to choose from are the Serpent, the Ritual, the Lord, the Atronach. Could be the Atronach. You know the kid was made into an Atronach. The Apprentice. Ooh, okay. Apprentice and Atronach were words that appeared in the journal. The Warrior, the Steed, and the Lady. Okay, we're gonna read that one more time. Journal. To my lord, okay? An apprentice, an Atronach. Lord, apprentice, Atronach. We'll just do them in this order and see if that does anything. Is this the lord? It's a guy. Yes. Oh, is that also in the thing? Did it say which relates to which? Oh, Lord Skull. Okay. Apprentice Essence. Atronach Gemstone. Ah. Okay, Lord Skull. There we go. Is this the apprentice? Wizard? Seems kind of old for an apprentice, but what do I know? The apprentice's season is sun's height. Those born under the sun have a natural affinity for magicka. They are blessed with its gifts and cursed with a vulnerability to its power. Cool. Right. Apprentice Essence. And then the Atronach is the gemstone. We're smart. We figured it out. Yay. Here's what this symbol means. The Atronach season is sun's dusk. Those born under the sign have sorcery in their blood. They can channel deep reserves of magicka, but cannot create it on their own. Milky Rock. Yay!
I think it's working.
How dare you intrude within my... What?
No!
It's you!
Let me go!
You there! Explain yourself. What are you doing in my home? Who are you? Why have you invaded? The shades defend my home from thieves. Neither I nor... in the living. My work. Who are you? The shades defend my simple-minded thing. Those wards haven't contained me for decades. I remain within by choice. Now, I'm at a critical juncture in my research, and I need this creature to complete it. If you interfere, I'll drive you from my home. Now, be gone.
Oh, this is sad.
No, please! I don't want to stay here!
You dare interrupt me? Kalian, my son, see to this intruder.
Oh no. Alright, well. Time to die. Ew. I want that actually. Let's drop some stuff and pick up the cool stuff.
Again, you trouble me at a critical attempting to restore my son despite your interruptions. That creature is a piece of him, an imperfect piece. If I reunite flesh and spirit, I can revive my son. He's my son. I'd do anything to restore him to a fraction of himself. With refinement, I can make him whole again. Vastari, that we could one day be a family again. I needed time to refine my methods, and time I have had. And now, I have his spirit. I don't wish to harm this creature. But without the bone scepter to control it, I must resort to cruder methods. You what? That scepter is crafted from my own bones. It can bind the creature to his immortal husk. Once Kalian's wounds knit, I'll summon him here. You must bind the creature to his husk, set things to how they should be. No. You feared I would raise an undead army to march through Grotwood? My wife and I spurned Manamako for a reason. But in return for binding this creature to my son's husk, I pledge we will remain within our home forever. He was young when he had his accident. Too young. The creature you've met can't fully comprehend the world around it. Unless properly supervised, it could harm itself or others without knowing what it did. No, Kalian is my son. I needed all his remains to craft the husk, so I had to use my own for the scepter.
Yes.
To command a spirit, use a focus made of its bones or those of its close relatives. Basic necromantic principle. I broke through Vastari's ward just under a century ago. I have remained here ever since, attempting to restore what remained of my family. I will never leave, as long as Kalian remains at my side. This is my home.
This is a weird house.
No, please. You can't make me be a monster again. I don't want to be here anymore. It hurt when I was a monster. It hurt worse than these chains. I want my father to sleep so I can go away. I don't know. I wish you could use the bone scepter on him. Point it at his body. There on the throne. And tell him to go to sleep.
I want to help the ghost.
Then I could finally leave.
It's a friendly ghost.
Far away from here. Somewhere safe and warm. Somewhere where I'd have friends.
Let's find the father and free the son.
What are you? What?
Bye. Bye. Hey.
You did it. You did it. I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll be far away from here. Telekar can't hurt me anymore. Here, I can open a portal so you can be with your friends. Tell them I'm sorry about the shades. As long as they stay away, they should be fine.
Alright, we did it. Got a portal right out, too.
We should head to Eldenroot. The Mages Guild.
I like helping people.
Mess.
Ooh, I want to get to this way shrine. Here to the south. then we can go around and maybe sell some stuff and trade some stuff. My inventory is very full. Ouch. I don't have a ton of motivation to talk and do too much right now because the debate's coming soon, and that will that's gonna take a lot of our energy and patience, I'm sure. How much time do we have? 20 minutes? Let's see what I can grab. This is a really cool place. This is one of my favorite places in this game. It's in this massive, massive tree. That's sort of the capital of the Elven Kingdom. And I think it's really nice. A room somewhere else, but this is like a whole area of all the different crafting stations and a bunch of people always running around. Very fun hub. I recently discovered it. I played this game years ago, and this is like my new character I've been trying to grind lately.
We tan.
Oh, I want to talk to my companion.
I'm at your service, of course. How can I help?
I got you new shoes. There we go. Now I'd like to sell his old shoes. Alright. Let's see what we can do. Anchor. There's some stuff in the bank I can sell too. Things I can sell. Things I can learn. And this is cool because this is all stuff I was not able to use before. Right. Materials I can sell. A lot of things I can sell. I hope the chill, cozy stream is appreciated. It's better than reading about natural disasters. Maybe just a little bit.
I pity these high.
This is the calm before the storm. when I join debate stream, first I'm gonna like mute for like a couple minutes, just to get into like a backstage kind of thing. I'll be able to hop in the chat with the call, and I'll set that up. I want to give everyone that privacy behind the scenes. Then we'll switch back. So I'll have like a be right back kind of thing like that. But I'm gonna try and make that quick. I may take a break now to go and get something to drink. Make sure I have some water on standby. And yeah, talk about food maybe with my partner. So I'll do one last sweep. If there's anything I can deal with here. My fun little crafting. And then I might take a quick little break. Missing all kinds of items. I can't do any of my crafting quests. I have cool stuff. It's just not the right stuff. Alright. 5-minute break. Then we will hop into the debate. Cool. I will be right back. All right. Hi, chat. I'm back. Whew. I'll leave my camera for 1 second. I got 2 bottles of water because it's a heat wave, and I can't turn on my AC enough to make it cool enough without jeopardizing the AC, which is fun. Cool. All right, we are here. Oh, cool. And then I have a, here we go. That's set up. And then in a few minutes, I'm pretty much just going to switch my ESO screen to the Discord chat, honestly. I'm totally honest, I'm a little tempted to keep playing ESO while it goes on, but I feel like that would be rude. We'll see how much respect these people warrant. Yay.
This one, we put
So, I should be able to just deconstruct, actually. My spare weapon. Ah. I like this game. I like getting help. Now let's get ready for a debate. I believe it's at 6. Like, people would probably message me if I missed it, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's 6. Hmm. One drink mixed into here. Now, my small potential concern for this is that it's a long day, it's a long stream, and I'm a little worried about my blood sugar crashing and burning. So we'll do what we can, and afterwards I can make myself a frozen pizza or something cheap I have access to. Maybe some ramen. Alright. Let's see how it's going. Water ready. This debate should be within like 15 minutes. Maybe even sooner. I don't know. I'm ready whenever. At this point, I'm kind of just gonna hang out and keep an eye on DMs.
The working of steel is a war.
Oh, I'm nervous. I shouldn't be nervous. It's a very weird situation, you know? Like, oh yeah, I'd be happy to talk about USAID. It's a really important program. And also these people are not going to actually want to talk about USAID. they're going to be cloud sharks, and they're going to be bad faith, weird people. We'll deal with it as it comes, and we'll try to talk about USAID. Would it be mean if I was like, humanity is the US's interest? And try to just, like, argue that line? Because I'm worried they're gonna be like, yeah, so what if it saves people? I don't care. And, like, I might just honestly call them a sociopath and then keep talking about it. Because it is a very weird situation to be in, and I'm not sure what to say to someone who literally just doesn't care who lives or dies. But I don't see any other way out of this. Here we go. Hope you're well. If you're listening, even if you're looking, that's okay. You do chill, cozy stream sometime. I'm gonna quit this game and we'll see if we can go back to the news or whatever. Not that there is much news right now. Well, we'll close out of this audio review. And pull up our mind map, probably. We have a little study guide in USA, we can do a little quiz. Let's see, we'll just look it over with the answers. What was the primary purpose of the Foreign Aid Assistance Act of 1961, and which president was responsible for its passage? JFK! Aimed to transform U.S. foreign assistance, carrying on the torch of the Marshall Plan, post World War II, by uniting various development activities to a single agency. This led to the birth of USAID on November 3rd, 1961, the mission to promote social and economic development globally. How did the Point 4 program of 1950 define the goals of international development assistance during the early Cold War? Proposed by Harry Truman, the program focused on two strategic goals: creating new markets for the U.S. by reducing poverty in developing nations, and diminishing the threat of communism by encouraging countries to prosper under a capitalist system. Describe the shift in USAID's focus that occurred during the 1970s. In the 1970s, USAID moved away from large-scale technical and capital assistance programs. Instead, it adopted a basic human needs approach, prioritizing food and nutrition, population planning, health, education, and human resources development. What does the term Beltway bandits refer to in the context of global development spending? This refers to a cottage industry of expensive Washington, D.C.-based contractors and consulting firms that receive the vast majority of federal grants and contracts. Critics argue these insider organizations favor the status quo and prevent public resources from reaching intended recipients at the community level. What specific actions did the Trump administration take regarding USAID in February 2025? Doge fired everybody and took down the website. Then they put Marco Rubio in charge because they put him in charge of everything by default because they don't actually care about any job getting done. And they dismantled it and then put all its programs that were left under the State Department and USDA. According to the White House and factcheck.org, what was the nature of the transgender comic book project in Peru, and which agency actually funded it? It was actually funded by the State Department. It was called The Power of Education, and it was designed to promote U.S. scholarship programs and featured a gay character, not a transgender one. Not that it would matter if it's a transgender one, but yeah, it was just about U.S. scholarship programs. Like kind of foreign exchange students kind of thing. What is phantom aid as defined by researchers at the University of Washington? Phantom aid refers to foreign assistance where the majority of the funding remains with U.S.-based implementing partners to cover overhead, headquarters salaries, and the expenses of U.S. staff living abroad. A typical health award might only see a fraction of the budget reach actual program delivery. After 15 to 30% is taken for overhead, and another 50% for headquarters and international management staff. How has the Food for Peace program changed since transferred to the U.S. Department of Agriculture in 2025? Renamed America First International Food Assistance, the program now requires 100% procurement of U.S. origin commodities and stipulates that 50% of grant money must be spent on U.S. commodities and freight. Critics argue that the program now focuses on a limited list of 7 countries, excluding many high-need nations currently facing famine, such as Sudan and South Sudan. Yikes. What were the primary findings of the USAID Office of Inspector General regarding the Global Health Supply Chain Program? The OIG found that the $9.5 billion program suffered from ineffective monitoring, as neither the implementer nor USAID tracked orders filled from regional distribution sites. Additionally, poor award design and planning weaknesses led to a 3-year delay in the award process and hindered the agency's ability to verify the winning bidders' information systems. And then finally, what are the projected humanitarian consequences of the 2025 and 2026 foreign aid cuts, according to Oxfam America? Oxfam warns that 23 million children could lose access to education, and 95 million people could lose access to basic health care, potentially leading to 3 million preventable deaths annually. Specific impacts already observed include a 361% increase in cholera deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo following the cessation of USAID-funded water and sanitation projects. Whew, okay. We got our impact dashboard. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Now is going to be time to go. I will jump backstage. All right. Chat, I'm going to mute myself for 1 second. I use Notebook LM, which you can throw all your sources into, and then Google will just create summary docs for, which is a lifesaver if you have a lot of information you need to parse quickly on the fly and do it live. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself real quick, and hop in their backstage chat, and then once I'm pulled in, then I will pull the thing on stream. Cool. Be right back. Just want to protect their privacy.
the right move for America and its interests, and they'll be defended by Admiral Gibbs and Dragonfist TV. Destiny and She's Right will be opposing. It should be a fun and interesting discussion. I am looking forward to it. I'm not going to give you too much preamble, and we're just going to get to work. I'm going to give the mic first to Mr. Fist, I guess. How do you want to be referred to?
Andrew's fine. I should have put that. I didn't see it.
Okay, Andrew. Mr. Fist sounds weird. Okay,
It
Andrew.
does.
There's a mic. Give us your opening thoughts. Tell people who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, all that, and then we'll just go around. Go ahead.
Sure. I had a channel. It started as a martial arts channel. We've pivoted now. We're doing, cultural commentary, political commentary. So it's been going pretty well. Check us out. Subscribe on YouTube. My opening statement is very simple. We're in $39 trillion debt here in the United States. This is an existential threat to our country. Currently, we are adding to the debt faster, way faster than we're paying it down. I don't see any way we could get out of this without cutting programs that are, I would say any program that's not national security and that's overseas is on the chopping block. So we would, my opponents would have to demonstrate how it would be counter to the to American growth to cut these programs, as it's exactly what we need to do to survive. And I can also demonstrate with evidence that a lot of these programs are just waste, fraud, abuse. Basically, this is the quality leering of foreign policy, and I could demonstrate that through evidence. And my opponents can try to demonstrate. I'm sure they're going to say that, we're killing babies and this, that, and the other. But I will also demonstrate that this is just based on projections from publications like The Lancet, not actual data, just projections based on the most severe outcome possible from a left-wing publication. So at that, we can get into it. That's pretty much the argument that I'm going to take. I know you said you wanted to keep this short. We can get
we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
Admiral Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what my partner just said, yeah, I agree with almost everything. Listen, there's gonna be a whole lot of hooping and hollering and bitching and moaning and crying about shit that I don't give a shit about. Listen, I got two words for these countries: fuck them. We've restructured USAID under the State Department. We can talk about people dying overseas, but listen, people are gonna die anyway. There's other countries that can provide aid if they want to. We're gonna hear a lot about soft power tonight. I'm talking about hard power, right? That's the secret. Is we're going in there, we have the bombs, we can do what we want. We're still going to be the biggest leader in foreign aid compared to any other country in the world for the umpteenth million year in a row. I'm sure we'll get into all this going forward. But yeah, I mean, the USAID was basically just an NGO, Tammany Hall, baby back bullshit plan. And yeah, I'm glad it's gone.
Okay, I guess we'll see how it goes. Thank you for being here. She's right, please.
USAID has saved millions of lives. It is the right thing to do. It represents, as Social Security does domestically, what it means to be an American and what a government ought to do. It is a great use of our money, and the world is a better place for it, and the world is a worse place without it.
Thank you, and I like it, short and sweet. Destiny, please.
Yeah, more or less the same. I think that anytime you're in a position of radical power, I think that you have some kind of obligation, ethical obligation to either the people around you or to the world to provide for them as best you can. I think that it's really hard to find ways to influence or invest in other countries that doesn't come off as being incredibly malicious, and this was one easy way to do that. So it's a good expansion of soft power that gives us a better reputation around the world, irrespective of ethical concerns. And having a more stable world around us also allows us in the long term to have a better national security structure at home because we have less chaos and destruction and everything else in the rest of the world, which makes it easier for us to protect ourselves.
Okay, and with that, it's open discussion. I'm going to let you guys go at it. Like I said, if I tell you to shut up, please shut up. And it's because I have questions or you guys are yelling at each other. So go ahead.
I'm curious about the first agreement brought up, which is either save money by cutting the budget, or fuck them, let's invest in hard power, which is more expensive than soft power. How do you two resolve that? I don't know. I'm just curious.
I mean,
difference in values.
You would take that, Andrew? You want me to go for it?
It doesn't matter. You could take it. I can pick up after. Well, I would say that we're wasting. A lot of this has nothing to do with national security. I can give you a couple of examples. We're giving $2 million to Guatemala for sex changes and LGBT activism. 1.5 million towards advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplace. Hold on, I got this mic again thing came up. Money going to Colombia, Peru, and India for things like transgender themed comic books.
That's not true.
3.9. Okay, I'm just going down the rundown of the government. If you have a source that shows that that's not true, that's the smallest amount. I can keep going. 3.9 million earmarked for LGBT in the Western Balkans. 5.5 in Uganda for similar programs. I mean, can we cut this stuff? Like, no one's going to die if we cut this stuff, right?
And
we agree on that?
Just to add to that, because I know you want to argue.
Wait, she said no. Like, how is this saving lives overseas, or something that's that we need to be spending our funds on when we're in
cutting
national
LGBT
debt?
Healthcare?
Yeah, how is that?
People kill themselves.
Okay, so because people are going to kill themselves overseas, we shouldn't pay down our national debt. We need to have a hierarchy of priorities. We can do both.
That's not true. That's a false dichotomy. And the question you asked was, how is this saving lives? And yeah, it is saving lives. So that's a separate question.
Do you have evidence that any of these programs saved lives directly? Because you actually, CNN, Reuters, BBC all came out and said people were dying before they even realized that none of the money stopped yet. So this is just like your emotional blackmail. But do you have any actual evidence that any?
Yes,
that is 100% true. CNN, BBC, Reuters, and there was one more, the AP, all reported before they realized that the money hadn't stopped yet, that people were dying from money that was still flowing. So this is just emotional blackmail. But again, I'd like you to respond.
So true. Yeah, let him respond before you jump in, Admiral.
Well, I was just going to throw one sentence to your she's right.
Let her respond before you do. Go ahead.
If you go to impactcounter.com, yeah, there's a methodology. Some PhDs tracked it. There's a lot of data, like, it's not just wet.
I mean, that's great and all, but I mean, let's talk about your other part of the question you asked us to reconcile this bridge. All right, so if we look at like the elections that have happened since USAID has been removed in South America specifically, there's been 7 elections. All 7 of those elections have moved from socialist communist governments to right-leaning populist governments that are pro-America. Would you say pro-American governments that are going to be more or less likely to attack the United States or harbor people that will injure the United States?
There's a lot of factors that really depends.
So, I mean,
things like economic desperation.
Oh yeah, right.
Military capabilities.
If you're economically desperate, or how likely are you to be able to launch a successful attack here on the U.S. mainland? Probably not very. So I'll take that as a point for our side. Yeah, and then if you're talking about economic military discrepancy,
I mean, it's a combination of like you need the motive.
Hybrid warfare. Yeah, well, the motive is gone because now they're all pro-USA. If you're a pro-USA country, unless you're Israel, maybe you're not very likely to attack the United States. So what is your
right-wing governments are the more militaristic ones. You need the motive of some desperation, and then you need the actual military to wage a war.
To who? So if we look at actually 218 examples of like throughout history, and the last thing, I actually did a study on this in college and published it to get one of my political theory certificates from the Bush Library, that most countries that are attacking generally are what we would call left-leaning democracies. Right-leaning countries attack once and then they end. Generally left-leaning democracies, i.e. NATO, Europe, United States, are the ones who attack and are more aggressive on a regular basis. So what evidence do you have to prove that wrong? Because that is unequivocally a fact.
Just as a quick thing for a quick reality check, what South American countries have launched wars against the United States in the last like 30 or 40 years?
None, as far as I'm aware of. But that's not really.
So what was the point of saying the governments were switching to right-wing governments? Like, why are we?
Well, well, that's okay. That's easy. If you're allied with China, who's a left-wing government, if you're allied with, I don't know, Venezuela, who was under Maduro and Chavez and was trying to actively attack us with like cyber warfare or had issues with us previously, yeah, I would say that it's a benefit. It behooves us to get rid of people that are pro-communist, pro-socialist, pro these countries that are pro. Well, I guess it's SYNC now, but it used to be BRICS. Kind of organizations that are forming groups outside the United States' sphere of influence. Y'all are the liberals. Aren't y'all the ones who want the liberal world order to have this one kind of banking system, one economic currency? They're forming an outside currency system. Is that something you're a pro fan of?
I mean, I think that having people being allied with the United States and working closely with the United States instead of working with China is better. But right now, Canada is looking to a more Chinese approach than they ever have in the history of the entire relationship they've had between us and Canada, and that's largely due to Trump's aggressive response to them and trying to slice up the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, which is literally the only agreement he can take any kind of credit for. So I don't know why that would be a priority now, because it seems like we've done everything we can in order to alienate ourselves from our allies and push them towards China. So that seems kind of like a weird point to bring up. But just on the South American countries switching to right-wing governments versus left-wing governments, right-wing or left-wing, I don't see all of these governments like launching wars, or a single one ever launching a war against the United States. The last thing I think of is the whole Panama stuff, but that was in the like '89. So I don't know what I just don't know what relevancy that has to this here. I guess on a really basic level, just on a very very basic level, like if somebody has the ability to do something good for somebody, you know, and it doesn't cost them much to do it, do you think that people have a kind of moral obligation to that, or no?
An obligation to that? I would say no. I think it's a good thing overall, but I don't think it's an obligation. No.
Do you think that people in general have like moral obligations? Do we have an ethical obligation to be moral, or do you think that we can be amoral or indifferent to morality?
I mean,
If a
it
person,
depends.
let's say a person walks by somebody on the street who's hungry, that person is going to starve to death, and you have like an extra cheeseburger, and you could give the person the cheeseburger. Do you think that you have some kind of moral obligation to fulfill there, assuming you're not going to starve, you don't have to do it every single day, but you see a guy, you know he'll die if you don't give him, like, do you think a person would be a
Well,
bad person for not giving him the cheeseburger?
I absolutely do think they'd be a bad person because support Texas beef, and we should make sure all the homeless get Texas burgers. But
Okay,
no,
okay.
but sure, like yeah, I mean, no, I don't think you have a moral obligation. This person made their decisions. They ended up where they're at now. Is it a good thing to do? Is it quote unquote the right thing to do? Like, I'm not gonna like judge someone for not giving. If I'm driving to the club that night and I see a hobo, you know, I might not forgive him the money because I want to spend it on bottle service, right? However, if I park my car in Houston downtown or something, I'll pay hobo $20. And this is something I've done many times. I'll give him $20. I say you can sleep in the bed of my truck while I'm gone. I'll come back and hey, guess what? My truck's the only one's not broken into. So like, yeah, I'd rather give them money for something that's like an exchange than just give out a handout. I think that's actually breeds problems in general. However, I don't want people just dying. You know, it's a nice thing to do, but that shouldn't be the government's job. It should be things like churches or charities, in my opinion.
Okay, well, church or charity couldn't fulfill the same role the U.S. government does here, so that's kind of a pointless concession. But do you feel the same way, Dragon Fist TV? Do you think that people have an ethical obligation to help those around them if they have the ability to do so at little expense to themselves, or do you think it's just optional and it doesn't really matter much either way?
I do think that people should help if they can. However, overseas, like I said, this is like the quality leering of foreign policy here. There's no way for us to check, even if we look domestically as a reference at like humanitarian programs like homeless initiatives in California, even here where it's much easier to track and check the money, we see it's getting wasted. So that's all great. Like I said, this is emotional blackmail. No problem. I'm down with helping people. But what I'm not going to do is just waste money. See what Destiny wants us to do is waste money here at home, waste money overseas with no actual evidence that any of these programs do any good for anybody. He hasn't been there and checked. We don't know exactly if the money is going to the places that they say it's going to. It doesn't even happen here in the United States. So I'm not saying I don't want to help people. I'm saying that we need to know, especially, would you agree, Destiny, that the national debt is an existential crisis that we're facing right now, or no?
Do you think that we should cut all funding and all subsidies
But is
for
it an
local?
existential crisis or not?
I do. That's why I think we should vote for Democrats. But do you
Okay,
think that
so
we should cut
we
all
agree on the premise. My
subsidization?
premise
Hold on,
is
hold on, hold
yeah,
on. You asked him
Should
a
we cut?
question.
Should we
Let
cut
Destiny
all
yeah, sorry.
subsidies
Yeah.
for like local agriculture in the United States? Then I don't know why we subsidize them so much. We spend more on that than we do on USAID, or than we
Well,
were
You're
on
yeah, but
talking
USAID.
about
we should
China. I
stop
think
doing that
China owns most
as
of our.
money now. Like
What?
that we should stop. Like, listen, I know that we sit here and we talk about the subsidies, and we've gotten through this before. But
No.
I'll
Wait,
talk.
just a super easy question. Should we kill all subsidies to local agriculture, animal
I,
ag,
I
and farming ag in
I
the
would
U.S.?
I would argue as a rancher, yes, it has hurt us more than it's helped us. And I would argue even like for farming, I know the ag side is different, but most of the subsidies have gone to large corporations, and they've hyper focused things like corn. And when the corn industry crashed, it ruined other supplementary industries. We've seen this with soy industry. It artificially inflates a market that shouldn't be inflated, and the ag industry, like when it has a crisis, it hurts it way more, and it also hurts the food web. Like I
Should we
absolutely
end all
think.
subsidies? Should we subsidize nothing?
Well, no, I'm not a libertarian, but I mean, I would have to look at them individually. But I would say in ag, it would be that'd be
What's
a
one
few. But
subsidy you might be for that you think the government should spend money on subsidizing something?
I don't know. Oh, okay. Right now, I think what with the CHIPS Act is a good one. Maybe we could give subsidies to companies that want to invest in the nanotechnology. I mean, I think tech is a good industry to start pushing stuff right now. Space exploration are things I like. You know, I mean, we could get specific, but like, I mean, these are all just like hypotheticals. I mean, I'm not inherently against any subsidy if it's done well, but currently the way the subsidies have been done have not been done well, especially with agriculture, in my opinion.
Okay. So assuming then, so neither of you really believe in any ethical obligation to support people overseas.
I
Do you
said
think that?
yes. Wait, just to clarify, I said yes to that. I just don't want to waste the money.
What do you mean by waste the money?
I mean, we have no way of checking that these
We have
funds are
plenty
getting
of ways
used.
of checking. It's a whole
You can't
federal
even check
organization.
in
What do you mean?
California. You can't
Wait,
even
hold on.
track
That's
the
not USA.
billions of
Focus on
dollars you
USA.
spend on
What do you
homelessness
mean?
in California. How are you
There-
tracking the Sudan? I'd like to hear that.
For
Administrative
which
costs.
program? We are probably literally just
Housing
looking at it right
kitchens in
now.
Sudan. How are you tracking that?
So
That
which
the money's
program?
Well,
actually
aid
going to the
currently is
Oh, hold
cut
on.
to Sudan and South Sudan, which is
How
Why is,
incredibly
why,
you
why is
tracking
that?
it?
Why is it cut to Sudan? I think
Okay,
that's the
just to be
question here.
clear, the question here is how are we tracking overseas money through USAID? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Well, Rubio answered this, especially
Hold
specifically
on,
with
hold on,
Sudan
hold on,
recently.
hold on,
Like,
hold on,
I
hold
mean,
on, hold on. Gibbs. Let them answer the question. It's a question. How are we tracking the expenditures given
clearly
through
looking up the
USAID to
answer.
these other countries?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm looking up. I don't know all of these off the top of the head.
All right.
But
Well,
like,
we're trying to just debate you, not your entire chat. And but go ahead.
well, the answer to your
And
question,
Google.
every single government thing has an attached watchdog that limits how or that tracks how the money is spent. You know nothing about grants or government's funding if you think that the money is just going into a black hole with no tracking for it. You clearly have never looked this up in your entire life, and I don't know individually how every single thing is accounted for. If you want, I'll place a friendly $50 bet with you right now, not knowing the answer off the top of my head, and we can look up to see if there's any tracking for money spent in Sudan. I know that I'm right.
Where are we going to get the answer from? The Lancet? Are we going to get the answer from the Lancet? Where are we going to get the answer? That's the problem. Is like you haven't been there. So if we're talking about Sudan specifically,
USAID was
they
the
still
agency that did
practice
the
chattel
tracking, and they're
slavery
gone
there.
now.
Like down south style chattel, hereditary chattel slavery, and you're complaining about 1,000 meals that we're not giving them. If you really cared about them, why isn't that your issue? And are you going to trust these people? So you trust people that practice chattel slavery? That's what you're saying with our funds? Is that your
No one said
position?
that. We don't trust them with
I want to
that.
know if that's your
problem with
position.
the funding, a
You
problem with the
trust
funding of
people that
USAID, where most
practice
people would
chattel
actually critique
slavery
USAID,
with our
is that we
funds.
don't have local communities actually tracking their own data. There's a big problem where there are about 10 US DC based contractors that handled over 50% of these programs because they would have the white collar lawyers and accountants who would travel back and forth and have a very high salary to do so, actually monitoring these programs. That's a necessary part of any aid, is you need someone you can trust to do that. The problem with USAID is where there are rooms to reform the program, or any of those programs, or you need a more efficient way to do that, such as actually training and checking in on local watchdogs. But currently, like, it's all done by the US. Now it's out of our hands. So now we can't track that stuff because USAID is gone.
It's been USAID has been rolled into the State Department. The State Department is still overtaking a lot of these.
And this is part of agriculture.
No.
Well,
I just don't want to.
No. The USAID thing is essentially gone. They've rolled some administrative things into
Some
the State
programs,
Department, but it's the programs are basically gone.
Well, no, the 50
and
million.
USDA.
Well, sure, the programs are gone because the programs were NGO corrupt tools being used by the Democratic Party to funnel money.
Well,
But
a lot of the programs are back.
Oh, hold on, Gibbs.
We have
What evidence
we have
do you
evidence.
have that they
I
are,
do have evidence. I'm so
that
glad
they
you
are
asked. In fact,
funneling money to the Democratic Party?
In fact, we have Ukrainian officials on record right now before testimony. One of the senators gave it this week, talking about, hey, I forget which one, but I'm sure we can look it up. Somebody's got the AI going. They basically were saying we had them on file saying they were going to funnel money from USAID back into the Democratic Party on record talking to the Biden. So this is something that's come up several times. We've seen examples of this in other countries. It's crazy how, like I said, all these leftist governments just fail and right-wing governments came in the minute USAID is gone. I mean, and we brought up Sudan. Rubio addressed this specifically with what happened in Sudan. He said, Sudan, what's happening is there's a war zone. So one, it's hard to get the aid out there. So aid just sitting in pallets, not being used, going to waste. Two, the people that are doing the aid out there are getting attacked and they're taking the aid away, which I guess is not the aid workers' problem. But then what's happening is the aid is being used against its own people by the groups that are in power in Sudan. And so one, even if you think, hey, it's not an NGO corruption scheme, and we want things like Sudan, the Sudanese to get help, well, guess what? You still haven't answered the problem because this is just soft power. We're not sending the troops in there. What happens when you have groups like in Haiti, where you have the gangs running the country, or Sudan, where these bad groups get in there and they use this aid to oppress their people further, or use it to bribe these people and fund their warfare, et cetera, et cetera. And y'all don't have an answer for that. And the answer is we stop funding those countries till they figure their shit out, or we send troops in, or someone sends troops in. And I don't want to keep just throwing money at a hole. Listen, I have a lot of money, but even then, it doesn't make sense to burn money every day. Like
You keep saying you hate soft power, but then you keep advocating for ideologically friendly governments, which is soft power and is actually how former administrations did wield USAID. Like during the Reagan
you
years.
don't seem to have a problem with trading with slaveholders. That's my point. Neither one of you even answered the question. So you both want us to continue to give money to slaveholders in Sudan, right? That's Destiny. That's your position as well. We should keep
It would
giving them
depend
money.
on one. It would depend on who's getting the money, and it would depend on what the money is being received for. I'm not aware of what was the particular program that was giving money to slaveholders, and what was the purpose for it in Sudan?
It was 1,000 kitchens in Sudan to stop people from starving. Go ahead, Gibbs. You can take it.
Was it
Well,
to
no, I
every single?
wanna-
Hold on.
no,
Was
no,
it
no,
Before
no,
Gibbs
no,
goes,
1,000 kitchens to who?
No, no, I'm
Sudan
not
is
going.
the
I'm not going.
hold
Keep
on.
going.
Before Gibbs goes, let the back and forth happen. Go
Fixing my
ahead.
camera. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So 1,000 kitchens. Okay, it's a country of like 50 million people. I googled that. I didn't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry if that's upsetting you. But so were the 1,000
Oh, I'm
kitchens
not
going
Googling
exclusively
anything.
to the slaveholders, or
Well, I'm saying that the country practices chattel slavery, and this
the
is
whole
exactly
country,
the point.
every
There's
part of the
no way of
country, all
knowing.
the whole
See,
country
that's
does?
my point for me. There's no way of knowing exactly where that money goes. However, it's likely to me, if this country is practicing things like slavery that your side hates so much, right?
Does your
It's like
side not hate
Is your side
slavery?
not?
yeah, we're the party
they're
that
not.
ended it. That's correct.
No, you're not.
Lincoln was
Yeah.
the first
How do you feel about
Republican. You could try to steal that from us.
Confederate
That's
monuments?
fine. Yeah, we switched, right? We just
Liberals
switched.
ended slavery.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they did. The Democrats
True.
didn't weren't the ones that
The Christian
succeeded.
abolitionists, but that's
Liberals
Okay,
ended
let's stay on
slavery.
target. We can debate the
Yeah.
Civil War another day.
Sure. So my point is just that I don't trust these people. We don't know where the money, and I'm fine with giving aid. I'm fine with soft power. I don't want anybody to die. Like liberals that are listening, I'm not like here saying this is the side that doesn't care that we just aborted a third of Gen Z. I'm not saying that. I'm saying we should save these people. Let's just make sure we're not wasting the money that's earmarked for our children, for our grandchildren, and for us to still have a country, because we know that the same thing happens every time an empire is about to crumble, right? Destiny knows what it is. Everyone knows what it is. It's all over YouTube videos and TikToks that they take on massive debt. Everybody knows that, right? So that's what I'm trying to prevent. Like, we have this glaring example from history, and we're just barreling towards it anyway.
Then
You
why
tell
are
me
you
how that's
starting
a
with
good idea.
USAID?
Wait, hold on, just real quick. Are you in favor of rolling back the Trump tax cuts?
Can we stay on USAID?
I'm just asking.
yeah,
Are you
sure.
in favor of rolling back the Trump tax
We,
cuts?
we can get to that later, but I'd like to stay on
No,
USAID
hold on,
just so we don't get
hold on,
diverted.
hold on,
But
just
USA
real quick, both of you, please. He's asking that because he's leading towards.
Wait, I don't need you to tell me why I'm asking a question.
Of course, I
If
know.
you're really serious, if you're talking about this as an existential threat, USAID was hovering at maybe 1% of our federal spending. Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is costing us hundreds of billions of dollars in tax revenue. Who knows, projected into the trillions after 10 years, depending on where the economy even pans out. So are you? I don't understand where the obsession with dealing with the debt comes from.
Rid of all waste, fraud, abuse, and even some of these programs we can get into it overseas that are just
I didn't say
dangerous.
waste, fraud, and abuse. I didn't say waste, fraud, and abuse. That was a failure. You guys hold on. You acknowledge that the
Is it
waste, fraud,
wasteful?
and
Aren't
abuse.
you claiming that the Trump tax cuts are wasteful, as in reference to the national
I'm just
debt
checking
being
real
down?
quick. You acknowledge that Doge's mission was a complete and total failure, and given free reign of the government, you guys weren't able to find waste, fraud, and abuse, right?
I just listed you. So transgender comic books aren't wasteful?
That's not what it was. That's not what it was. That was funded by the State Department, and it featured a gay character. It was about education programs.
That's what I would consider wasteful, and that might be the difference,
how
that
do
we
you
have
define waste,
different
fraud, and abuse?
opinions. I think
Some of us
diversity,
have-
equity, and
hold on,
inclusion in
business, some of
certainly
us
is
don't.
wasteful. Yeah.
How do you define waste, fraud, and abuse? What does that mean to you in a business setting?
So wasteful would be funds that we are spending, that we are bringing us no benefit whatsoever. None. It's a complete waste. There's no benefit to us, and some of these are actually a net negative to us, which I could show. Things funded by USAID.
What is the difference between
Eco
waste?
Health that funded gain of function? That's what funded gain of function.
this
Eco
didn't
Health,
happen.
you know it.
What is the
So,
difference
yeah.
between it? That's not true. What is the difference between
That's not
wasteful
true.
spending?
Eco
That's not
Health
true.
didn't fund
What's
gain
the
of
difference
function.
between-
Hold on. One at a time.
Do you have any proof of that claim that you just made?
More
That's
than
not
you'd
true?
ever know. Yes, that the whole diffuse thing that you're talking about, that grant wasn't even approved. All of that is a fucking lie, but that's okay. The wasteful spending that you're talking about, what's the difference between wasteful spending and spending on things that you personally don't like?
I guess whatever political party is in power.
Okay, so is that a real definition then of
just being
waste,
honest.
or is that just like a perspective politically? Do you really think there's not a definition of wasteful spending? Do you not know what
It's
that
going to
means?
vary depending on clearly she doesn't think it's wasteful. Clearly she thinks that it's important to send
how do you
money for
define it?
LGBT issues overseas, when clearly I don't. So we have a difference of opinion there.
It's not. Well, there's a right and a
I
wrong.
think we
If
could say
somebody
it's
says
not
waste, fraud,
national
and abuse-
security, right? It's not national security. We could cut it.
So you have
hold
no
on.
idea.
Is it
When
national
you say
security?
waste, fraud, and abuse, it's just things that you don't like. That's what waste, fraud, and abuse is.
I
We need to
don't have
cut-
that same
we need to
definition.
cut
But what do you
everything that
define
we
it as,
can.
Destiny?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Destiny. What
If
is
we're
your
doing like an
definition of
audit
waste
and you're
fraud?
looking for like waste, fraud, or abuse, in my mind, waste is going to be like, let's say that we need a subscription for some fucking Microsoft program for the floor, and we find out that every single employee has like 7 different subscriptions, even though they use the same computer, right? Oh, this is waste. This is wasteful spending. We're duplicate spending in places. Let's say that we are providing food budgets for people that are so high that they don't need them, but then at the end of the year, for some reason, the food budget literally gets wasted because they're going onto Visa cards that are from the This is like waste, right? Fraud is like people are actually defrauding people. They're lying on forums about stealing money or whatever else. And then abuse would be similar to fraud, that people are maybe they're giving preferential contracts to friends that they shouldn't be, and it's costing more money than it should. This is like waste, fraud, and abuse. That should be an apolitical, bipartisan. Every single person should be able to look at a thing and go like, oh yeah, that's wasteful, fraudulent,
That's what
or
I'm trying to
abusive.
show you.
No, you're not. You're
Literally,
saying
you
waste
said
to you is things that
publications.
you
I'm
don't
showing you
like.
transgender comic books. Like,
It was not a transgender comic book, okay? It was a 3-part comic series about education and exchange programs that featured a gay character in one of the 3 volumes. And it was funded by the State Department, not USAID. You keep telling that same lie and repeating that. It's not true. There was no transgender comic book. It was a State Department funded 3-part series about education, which you want to promote in the global south.
No transgender comic books? Is that what you're saying?
How can you even know if there were transgender comic books if you're telling us there was no monitoring for any of these funds anyway?
No, I'm saying you can't know where the funds went, who they went to, who actually. We know what they're earmarked for. That's different.
That's
than
what
who actually
USAID was spending the
receives it
money
and
on.
What they actually, I would admit you're probably right. They probably don't actually spend it on transgender comic books. You guys just think that that's really where it's going. So you're like, sure, send it. What we're trying to say is
that's a lie. It's a mischaracterization. No one was paying for a transgender comic book.
How do you know? Because you say so? What evidence?
Because
do
I
you
have the
of that? It's
comic
in
book
the
up.
report. It's in
You
the
can look
report.
this up.
Did you check every
You can
comic?
believe in knowledge. No, I did not check every comic book, but this was about one specific project you can actually look up.
Hey,
You have not looked it up. So I don't know where you're getting your information, but how can you trust that?
So I mean, I'll go with. First of all, I don't really care about the transgender comic books. Like that could be a thing that helps us or hurt us, depending. I don't know. Listen, but I want to come back to what Destiny's talking about with the waste. Okay, I'm going to give 2 examples. One is for the VA. I know it's not the USAID, but okay, Doge. One of the things Doge cut was funding to the VA, and I heard a lot of bitch about it. Specifically, one of the departments that got defunded is a department in Georgia that got defunded for having orgies on taxpayer dollars. Would we agree? I think we can all agree that. Listen, I love a good orgy. I'm a degenerate. Right. But I think we can agree that my tax dollars shouldn't be going to pay for the orgy. Can we all agree with that? Like that's something Doge cut, right? Okay. And then now we're talking about funding overseas.
Is that a fair characterization? You have a source for that characterization?
Apparently, the source is literally Jesse Waters said this one time on Fox News, and I don't think there's any actual truth of. Are you saying that what they were funding, like protection for the orgy? Sure. What is the source? Yeah, just read it off to us.
Yeah, here's a New York Post. Sex trades workers at troubled VA facility had a 12-person orgy, and one official batted 32 co-workers, according to Bombshell Pros by Patrick Riley. If you want the source, I can just post it in the side chat, or I'll give it to Wick, and he can send it. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be bad faith here. The point that I'm making is there's areas where we've had corruption and fraud, and I think that's part of what we wanted with Doge. And when we're talking about USAID, it seems to be that there are examples.
Wait. Hold on. One thing at a time. It sounds like this was just an orgy that some VA people had. What is this taxpayer-funded orgy? What does that mean?
They funded the rooms and shit like for this orgy. They funded, and one of them was at a facility.
When you say, hold on,
arguably, it was one of them was at the facility in the report. So if I'm having,
I'm curious.
Work,
I've never heard this before.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Wait. Hold on. If 2 people hook up in an office, are you saying that like it was a McDonald's funded orgy or a McDonald's funded sexual adventure? Was this like the orgy room, or are these just people who were banging at a?
That's the problem is they were doing it on office places at the office, and they also used funds to go to like places and then have sex off like work hours. Like,
what do you mean by used funds to have sex in off work hours? What does that mean?
Listen, let's say we're gonna have
buying condoms with the company card.
Yes, yeah, well, sure, I guess that'd be one thing. But say we're gonna have the Diddy party, and I decide to use the company card to pay for the Motel 6 that we're having the orgy at. Do you think that that's a good use of taxpayer dollars to have the money spent specifically on a Motel 6? It's not like we're just going over here.
That would be fraud or abuse, I would say.
Thank you. Okay, good. So we agree.
But was that happening?
It's also not spending
that's
money
the
on
alleged.
orgy.
That's the alleged crime. Okay, well,
alleged. Well, this was published.
According
This
to the
article
Post.
that you just referenced was published December 4th, 2024.
Right,
And all
it's
I
the
see
Post.
here is this: it's a congressional investigation into sexual misconduct allegations at a troubled VA facility in Tennessee, where
Right.
12 officials who worked there took part in an orgy. I don't even know if they were fucking on site.
Yeah, it goes into all that. There's a bunch of articles about it. But the point that I'm making, you can research it. That's
Wait,
not really the
wait.
point.
Is there?
Okay,
Give me the strongest article that shows did they even have sex
That's what I
on
was-
site?
They're alligating. Okay, bro. Just going in this article. It talks about all the stuff. There's talks about at which medical center they do this at. They talk about like the hotels. They talk about all sorts of different stuff. Like, I mean, we're really getting lost in the weeds here. I thought we were talking about USAID, which I had another point.
You're
this
the
is
one
one
who brought
example
this
that
up.
Well, here's what I was trying to do.
This is a really pathetic.
Okay, it said
Hold on,
at least
hold on.
two
Well, first of
employees.
all-
We have 2 employees fessed up to having sex on the VA hospital's grounds. Does this mean they were using taxpayer-funded money
Yeah,
to?
if they were doing it on clock, yeah, that means they're using taxpayer-funded money.
Okay,
Like,
that's a wild.
Where do you have evidence it was
Oh
on
my
the clock?
God.
Is this like 9 to 5 or is this like at night?
Once again, y'all get lost in the weeds. The point what I was trying to do is to get us all to agree on a definition of what waste would be, which I thought we did. If we agreed that they were using the money to fund this, that would be an orgy, right? Like that. Like,
No,
an
they're
orgy.
not
But your one
using the
example
money
of this is a
to
thing
fund
you
it.
can't prove
It
happened.
sounds like the
Okay.
employees were fucking. I don't even know if it was on the clock, but that's not you. That's not like there was money earmarked for federal orgies.
No, I agree, and that's why it would be fraud and abuse, correct? If it was done that way.
This thing that wouldn't happen would be wasteful if it happened, yes.
They definitely fuck on the clock. We saw them do it like in the halls of Congress. So don't act like it's so crazy that they wouldn't do this.
I don't know why we're like, yeah, and also I don't know why.
Yeah,
if you're
what do you
getting
mean,
paid,
What?
paid by
Dude,
the hour.
dude,
Hold on, if I'm getting paid by McDonald's,
Both of you just shut up for a minute, please.
if I'm getting paid by McDonald's, I'm fucking
Oh,
somebody in the back.
Gibbs, do you not understand the meaning of shut up?
Good.
Shut up for a minute, because I'm trying to get us back on track and kind of put a pin in the orgy discussion. For
Yeah, well,
next
I had a
time.
point that I was trying to
Go
make,
back
though,
to
by
it.
the way. For the record.
So just to be clear, in the article, it's saying that people who were employed by the VA had sex at the VA, and your argument is that that means that the funding that was going to the VA was fraudulent, wasteful, or abusive.
Yes, it's that.
Okay,
If
if
they
that's
were
your
doing it on
argument,
the
that's
clock-
your argument. Okay,
Sure, yeah,
let's
I'm
get back to USAID a little
Okay,
bit.
you're right. Which brings me back to what was going to be Haiti and Sudan, right? Okay, cool. If we're sitting here talking about waste, I would argue that it's wasteful if I send all the aid in the world to Haiti and then barbecue steals the aid and then uses it to fund his people. Would you agree that's a waste of USAID?
If barbecue steals the, I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Barbecue's is one of the biggest gang leaders in Haiti, right? He and his gang leaders that are in charge of the capital or were took over the aid, like took the aid trucks, like
If
raided
people
the
are
aid.
stealing aid, that's not good. Yes.
That's not good, right? Okay, so that would be inefficient and for waste and abuse, right?
I don't know if I would call it abuse.
Abuse,
It
but
might
waste,
theoretically
sure.
be wasteful. Yeah, if that usually programs start to
wasted,
get
it's
cut
not
when they find
wasteful
that like
spending.
local people
Okay.
are co-opting
And so-
all of the stuff in a bad way. Yeah, so usually, yeah.
So she's right here as trying to characterize it. I'm not opposed to soft power inherently. I am opposed, and I don't think Dragonfist either, but I am opposed to how it's being done currently with USAID. One, I think it's corrupt, but two, even if it's not being done corrupt, I think it's being done inefficiently and poorly because we're throwing money at the problem and we don't have a real solution. Why throw money into Sudan? And I as much as one of the next person.
Here's, okay, this is how you short circuit this whole argument, and you're not, and
let's
you'll
hear it.
have a quote for this, but like this is how you short circuit this entire argument.
I'll
okay?
have a coke. Don't worry.
If you tell me that you don't like this because the money is going to somebody bad or whatever, then the easy answer is, okay, well, what steps did they take to try to alleviate that circumstance before just cutting the program entirely?
So spend more money on it then.
How do you think you watchdog things? How do you think you do accounting and auditing? Yeah, you have to spend a little bit more money to audit things. Do you think it's free?
Literally, all of the coherent critiques of USAID were about the
just cut it.
administrative overhead.
Yeah, I'll just
Okay.
cut it. Yeah.
Fine. Then you
the
don't
rest
care
of them-
about
need more
you don't
to
care that
hire
it's going
better
to
watchdogs.
slavers, or you don't care about any of that shit. You just
I
cut it because
will
if you
admit that I
actually
don't give a
cared,
shit.
if you actually cared,
I don't
then
care.
you would try to find ways to spend the money better, but you don't. You just want to cut it all. That's it.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to go
Okay.
to people that it's supposed to either A, it's supposed to go to, or B, they're going to help us further along the United States.
Yeah, that never
law.
happens though, and your side never does that. So I
Does
don't know why
happen
you
all
have
the
that
time.
position either. What
Happens all the
funds
time.
did Trump redirect?
Redirect. Oh, yeah, I got those notes right here. Go ahead. And Andrew, you want to say
Well,
something?
that's also a straw man because it's not just that we don't care. It's not just like, oh, you guys don't care. You just want to cut the program. No, if you listen to the premise of my argument, at least, it's we have this existential problem, which you agreed to, Des. You said it's an existential problem. It's the reason that the middle class and the elite, that there's such a big gap. Every year when we don't pay off the national debt, they have to print more money. Every year the gap gets wider. It's an existential threat. So that's why we're saying, hold on a second. We can't waste any of
But it
this
doesn't
money.
make sense.
How
When you
is
say
that
we,
a problem?
because
You
it
would do
doesn't,
the same thing with your money. You wouldn't just fucking waste it.
it
If you
doesn't,
were, yeah.
Now do the example for this. Okay, yeah. It doesn't make sense that all the people who wanted to cut USAID are complaining about the deficit when all of them are also the largest deficit spenders. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's
Make
an
that make
appeal to
sense to me.
hypocrisy. You know that doesn't mean anything, first of all. And what we
It does
can't
mean something. That's not hypocrisy.
we can't
No,
look at
stop.
waste over
No,
here
hold on,
because
hold on,
there's
hold on,
also
hold on,
waste
hold
over
on.
here we're not
Hold on.
talking
Let him make
about.
his argument. Let him make his argument, and then you can respond. Destiny, make your argument. It's not
Appeal to
hypocrisy.
hypocrisy is showing that a person had a personal failing or something that contradicted a stated position, and to say that like, oh look, you can. So somebody says, I think that murder is wrong, and it's like, well, didn't you kill your wife? It's like, oh fuck, you got me, right? That would be an appeal to hypocrisy.
Okay, so
If I say that all the same
it's
people,
inconsistent. It's inconsistent worldview. I misspoke.
correct,
Inconsistent.
well, that's important because inconsistencies don't make sense. If you think that the debt is like the biggest problem in America, and all the people who are conservative and wanted to kill USA seem to think that, but they're also all the largest spenders in the country, that makes me think that that's not honesty. Something is dishonest.
It's the same exact thing that you're doing when you talk about worrying about people dying overseas, but you don't care that we aborted a third of Gen Z. You're doing this. You have the same exact inconsistent worldview. So, okay, not appeal to hypocrisy, inconsistent worldview. Fine, it doesn't matter. We could still look at those funds and say we need to cut them. Should we cut wasteful funds? Do we need transgender comic books? Yes or no?
I don't think money was going to transgender comic books.
Money was not going to transgender comic books.
That wasn't the question. If it was going there, should we cut that?
It would depend.
That is an irrational place to start.
What? See
Should
what?
we cut it?
It would depend on what the program was. I don't know.
Transgender comic books. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what that means. Are you talking about like a holistic program
If we
that
were
does fucking comic books?
exactly. It's so stupid.
You can't
You
engage.
don't
I
even
do
want to
agree. It
pretend
is
it's
stupid.
real. That's
I
the
do agree. It
tactic.
is stupid.
You can't
Because
even.
it doesn't.
I know the answer.
That's wrong. It's not a program.
Stop. He's owned me. Show me the transgender comic books. We'll wait. I'll wait.
Oh, you think I have them? Do you think I'm a
show me
transgender
online.
comic book
Make me the $2 million transgender comic books.
Maybe
I'll
you
wait.
missed it again. Maybe you missed it again. Is that we don't know if they're actually spending. They're probably not actually printing transgender comic books. But this is what it's earmarked for. This is what it's earmarked for.
Nope, that's not what it was earmarked for. That is not true.
Show me the earmark. Show me the earmark. Show us the earmark. Show us the earmark.
This is known.
Show us
the
earmark.
I checked all the earmarks.
Show it.
DM me.
Show the
DM me
earmark.
your
Where is
link.
it?
DM me your evidence, and I'll show it on screen.
Also, y'all mentioned the redirect thing real quick. I'll just redirect some of the things.
Oh, hold
that
on.
we
Let
have.
him DM me the earmark or the source that he has that shows the earmark.
Are you talking about me? Why do you have her DM?
Because you made the allegation there is $2 million earmarked for a transgender comic book, and you have not proved that.
How do you know it definitely wasn't?
What do we have to do? Find every single dollar earmarked by you?
We have this fucking comic book. How do we know it was?
If it's not true, right? This is what they're saying it was earmarked for.
No, you were making the claim, and you need to prove the claim.
I'm not arguing with the government. That's what it's.
You have asserted this idea of $2 million paid by USA for a transgender comic book, and you have not sourced that.
He's got it. I'm not making it up. It's a real claim. I didn't just put it out of my I'm not making it up. You know I'm not. It's a real.
You are.
How do we?
You are making it up. You have not proved otherwise.
How do we know you're not making it up?
He's going to give you the evidence. I could find it also. I didn't know we were looking stuff up here during the debate.
So you made this claim without evidence?
You make every claim without evidence.
Not true.
My evidence is $39 trillion debt that we're
that's not relevant.
Faster than we're paying
that's
down.
That's not evidence. That would fail a middle school essay. You know that does not prove your claim. That is stupid. You would fail an 8th grade class.
That is evidence.
You do not have evidence of the claim you alleged.
Faster than we're paying it down. Where is your evidence that any of this money is helping anyone? I'll wait.
Okay, so I've been sent two things.
They're not my. By the way, those are the sources that say it. These are not. This is not my claim. But
okay, I found what I think is the earmark. So the description for this is to cover expenses to produce a tailor-made comic featuring an LGBTQ plus hero to address social and mental health issues. So I don't even know if he's trans. He could just be gay. And it looks like the funding amount was $32,000. That's one that
I didn't list an amount, did I?
It was paid by. You said $2 million. You said $2 million by USA, and it was $32,000 by the State Department.
Yeah, the $2 million is at the program.
Should we not say anything? Just let it go. Can I have $32,000?
You should have proof before you say shit.
Give me $32,000. We're just letting money go. I'll take it. Like, why did they get it?
It sounds like it's a public diplomacy.
Okay, so can we cut it, Destiny?
It was a 3-part comic series on education and exchange programs with Peru.
If you think we should cut it.
I think we should cut funding to every red state until we lose enough of these people that we can carry on with our country in
I'm
like a
trying to help.
realistic way.
Trying to help cut the national debt. I'm not trying to hurt you.
You're not.
This is an irrational way to approach reducing the national debt.
Cut the national debt. You guys are the biggest spenders in the history of the country. Trump on his own is almost responsible for a third of the fucking debt. Are you in favor of our current war in Iran?
I never supported the war in Iran. You could check on my page from the first day.
How about we start there instead of with the $32,000 from the State Department for a 3-part educational comic book?
That it doesn't help us at home. It's a huge waste of money.
How do you know?
Wait.
You
sorry,
keep making that claim.
Wait. I didn't. Hold on. I'm sorry. I forgot a pre-question first.
That's
Hold
just
on.
my opinion on
I agree.
Iran.
I agree. Wait.
Okay, well, don't give a fuck.
Wait. Real quick.
Answer the question. I answered it.
I agree. I'm just asking one question, Dragon. Did anybody have foreknowledge of 9/11 and didn't tell the United States?
I'm not aware, sir.
You're what?
Alex Jones.
I'm not aware, sir.
Do you believe
if they
that?
had that knowledge or not? I'm assuming they did because you said that.
Okay. Who's they?
They or not? Tell me the story. I don't know. I don't know. Tell me.
All right. Okay. I understand what you're
Did
going to say.
they or not? I want to know what your point is. What is your point?
I don't have a point. I was
What
just
is your
question.
point?
Okay.
So I did send the thing to you, Wick, but I think it's 2 million was like
you sent me the same thing he sent me. It's the same page. Alice sent something else. A fact check site.
Direct
I'll just
link
show that on screen real quick.
to the comic.
Where here do you want me to show this precisely?
It's the last section.
A transgender comic book in Peru, this one?
Yes.
Okay. In 2021, the U.S. Embassy in Peru introduced a comic book called The Power of Education, in which it used to promote education exchange programs in the U.S. The following year, the embassy commissioned a second volume. The embassy asked us to introduce a gay student, number 2, to show his personal struggle coming out to his parents, but that has zero to do with being transgender. David Campiti, who owns a company who produced a comic book, told us in an email. The comics were about scholarships and furthering education, and it goes on, but it seems to be saying that, at least according to this source, that there wasn't a transgender comic book in Peru. It was about education, and one of the characters was gay.
Irrelevant to my point. Still a huge waste.
Nope.
Irrelevant to my point. Does
Not
that
true.
make it not
Your
a
whole
waste?
point was a lie about that.
No, it wasn't. It's a fucking
You
huge
lied
waste.
about the funding amount, where the funding came from,
I didn't
and you
say
have not
a
proven
funding
any
amount.
waste.
I didn't
You
say
didn't even
what-
bother
I
to
didn't say it.
understand the intended impact it would have.
It doesn't matter.
2 million is claimed to go to Guatemala, not Peru.
You just proved the waste.
But that's neither here nor there.
You just proved it. What do you mean?
Nope.
You said it's not happening. He looked up the gay comic book. If it's a single dollar, it's a waste. Why
How is
should
that a
we send
waste?
it
How do
there?
you know? How are you measuring that? You said before, it's just your
gay
opinion.
Comic books overseas are a waste when we're in so
It's an
much debt
education
that it's-
exchange
that it's
program promoting
slow-rolling,
comic book.
and it's eliminating our middle class. I would say gay comic books can take a fucking back seat for now. Once we fix that, then we can worry about the comic books overseas.
Promoting educational outcomes in Peru is good for the world and improves economic conditions in Peru, which makes them a more developing country and a more viable trading partner for the United States.
Have you ever been on a plane where they tell you put the mask on yourself first, then you put it on the other person? If we fail, guess what? We can't help anybody. So then what happens to all those people you don't care about, that you care about? What happens to them then when we can't help them anymore because we failed? How do we help anybody if we fail?
You have in no way proven the logic that we are not allowed to fund any overseas programs to help anyone else until we have helped ourselves. That was the entire point of your analogy about you have to put your mask on yourself before someone else. Yes, that was like you may struggle with analogies because you also struggle with like evidence and basic citations. So that's just kind of where you're at.
I've had the entire time. You can't follow the argument. That's fine. The national debt is an existential threat. Therefore, we must cut programs that aren't directly related to national security. So
you have not proved it's an existential threat, and you're taking an irrational approach to reducing the national debt.
That is the argument.
First of all, you've only made one-liners, so I wouldn't be talking about evidence. I mean, like, you pointed this one to 32,000. You keep talking about that. Yeah, that's cool. But the claim originally, this is the one I sent, Wick. I don't know why if it's the same one, but the thing I sent, the claim is 2 million LGBTQ activism, and I think it's Latin America and specifically Guatemala. Not that I really give a shit because I don't care. I'm not on the same like diehard thing that he's talking about. However, when I'm talking about waste and inefficiency, I listen. I'm not opposed to soft power in general. I just think USAID was not the way to do it. I think that we need to redo it, and this is the kind of the point I wanted to get back to when I brought this up here. Some of the restructuring we've said, we cut. We've done United Nations funding. We've cut that. I think that's some good. But then we pledged $2 billion blanket fund to them through OCHA. I was like, okay, that's the decrease in DOU in humanitarian fund, but it's still the largest amount being given by anybody. We also are doing direct cash assistance. We saw the microloan program has worked, so we're doing a program called Macro Awards through the State Department. That seems to be going very well. And then we're excluding certain climate plans that other countries weren't following, like China, that were hurting us economically. And now, we're like, why are we going to do these things if other countries aren't doing it? And I'll give you an example: screwworm, right? We talked about this, whose fault it is, whatever. Well, it passed the Darien Gap, and they kept funding fly systems in the Darien Gap. Well, once it's passed it, why are we wasting money on something that's already failed? We need to reuse that money to go use it more efficiently to like stop the screwworm in a different spot, not keep funding where it's already failed, right? So I think that when you're sitting here saying no soft power, that's just the best characterization of like what's happening with Republicans. We just don't like the inefficiency, the corruption, or where we perceive waste. Now, I'm not on the board with like Andrew here necessarily about the anti-LGBTQ crusade. However, it does seem hard for me when I see grants being given out to study like butchers' languages in like France, right? Why? Why do we care about that? It's like $200K, not it's a drop of the butt. Like, I don't care. Some of these might even be CIA black programs. I don't really care. But the point is that some of these are wasteful, and we don't need to do them when there's money. We can spend that money differently here. And I don't necessarily even care about the debt as the issue. I care about shit being done in a way that's going to help America.
Okay.
And right,
We gotta let the other people respond.
Sure,
Go
don't
ahead.
worry. I had waited like 10 minutes. Relax there. I'm done. Yeah, that's it. I was done. Yeah.
I mean, like we're just back where we were before. It's basically these are spending things that you just don't like, and then you confuse that with waste, fraud, and abuse. And then you say that it's a waste of money to spend things on here, and we should be spending more domestically, but conservatives never have anything more that they want to spend domestically on, and they seem to waste so much money on other things, and they constantly grow the debt and deficit, so it's hard to take any complaints about deficit spending seriously. And then even for like, oh, well, soft power isn't as good as hard power, blah, blah, blah. Like every time Trump comes into office, we get more and more hated by other countries on the world. Our reputation is like at an all-time low right now, so it seems like any plans that we have with regards to making the United States more respected or increasing our power is not working out at all in favor of us. We're not doing well on a respect level where we've lost like the worst war maybe in all of US history ever under like the pro-war kind of Department of War president. It seems like every country around the world doesn't want to work with us. Trump is begging like a pathetic baby for NATO to come and help him in the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody wants to help him because he literally was shitting on everybody a while ago. China is looking to Canada. Canada is looking to China. Trump wants to tear up the largest trade agreement region in the world for I'm not even entirely sure why. You guys are complaining about wasted money in USAID, and Trump is spending money on UFCs outside in ballrooms and everything else. And I just don't know. There's just like no consistency. It seems like you just hate the concept of soft power because some, crazy Republican guy or Alex Jones told you it was an evil, bad program. And then that's where the thoughts basically start and stop. And that's it.
It's another straw man.
Yeah, what were the 4 objectives of the war, by the way? Just real quick, because Rubio stated them right before.
At one point, he might have, but I mean,
yeah,
but
they're all accomplished. It was destroy their ability to produce, missiles and weapons and shit. Okay, we've done that.
6
months
months
destroy
prior.
their navy. Their navy's gone, gone. Right. It was degrade their ability to give money to Hezbollah and their axis of terror. That's gone. Hezbollah is the weakest it's ever been. Hamas is basically on his back legs. The Houthis are like they're still around, but they're not nearly as good. So yeah, we've done all these things, and then the 4th one was like, stop them from making money and shit. Like so, once again, we've hurt them and take out their leadership. Right. We've took out their leadership. That's pretty clear. We're like 5th person now. Like we bomb them, so
Iran is like
don't even answer the phones.
Iran is gearing up to be the strongest nation it's ever been in the history of its entire existence. Are you not aware of that?
Yeah, I'm gonna need whatever weed you're smoking because that is
the weed that says that Trump is offering them full sanctions relief and the ability to basically tax stuff going through the Strait of Hormuz and the ability to tell Israel that they're not even allowed to strike Hezbollah in Lebanon anymore. That's why Israel is freaking the fuck out so much about it. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because Israel's our attack dog. Sometimes you got to smack your attack dog, and let him know who's daddy. Listen,
you're aware that Israel is the one that smacked us around to get us into Iran, right? Even your friend here would probably agree with that, right?
We backed them. We backed them when we needed, and now
we didn't back them. We got pulled in. Trump got pulled in. He got led around like a child on a leash, right?
Wait. You're the one who's y'all are the ones you're saying we don't back our allies. Then one time we go back our allies, now you're all upset we're doing it. So like, what is it? Are you mad that we're not going to be backing our NATO allies? Or are you mad that we're backing Israel because they're our ally? Like, which is it? Because that's the whole point of agreements, isn't it? That's what I get told by Wick and all these other people when I come on here is that we need to honor our agreements internationally.
Yeah, we don't have formal agreements with Israel to help them in offensive wars. We don't have formal agreements with any country on the planet to help them in an offensive war with anybody else. Israel is absolutely not a NATO ally, so I don't know why you'd bring that up. And this is not us backing our allies in a mutually beneficial war. It's trying to back Israel in a crazy war because Trump is actually fucking retarded and doesn't know what he's doing in the Middle East. But
Yeah,
so
I mean, I would argue they were attacked on October 7th, and Iran
Okay,
was the one who funded
I
them. So it's a
do
continuation of
have
that
a
war, but go
question to
ahead.
maybe get us back to
Monocause.
the topic
you.
at hand.
Thank you.
And this is to Andrew and to Gibbs. Andrew first, if you please.
Sure.
If we can provide, or if people can show evidence that these programs, as silly as they might sound, increase the goodwill of the nations that we are trying to help, therefore allowing them or making it more likely that they'll be favorable to trade deals that are in our interests, to defensive pacts that are in our interests, to allowing us to use their land for bases, allowing us to use their ports to resupply and reconnect. Would that change your mind?
It might, I'd have to look at it on a case by case basis. Because again, I want to stay away from the straw man that Destiny was making. Like, it's not just we want to cut aid. It's we have this existential threat that we want to get down as much as possible. And we can look at domestic things too. And we can look at things case by case. We're not, and even what Gibbs was saying, my own partner, I'm not like anti-LGBT. I just don't think it's the issue that we need to be spending money on while we're drowning in debt. And Destiny already agreed it's an existential threat. So personally, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if it was heterosexual comic book, like earmarked for straight men. I would still say cut it. I don't care if it's like any type of sexual, anything, pleasure, anything that's not national security needs to be looked at and put on the chopping block when we're in this position. If we can get ourselves out of this position where we're not accumulating debt faster than we're paying it down, because what I would like is from one of them, maybe we could ask them, how do we get out of this? And then we could start to look about helping other people, because we're in a spiral, a downward spiral. I think that's the most important thing. And once we look at that, we can look at all the other programs you're talking about. I'm not just trying to cut off aid around the world
That's a useful
indiscriminately.
question. How do it? Yeah, and this is to She's Right in Destiny. How do we get out of this? If
Elect
you're
a Democratic president.
I can't separate the obsession with the debt and the deficit and all the people that want to get rid of USAID with all of the largest spenders in the United States. I just can't separate those.
I didn't support the war.
That's great for you, but you voted for people that did, right?
Well, I only have two options, unfortunately.
Well, then there you go. Yeah, but one of them is worse for the debt, right? The Republicans are worse for. You think that the Hold on.
I think the worst that comes only from Democrats, they use it as like a funding tool through NGOs, like Gibbs was trying to put. Like, why do you think Tim Walz was at the heart of Minnesota and he was also the VP nominee?
But you think, hold on, so just to be clear, you think that
maybe it's just a coincidence.
Okay, you gotta let him respond. Go ahead.
That happened.
Hold on, we got it. You gotta let him respond.
No, you gotta virtue signal because these people only care about fucking trans people and gay people. Apparently,
I'm
if you look
giving
at spending,
straight people examples.
You're giving me
Tim Walz is straight, Gavin Newsom is straight.
Whatever the fuck, who cares?
The homeless crisis, I'm talking about quality rearing, I'm talking about waste.
So you don't care, we don't care about debt anymore. So do you care about debt or not? Do you care about debt or not? Do you care about debt or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to cut all the waste, and it comes from your side.
Bill Clinton was the last president to have a budget surplus. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes. Neither side is fixing it.
Neither side is fixing it. Bill Clinton was the last. That's a simple one. Without having to hedge, Bill Clinton was the last one to have a budget surplus. Yes.
Yes.
But he also carried on
George Bush was the one, a Republican, that mired us down in Iraq and Afghanistan. Correct.
Yeah, I'm not here supporting Republicans. I'm here saying that U.S. cutting USAID is good.
Sure.
So you're again strawmanning my position.
Okay.
Strawmanning my position, dude.
You don't care about the debt or deficit. Just don't lie about it.
It's not my position. I do care. That's my main argument.
You don't care.
You
don't give a fuck.
Sorry.
It is a useful vector for you, like Hassan and Israel, Palestine, or whatever else. The debt is just a useless vector for you to carry whatever cringe cultural shit you give a fuck about. That's it.
It's an existential threat. How is it a useless vector? You admitted it.
No, I didn't. Because I think that it's important, but you don't. That's the difference. We're not the same. I think the debt and the deficit is important, but you don't care about it because you will support the spenders. You support the spenders. You support the spenders.
I don't.
You understand that?
You vote for increasing the deficit. You're not a serious person.
You have to stop strawmanning me, dude. I know it's the only way you can beat the argument.
It doesn't matter about supporting the war in Iran. We don't vote by referendum in the United States of America. You have to vote for a president.
I don't support them blindly. That's what I'm saying. I don't
Who did you
support
support in
them.
the last election? Trump or Harris?
Of course I supported Trump. Of course.
Okay.
Okay, well, you give an informed consent to the war and skyrocketing the deficit.
The king of fraud? Is that who I was supposed to support? And then you would have said I was making the right choice? No one could have known Trump was going to do this. This isn't what he ran on. So
no one could have known Trump was going to do it. Go to war with the country that he's been fear-mongering about for
this
decades?
isn't what he ran on. Right?
Well,
so you have to say that if you have to give voters the benefit of the doubt that they believe what he was saying.
Oh my God.
You don't? You think that all the voters knew that he didn't mean no new wars? Because I honestly didn't. I can be honest sitting up here. I thought we were not going to have any new wars, and I didn't support it. So that's why I say you're putting me in a position that I'm not even defending.
That's how you do it.
Okay, hold on. Stop. Gibbs, please stop. Stop, all of you, both of you. Well, let me just ask you a simple question. Okay, knowing that they did lie to you.
The answer is no.
In 2028, are you going to vote for Republicans or Democrats?
Well, first,
hold on, let him answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
You're asking me?
Yes, you.
Who I'm going to vote for in 2028?
Yes, knowing that the Republicans basically lied to your face. No new wars. Oh, look, new wars. And they've drastically increased the debt and the deficit. Who are you voting for in 2028? Knowing what you know now, are you going to vote Republican again, or are you going to vote Democrat?
You know, can I just elaborate before I answer with context?
Before he says Republican, yeah.
Because I think the Democrats are worse, and I don't think
Trump
was deliberate. Let me just answer.
Finish, then you guys can respond.
I'm being 100% good faith. I'm not. I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm not like thinking out a talking point. I'm telling you what I honestly. I don't think he was lying when he said no new wars. I think he got manipulated by Israel and dog walked into this war. So I don't think it was an outright lie. I think he was manipulated and handheld into this war, and now he can't get out of it. Now they're sabotaging him in every way possible. So I don't
vote for Ruth.
Just as a quick question, can you tell me what kind of voodoo Harris was hooked up to that she could so accurately predict on stage several times that Donald Trump would get us into war with Iran? What did she know?
Well, I mean, to be honest, to be clear, first of all, I actually agree with Destiny on this, but in one factor. One, I don't think he lied to us. Two, he has been saying since 1988 that he was going to go in there and fucking take Long Island and dominate the shit out of Iran. And Iran tried to kill him. If you know anything about Trump, he's real petty. He's about the 50 cents of politicians. I don't think that he's going to sit here and let someone who tries to kill him get away with it if he can. So, yeah, I knew we were going to war. Everybody that told themselves they wasn't, they bamboozled themselves on that one. Sorry, I'm not going to stand here and take that one. I definitely knew he was going to war the whole time, and I voted for that. I wanted that. Now, that's a different section of the Republican Party, I guess. I don't know. But when we're sitting here talking about all these things like USAID, I'm looking at all these examples. This is all part of his Don Roe doctrine. He's trying to control the straits. He's redone these things. You talk about his economic plans, the TRIPS plan with Azerbaijan is fantastic. The new deal he made with Indonesia, the Strait of Malacca, fantastic. We're going to be guaranteeing that, and we're going to control the flow of oil. Looks like China is now starting to buy more of oil. We're becoming larger oil exporters than we've ever been before. We control Panama. That's another major strait, our passage right there. So, yeah, and then now we're talking to the NATO allies. Hey, listen, if you don't want us taking Greenland, y'all better go and spend some money and secure the Arctic passages, because guess what? You don't have two boats y'all can run together. Honestly, he asked NATO to do this as a trap, not only because we didn't think they would do it, but because they probably couldn't even get the boat out there to Iran, and if they wanted to. And guess who did get one out there? Okay. Argentina. Okay. So, hey, all these right-leaning governments. Hold on, one last thing. Wait, one last thing. But hold on, this is the sure. Hold on, I've been waiting a while here. So real quick, I'm sitting here when I'm sitting this. Oh, I said this earlier with the 7 countries in South America to watch. Argentina was one of the countries that sent ships to Iran with us. So, hey, guess what? Looks like those countries are already benefiting us now that USAID is gone.
Yeah, how much is Argentina's ships, the 2 tugboats they sent, how much has that helped us control the Strait of Hormuz?
It's pretty good. We got some freighters through with them.
Do you think that we are in control currently of the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, we are absolutely in control. We're the ones stopping.
Sounds like waste to me.
We're sending ships through most of the time. It's probably fine. They get one out of every like 500, whatever. Like, yeah, I mean, you can giggle. I mean, clearly you don't know the situation. You know, we can watch the transponders.
It's absolutely not even remotely true. The
Strait is true.
Dead.
We can watch the transponders. We're seeing it.
I heard JD Vance say yesterday that the amount, and maybe JD Vance is lying, but he said yesterday the amount of ships is down, but the amount of barrels that's going out is the same. Those mostly cargo ships that aren't going through, hauling other stuff. I'm just telling you, I heard him say it yesterday. So maybe the vice president is lying, but that's what the administration is saying, that the amount of barrels going through is almost back to pre-war amounts.
Yeah, I mean, and we
I
have
don't know.
evidence
Just
of
hold
this
on.
based on shipping
The
price
so
and shipping
I
transponders.
I just have to point this out. I'm
Sure.
sorry, but we've just gone over how they lied to you about no new wars,
Well, they didn't
and
lie.
then
I said I'm
you
just saying what
expressed
the administration is saying.
maybe they could be lying again. I don't know. It's
Then how do
possible
we
or
know
perhaps
anything?
likely
Well, hold
that
on.
that's
They
the
didn't
case.
lie. They didn't lie about no new wars. So I reject that completely. That's one of the
They
reasons.
And I
didn't
did say I
lie
don't think
about
they lied. I think he got dog
Or
walked.
was I read?
He got dog walked by Israel. I don't think I don't think it was his intention to say we're definitely not going to do this. Ha ha ha! As soon as I get in, I'm doing it. Like I don't think that's what he was doing. Do you got Destiny? Do you honestly think that's what he was doing the whole time? He had this plan. He was like, no new wars, no new wars. Fuck these guys. I'm going to start a new war when I get in there. Or did he get in there and Israel's like, we're going, and he was like, fuck it. We just did this in Venezuela. We had amazing success. He thought he could recreate it. He
Well,
was
they do this
wrong.
backflip.
and he
Wick
got
does
think
this
dog
Trump
walked
is.
backflip.
into
I
it.
think he's.
That's
Yes,
not
I
a
think Trump is.
lie.
I think he's
We-
stupid. But that would be my. I would
Yeah.
factor that in my vote for him. That I wouldn't vote for Trump because I know he's stupid. Just like he can't manage the debt or the deficit, which you said were existential threats for the United States, and Trump
So
has
did
failed
you.
miserably at.
So did
Yes,
you.
but
So
Harris
did
would
you.
have done a
That's
better
why
job
we
if I
should
voted for
cut
the Democrat.
USAID.
That's why I
Right.
vote. But
That's the
USAID is not
prompt.
impacting our debt or
That's not the
deficit that much.
prompt. That's not the prompt who I vote
You
for.
know,
I
hold
know
on,
you
hold
want to
on.
move it
But
there
just real
because you
quick,
lost the debate.
please, just so I can kind of make people understand, it isn't the prompt, but your argument is that the USAID was bad and we should end it
Yeah.
because the debt is an existential crisis. So
Yeah.
that makes it part of the debate.
Well, you're asking in the field. We don't know who the candidates are going to be. Should I vote for President AOC? Is that who you think we should vote for, Destiny? President AOC or over any Republican? Who do you guys think?
Republicans are incapable of managing the wallet. They can't do it.
How
You
come
guys
polling
spend
always indicates that
like
people trust
crazy.
Republicans
You're not
spend
willing
more?
to cut any spending, and you guys cannot manage the
trying to
tax
do it
receipts
right now.
either because you just want to cut your revenues over and over again. So no, I don't think if you care about the debt, I don't see how you can possibly elect a Republican. Republicans have shown for the past 3 decades that they cannot manage a wallet.
And yet the polling, every time they poll like independents and like Democrats, Republicans, people trust Republicans with the economy more than Democrats. Like I don't, so clearly there's some sort of disconnect here with what you're saying, and because I don't see it. And it seems like we do good. You talked about Clinton's policies. Clinton continued most of the policies Bush Senior put in, and so like I don't really know that that's the dunk you're thinking it is. I don't know. You're sitting here saying all these things, but really. I'm just saying USAID has been faulty and corrupt and bad overall, and we need to use our soft power more efficiently. And when I can point to examples where Europe can't even send a boat even if they wanted to, and to South America, who just a few years ago El Salvador was a piece of shit, and now they're over here right-leaning, they're over here sitting here fixing their stuff. They're able to send aid to Venezuela after the issue stuff just went down. They're able to send aid to other South American countries and Central American countries after all this stuff, after being a poor country for decades. And now we're seeing this switch, and same thing with South America. It's wonderful, and it seems like USAID was holding us back by keeping leftists in power that were coming against us.
Yeah, I mean, like that's like a fun narrative, but there's just no
It's
evidence
true.
or proof of literally any of
I
this.
just
So
gave
I don't
global
understand how
evidence.
you that USAID was the thing keeping some people in power. Do you think Malay is doing a good job down there as we have to subsidize them for tens of billions of dollars for their farmers, as our own farmers need subsidies because of how uncompetitive we're making our own markets, as China continues to outmaneuver us over and over again? Are you talking about how we're now hostile to all of our trading partners on the planet? Like we had 100 new deals in 100 days was supposed to be coming. We've had 0 deals so far. Nobody wants to make deals with us, and now we're cutting up our
You keep
successful
talking about
NAFTA
farmers.
deal.
This
Like, I
has
don't
to
know
do
what
with
you're
the
talking about.
prompt.
Who are the farmers? Like,
This guy just wants to get away from the prompt.
I'm interested to see this because you brought up the subsidies again earlier. I said, yeah, I think we should cut subsidies here. Who do you think the farmers are? Because the ones that are getting the subsidies are like, I guess it's Bayer now. It used to be Monsanto. They're the ones they're giant farmers, right? Mega corporations. So I didn't know the Dems were the party of, hey, give the mega corporations subsidies. Like that's crazy. Now ranching is mostly 97%, but I think it's really 17% of that, whatever, is independent. But when you're sitting here saying these things, yeah, I guess it's good to give the Malay a subsidy if they're going to actually send troops and ships to help us out. That's what the countries we should be backing. We should be spending soft power. So you're doing this weird backflip where it's like, hey, we should support our allies, except when they don't support us, and we should still give them money. Or, hey, I don't want you to subsidize stuff from Malay, even though he's actually doing stuff for America and actually helping us out.
What Malay doing for America? What?
He sent ships to help us during the fucking Strait thing. I just mentioned this. Like,
oh,
you're
Did it work?
God.
Yeah, it worked. They got the ships through. So my point is this: like you keep talking about like how they help. Yeah, I mean you could giggle, but my point is soft power has been going to help us. We're using soft power now to get for countries that want to be a part of Team America, and y'all want to just give money to everybody.
Well, hold on.
isolating
I'm
more
gonna have to
countries than
because I
we-
just
oh, yeah.
checked. I see no evidence that they sent ships at all. In
All
fact,
right, I'll get
people
another
saying that
thing.
they
Give
didn't.
me a minute.
Yeah, can you link me? Because yeah, I'm just maybe I just missed it, but I'm seeing nothing. But I could be incorrect.
All right, give me a minute. I haven't posted, so give me a second.
I know there's a Facebook
Yeah,
page.
it's gonna
that
take
said
me
it.
a second. I'll have to find it. I have it linked in my
Yeah,
Discord. Just give me a moment.
there was tweets that said it, but there was no actual announcement or article or anything I could really find.
Just give me a couple minutes. I got it. I'll find it before we in a second.
Yeah,
gotta
just
scroll
really
through
quick. But back to the USAID stuff.
Regardless, they're still doing stuff with us for
Yeah,
the
just real
economy,
quick.
so they're still helping us.
I don't know about that. The argument that USAID actually benefits these countries and helps them not just economically, but inspires goodwill towards America. Does that not sit with our interest? Is that not in just definitionally in America's interest? Especially when we have people like China and other bad actors, Russia, who are looking to also kind of sidle up to these other countries and maybe get influence in there as well. So isn't it us cutting off aid to these people only helping China and Russia?
No, I would say it depends on what it is, and I don't think cutting off diversity, equity, and inclusion training to Serbia in any way helps China. I honestly, I think it's the opposite. I think like aligning ourselves with these programs that we know don't work more hurts America. Like that's what I mean. It depends on what the specific aid program is and whether or not we should cut it. But it seems like a majority of these, whether it be something I consider just wasteful, like a DEI initiative overseas, or an LGBT or a gay comic book. Sorry, not a trans comic book. Whatever
You
it
keep
is,
on-
An education comic book.
Or what
an
about
education
what about
comic book. You see how they
keep
want to
focusing
phrase
on
it?
you
I
keep
don't,
focusing on
even
this
if it's an education comic book, I don't think that we have to have a priority, a hierarchy of what's important to
You
us.
gotta let them respond.
And
You
when
gotta let
the
them respond.
say again.
You gotta let them respond once you make the point.
Yeah, no,
You-
he can respond. I'm saying a hierarchy of priorities, and I don't see any of these things being top priority.
Sure. Why is it then that like they were cutting like PEPFAR and stuff? Like you keep focusing on the
I have a PEPFAR. I have it here. We could talk about it. That's the Presidential Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Is that the
Yeah.
one? Why did they cut it? I don't know. Maybe they found some fraud or abuse in there. Do you have evidence that they
cut
didn't?
the whole program? Evidence that they didn't?
Well, they cut it. So that's the evidence that I'm citing, that there was fraud and abuse. Do you have evidence that that's incorrect?
That's not how evidence.
You don't have
works. I don't know
evidence
how
that's
could-
correct.
This is the
You're
dumbest
asserting the
statement
claim.
you could possibly make. Like,
Well, this is a waste, fraud, and abuse program that cut it. Right?
Yeah, but
What was
it
their
no, it wasn't, because Doge did not find any waste, fraud, or abuse. They just
How
identified
do you
programs
know
that
what they
the
found?
administration was ideologically opposed to. That's not what waste,
Yeah,
fraud,
but to
and abuse
them,
is.
that's wasteful. But to them, that's wasteful, Destiny.
Okay, if you're retarded,
I gotta ask. I gotta ask. Okay, I gotta ask you, Jack.
No, that's not what
You're
makes
saying a
me-
journalist can't
Hold on,
lie because they're a journalist.
Andrew, I gotta ask. If the next 2028 comes around, we get President AOC, and she makes a group called the Pedophile Finders and Arresters, and they go out and they arrest Trump and they arrest all the Republicans. Is that evidence that the people they arrest are pedophiles? Would that be sufficient evidence to you?
No, but if
Okay,
they
so
start
why is it
arresting people,
sufficient evidence to you
hold on,
that
as a
the
basic
Doge calling
moderator
itself
too.
a
If they
anti-fraud,
start
waste, and abuse,
arresting people and
them
saying
cutting it
these
is
people are
fraud, right?
pedophiles, then we can then look at those people and see if those claims are true. They still did arrest people that they said were pedophiles. The government did still shut down these programs, and you guys looked it up. You're trying to like get it on a technicality and say, oh, it's educational and it just had a gay character. It's not a transgender comic book. So you're even admitting that it's real.
It's not a technicality. That's the
You're even admitting it's real.
purpose.
I'm saying we think it's wasteful. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but you've
I
not
think
proven
we
waste, and
think
you said
that's
you would
wasteful.
investigate the alleged rapist
That's what we're doing.
arrests, but you have not investigated and proven waste or fraud or abuse. It just cut you medical relief for people with AIDS around the globe. That
hold on,
does
hold on.
actually build soft power.
Let's just use the example of the comic book thing. I think it's a pretty dumb example, but let's just use it real quick.
Why don't we use
Okay,
PEPFAR? We were talking about PEPFAR.
Well, we've been talking about both.
Yeah, let's talk. We haven't talked about PEPFAR yet, and I want to. So go ahead.
Okay, so fine. Okay, well, what is the PEPFAR thing again here? What did y'all just say? I was ready to go with a whole different argument, but whatever.
AIDS prevention. AIDS
Yeah,
prevention.
AIDS
In the third
prevention.
world,
Okay,
it's like,
AIDS,
you know,
that's
life or
right,
death
right,
kind of thing, medication.
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah, cool.
It's
I mean,
boring.
so yeah, it's boring. Yeah, well,
Nobody
yeah,
else can pay for it. Only us.
Yeah, I mean, we're the only country. I know that the argument they're going to make is, oh, we don't want other countries to step in and do it because that's going to us give up the soft power. But you know, I mean, like, listen, here's the thing. Yeah, it's sad these people got AIDS, but like, did they have the sex themselves? Maybe most time, yes, most of the time they did. You know, I'm not going to say everyone was a product of not a consensual sex that got AIDS from war torn countries. Sure, some of them probably got that way too. That's sad, right? You know, here's the deal: these are war torn countries with populations that live there, right? It's not. Listen, we're not just some global police force as much as people want us to be. We have debt. We have other issues. We have issues here at home. We have problems. There's other countries that are rising in power. Russia and China. I hear about it all the time from people. Multipolarity. It's coming, right? And so, like, if that's the case, then why are we the only ones that are going to sit here and spend our money? It seems like they're having us throw money in a black hole that's never going to sit here and help us out. These countries still hate us because of religion, because we're infidels, for all sorts of other reasons, because propaganda, etc., etc. And then you still want us to throw money at this problem, and it's not helping us at all. And then when I go, hey,
you gotta let them respond.
Well, sure.
So you have not actually substantiated that doesn't help us at all. In fact, PEPFAR was studied, and that PEPFAR does actually not only it has saved lives, like over 100,000 lives, even since it was cut like a year ago, right? But also, PEPFAR is the one area because it's a health-based thing. It's one of the easiest to quantify a little bit. It gets journalist coverage, and it's when we have the clearest idea. Has actually increased public perceptions of America abroad and at home. Like, it gets positive coverage, and that's one of the things that leads to soft power.
What countries is this in? Are they predominantly Christian?
PEPFAR is pretty global. It's pretty complicated. It's like one of the bigger, more complicated things. Yeah.
Right. But where AIDS is mainly located is in what areas?
I think Sub-Saharan Africa was the huge focus on it, but like even
now, what is America's popularity in Sub-Saharan Africa, where it's a bunch of Muslim extremists and extreme Christian like groups fighting each other?
Well,
would you say
higher with PEPFAR than without?
They hate us anyway. Why
hate
should
us
we
anyway?
pay for hate us? We have to pay for them too.
Okay, how about we fix that? I want them to not hate us. I want to support solutions and make them not hate us.
Hold on. We got to give the ball to She's Right and Destiny to have their say.
Arguably, the AIDS meds is helping these people.
Andrew, not Andrew. Sorry.
I like supporting programs that make people not hate us.
Aside for a minute. And you start talking. What is going on?
Because you keep cutting us off right when we.
I don't cut you off. You talk for 10 minutes, and you need.
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
Just give the ball to them for a little bit.
Yeah. So, there are some countries that are led by evil governments. Fuck them. I don't support them or make apologies for them. This is a program that saves lots of lives and improves their attitudes towards America. This is part of resolving their hatred of us. Whereas, like, war does not make people like you a lot of time. This is one of those parts that's. I believe we should agree here. This is a problem we want to solve. This is something that is helping solve it. So
if they stay alive longer, they can spend more money, right? They can work harder. That's something that happens, right?
Potentially.
Okay, so if these countries are countries that don't like us with governments that are evil, we're paying to keep evil governments, countries, people alive, supplying them economically with physical soldiers and bodies for their economy. Why the fuck would we want to do that?
Isn't that
because economically developed countries liberalize?
Well, I mean, yeah, we're bombing the shit out of Iran. I guess their leadership would probably disagree, considering they're hiding in holes. But sure.
Not only that, but you said this moves them. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, Trump's about to give Iran the sweetest deal that's ever had in the history of the existence of that country. But
we don't know what the deal is going to be yet. I know you keep trying to bring it here because you don't want to debate the point, but I'll say, like, the deal's not over.
I'm sure isn't that kind of crazy that none of them ever are?
I'm sure you've bought in a house before or something. You get disclosures throughout the deal, and they're different every time, and they're never the same as the deal at the end. So I'm not going to call the game like in the middle.
I'm not familiar with that. Where you negotiate on a house for 10 years and the conditions are constantly changing.
Disclosures change during the process of working out the deal, and then the last one is the final deal. That's how it always works. So I don't know why you in the middle.
I don't know why you would even make that analogy. Nothing like how Trump negotiates. No, it's not.
You get initial disclosures on a deal, and then it changes. You keep getting new disclosures throughout the process, showing you the updated changes until you get the final disclosures. That is how deals work.
Where are they then? Where are all these deals that Trump has worked out? You realize he hasn't made a single fucking one, right?
That's what I'm saying. We're not going to call it in the middle. Why don't instead of rooting for America to fail and calling it before it's over, why don't we just wait and see how it plays out?
What were the deals that he got in his first administration for the 4 years there?
But that's not what we're discussing now.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is,
none.
why don't we? Yeah, because you keep moving the goalposts around. You want
I'm
me to,
asking
like,
for any
make a
deal.
point
He
over
said he's
here,
making
point
this.
over
How do you
here.
make
I'm trying to
deals?
stick
He
to
didn't make
one.
any. He didn't make any. He hasn't made any. What can I evaluate? There's none
And
to
again,
evaluate.
you're like moving off the prompt because you know this stuff that we're bringing up is wasteful. You know it. You
No.
admitted that it's an existential threat, and there's no basis for which we can just keep throwing money down the drain. And you have no
Yeah, Trump
proof that
continues
it's
to do
doing
it.
anything in any of these places. You said, why should we send to places that have evil warlords? Well, I brought up Sudan. So can we cut Sudan, and can we cut the DEI in Serbia?
If you
And we'll
knew
keep
about this,
the-
we
we'll
already
keep the
have
aid
stopped
program?
funding food
Can
for
we cut
Sudan and South
some of
Sudan,
them?
which are two
I'm
of the
being
highest need
reasonable.
areas, by the way.
Can we
But you
keep
haven't looked into this, so you're just
Can we
lying.
keep the AIDS program and cut the DEI? Like, can we cut some
You
of
didn't
them? Are
do
you guys
that.
okay with
None
that?
of you guys did that. You cut it all.
I'm
So that
asking
makes it
you
seem like
that's
you don't really
okay
give a
with
fuck.
you. I'm debating you. Is that okay with you?
If there are programs that you want to cut because either the money's not going towards where it's supposed to be going towards, I think it's totally fine to evaluate it and cut it. But that's not what they
Thank you.
did.
So can we then
Would you
work
cut
out
the
a
evaluation
system
mechanisms?
for which to track it better before we open up?
That's
the
USAID, dipshit!
That's what USA does.
My
That's
whole
what the
point,
program is.
dipshit, is that it wasn't working. That's our whole point.
How do you
It wasn't
know?
working. How do I know? Because it's going to places with chattel slavery. I have a pretty good idea that they're not using the money
Okay.
efficiently.
Hold on.
They're
It's not a
making
metric of
about
it
I gotta
working
make a
or
little
not.
money.
It's not a metric of it
hours.
working or not.
I gotta
The
let
new
come
ballroom-
and make
wait,
a little
real
money.
quick,
So
just
you
a
want
quick
to send
question.
money to people that are slavers.
I give
Hold on,
you
hold on. I
exactly
gotta make a
what
little
it
money.
is.
Quick
That's
question,
my
quick question.
position.
Is the
That's
new
that's
question,
her
then I gotta-
position.
Can we
She
characterize the new
desperately wants to
ballroom?
give money to slavers. Desperately.
Oh my God, the filibustering. Can we qualify the new ballroom as
She
waste,
just
fraud,
said
and
it.
abuse? Is that okay?
What does that have to do with the? What does that have to do with the prompt?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Can that be waste, fraud, and abuse?
I don't think it's wasteful. Like, should
I
the
do.
White House not have a nice ballroom? I'm not saying it's necessary.
No. I'm saying it's wasteful. So can I say you said
Exactly.
that it's
So
an
that brings my
existential
point.
threat? You said it was an
think certain-
existential threat that our debt and deficit is so high. So why the fuck are we tearing down parts of the White House that were perfectly fine before and wasting
This
money
thing's
on building
foreign
ballrooms?
policy. We can talk about those things, and I agree with you. I said
Okay, let me-
domestic and foreign.
Yeah, let me read some super chats because I gotta make a little money, okay?
Sure.
And then we'll get back to it. And this will get a little breather for everyone. $5 from the average Jake L to say, Mr. Mooten said we should donate. Thank you, Mr. Mooten, for supporting other base liberals. Well, yes, you should donate. Mr. Mooten is entirely correct. Thank you for the $5. $5 from
Mr.
Sorwolf.
Company.
Why
Thanks
bring up elections? Is
acknowledging
Gibbs
it.
implying no U.S. aid led to pro-American governments being elected, or that the consequences won't happen?
Sorry, what was the question?
$2 from It's Vishy. What does Stephen Bennell do?
Thank you for
about
subscribing.
6-7?
Vote blue no matter
Okay, thank
true. No matter vote blue no matter who.
$20 from Pondering Politics.
I agree.
For after the debate, in light of recent Trump financial disclosures, the grand debut of the Qatar plane Air Force One, and the many, many Trump family government contracts, can the MAGA folks weigh in on Trump corruption?
Gibbs or me? You can go, Gibbs.
I mean, oh no. I don't give a shit about the Qatar plane.
Hold on, you understand that, like, it was like $600 million, and it
yeah,
was
I mean,
given as like
sure, and then the Air Force decked it out and cleared it out, and they were already in the process, if I recall, of talking about replacing Air Force One with a new one anyway. You know, so this actually probably saved us money in the long run. So, like, hey, I guess we don't like taking gifts that save us money and are going to protect future presidents in perpetuity. Okay. Oh no, it's fraud, it's corruption. No, it's not. But whatever.
Take a look at Pelosi or Ilhan Omar.
I don't want to listen.
What about Pelosi?
I don't know. She's the best trader I've ever seen. She's better than what is it, like Murdoch? Every trader ever put together. She's the best one.
Her husband is a hedge fund manager.
He's
That's
the
his
best
job
hedge fund manager. Not
in
just
the world.
he's the best one.
Then why has he only made? Why is the money he's made? Why have they made a pittance compared to what Donald Trump has made in like the last year and a half?
Why? Because it depends on how much you put up as to how much you earn back. So you have to look at the percentage at which he's right, which is extremely high. We can look it up. We've been looking
As
things
the
up.
president of the United States, he's making good predictions on world economies. Wow, go
So
figure.
you're
What do you
saying
call
that
that?
Nancy
What do you
Pelosi
call that?
is no
Isn't that
insider
isn't that
trading? Is that
corruption?
your claim?
It's never been proven, has it?
Are you saying she's not insider trading?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's any good reason to believe so.
Fair enough. Okay, so we disagree.
$10 from It's Fishy.
Do you have evidence of it?
I said we disagree. Do you have evidence that she's not based on her track record?
You're making the claim that she is. The burden of proof is on you to provide that evidence.
We can look at something called trend.
Okay. You
These guys are the
Go
ultimate.
ahead.
What is Pelosi's? I'm curious now. What is Pelosi's track record? Like, what are her average annual
I
returns or
said
gains?
we could pull it up. I
Well,
already said I didn't have the
I will
exact
say this:
number.
it's very high. But I will say this, guys: if you want, you can use the autopilot app and invest. It'll make trades proportionally directly into with the Pelosi's. And mine investment has done fantastic since I've done that, for the record. So check that out.
Okay. $10 from It's Vishy. I know Gibbs and the other chucklefuck are in love with Trump and his foreign policy, but then are against USAID, which was a huge driver of our soft power. These guys know nothing about politics, man. Well, thank you for the $10.
Can I respond to that? Because
You
I
can.
wasn't for Trump's foreign policy. I made that quite clear. Gibbs is. I wasn't. So that's incorrect.
Okay. $5 from Radell. Caring about the national debt is fake woke if you voted for Trump. Did Mr. Fisted vote? It's Mr. Fist, first of all. Vote for Trump that is ruining our national debt and budget deficit? I believe he said he did. It's Vishy. Dragon D's nuts does not know who inspector generals are. Legit, the independent oversight of multiple agencies.
Very good.
10 Headless Chicken. I can't read that one. But thank you for the $10. Yeah, you hold on. Moderators, can we anyway. Potter Politics for $5. Ask this dumb fuck in the hat why I'm more likely to find a Confederate flag at a GOP rally or at a GOP household if the parties didn't switch.
Oh, they didn't switch.
That would
They
be.
didn't switch.
Okay, so why would we be more likely to find a Confederate flag at a GOP rally or at a GOP household if the parties didn't switch?
Well, you wouldn't, because the SPLC is
Wouldn't.
going to be funding those agencies. That's why they funded, the Unite the Right. That's why we're finding out all sorts of other crazy stuff, all the time. That's why we had David Duke supporting the Clintons. That's why we have Richard Spencer saying he votes Democrat. That's why we have Nick Fuentes claiming that he's a Democrat. The party switch never happened. That's a lie. We could go into that, but that's not the topic of the day. That's something you can debate for hours on end.
What do you think? One day they were like, okay, let's switch now. All your positions, we're just going to switch them over, and we're going to take like.
Well, if you read history books, you do.
I mean, if you do it,
does that sound like something that happened?
What sounds more realistic? Their positions
Only one
basically
Republican
switching or evolving, or that all the people that lived in the southern states all moved to the northern states, and all the people in the northern states all moved to the southern states?
They moved to the urban areas. That's not true. What you're saying isn't true. The Democrats were the party. So you're saying Republicans weren't the party of Lincoln? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the southern states all voted for the Democratic
Lincoln's
Party.
your guy, not our guy.
Who in 2026? Which party in 2026?
I'm just saying that in order to effect the same change, you would have had to have all these people moving and swapping homes.
Yeah, people moved.
Yeah, I mean, who in 2026? Which party is saying who's going to pick our crops?
New York City.
Okay. I got more. I gotta get through them.
Demographic change in the last 20 years.
I gotta get through them.
Stay in school, kids. There are cool Peruvian comic books about it.
That's the demographic change in New York City. Take on staying in school.
Okay, I gotta make money, gang.
Sure.
General Grievous for $2. Dragon Fist is fine with $300 billion to Iran. I don't think he is. $5 from Corneo. These conservatives are deeply unserious. Please find better guests.
Oh my God.
$5 from Trevekia. Does Admiral Gibbs and Dragon Fist feel Trump was properly allocating funds when proposing the $1.776 billion for the anti-weaponization /fund?
Every question is just whataboutism, whataboutism. If you want to have a debate on any of those issues, you could tell Mr. Wick. I'm sure Destiny and She's Right will come back and we could debate any of those issues. We're debating this issue, which is USAID foreign policy. So that's what
listen, I'm not despite my rep, I'm not a mad guy. I don't like that policy for the 1.76 trillion. That's a bad one. Not every policy is going to be one that I like. That's okay. I didn't like that one. Okay.
Which is Persona for $2. Link for the comics, asking for a friend. I'll put it in my Discord. Scorned, thank you for the 5-month membership. These people shouldn't be allowed to vote. Okay. $5 from It's Fishy. Makes claim, quote unquote. Show us. Dude, this is a problem. We don't know if it's true or not. End quote.
Why is it that all of those Confederate statues, I guess, were those all put up then by Democrats? Why is it the Republicans are the ones who always cry when they get torn down?
Tear them down. I don't give a shit. I mean, like, this is
Once
again, this is I'll argue. Hold on, we already caught the SPL. Hold on, testify. Well, hold on, it's not crazy. I just brought this up. We just had congressional testimony that the SPLC was funding recruitment, flag burnings, and clothing for the KKK and the neo-Nazis. So yeah, I would
Why?
say that secretly. Why? Well, allegedly it's for informers, but one of the bitches was sleeping
Oh.
with one of the
She
top
was
people.
banging the dude. I was just gonna say that. She was
crazy. That I guess I don't. It's crazy that somebody that's so anti-racism would be banging King Dick racist. Like doesn't make much sense there, unless liberals and leftists are the actual party of racism.
So that's not an ideological motivation.
What he's saying.
Like it is in 2026, they're still the same ones wanting to have a subclass to pick their crops. Who's going to pick our crops? You know who said that? 1860s. Guess who said that? The Dems. Oh, crazy how that didn't really change.
Okay.
Crazy how all those leaders I mentioned.
Okay, you guys, this was like a $5 question, and you're giving like $50 answers.
Yeah, I mean,
$5 from Kyle Link. Awesome to see Dragon Fist has pivoted from karate to debate. I'm afraid of what any more karate chops to the head would do to him.
That would hurt.
$5 from Black Pilled Kiwi. You aborted a third of Gen Z? Should have been half. Okay. $2 from the Witch's Persona. She's right. Name checked out. Paul Cast 5 or 6 says government funded trans comic USAID orgies for all. Okay. $10 from It's Fishy. What are your thoughts on OBA, OBBBA, and TCGA? He cares more about his minor funding compared to cuts to healthcare, Medicare, and ballooning our debt and deficit. You want to respond to that quickly?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've moved positions recently on some funding here. You know, now that we know how much fraud is going to all these programs in Minnesota and California, maybe if we restructured them and relooked at them, we could actually fund some of these things, maybe help Americans. But we won't know until we use Doge to gut out the fraud and all this other issues and use the Justice Department to look into these corruption.
Oh, no, we'll get to it later, but
thanks for that tee off. Appreciate it.
I'm really curious what if you think Doge was financially positive for us or not. But
Doge has failed. Doge is done. I don't know why we're even pretending like anything different. But
what's the chick that's the oh god damn it, the press conference girl? What's her name? I can't think of her name.
Levitt?
Thank you, appreciate it. I don't know why I'm blanking, but Caroline Levitt just literally gave out a speech, like a point where she listed 8 things, like last week, about the Doge just cut. So they're still working. This is like a fake news thing that y'all keep doing, saying Doge doesn't exist anymore. They're definitely still doing things. Pete Hegseth also quoted Doge finding stuff recently. So I guess y'all are just making shit up.
Okay.
$10 from majorly disbanded. They're not really funding anything significant anymore. There might be some people working in departments doing ordinary cuts or whatever, but we were initially promised $2 trillion in cuts by Elon. Then that went down to $1 trillion. Then it went down to $100 billion, and then it kind of sort of ended up in them just cutting programs that they didn't like because they couldn't find any waste, fraud, and abuse, or they would just quote things from OAGs that had already found some. Either wasteful spending or stuff that needed to be addressed. And then now we just have it as part of the government where every now and then they'll just say, well, if they fire somebody, we can give Doge credit for it, which is actually just retarded because these departments can take care of themselves. So I don't know why you need to make another bureaucratic department to tell other departments how to spend their money. It sounds like the dumbest thing ever. It was dumb and it continues to be dumb. And if it exists in any form today, it is probably definitionally waste, fraud, and abuse.
Okay. $10 from Lawson Harrison. Destiny and Alice should start a channel where they talk about ranching and martial arts so that these regards can understand the feeling. Okay. $5 from Keep Your Bill Steins. For our martial artist, how much or by how much did the USAID cuts reduce the national debt? I should have expected it was a big amount, no?
Well, the national debt is, I don't know if this is a trick question. The national debt is not going down at all. It pretty much never gets reduced. We don't pay on the principle of it. This is a separate issue. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't cut things. Like we have to cut things to get to the point where it starts to come down, right? We have to spend less. We have to, do you have another solution? People are saying like, we shouldn't vote. We're not even saying we want people to get hurt or we want to cut all aid or we don't want soft power. We're not saying any of those things. We're just saying, let's check. Maybe we can keep the AIDS prevention program and cut the DEI in Serbia. We're being reasonable and also consistent.
The two easiest things are fully fund the IRS, stop trying to gut it all the time. It's the only agency that actually makes money for the government. It's literally your IRS, and then get rid of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That should massively decrease the amount of money that the government was making. So obviously we can't pay down our debt because we're not making any money.
You're agreeing with my premise that we have an existential problem here. So how we get to cutting, it doesn't matter. We have to cut. And if we have things that are wasteful, whether it's my interpretation of wasteful or your interpretation of wasteful, they have to be on the table at least that we can discuss them. And that's what we're trying to do. I'm not saying cut every program. That's not my position. I'm not defending domestic positions because that's not the prompt. But we can come back and talk about that another time. I'm sure there's many domestic programs that we can cut. But not one piece of evidence has been provided that any of these programs are helping anybody. It's just what you guys think they're doing. No direct evidence that the money's going where it's supposed to be going. I'm citing issues like California, where we see humanitarian programs where all the money gets wasted. Why would it be any different in sub-Saharan Africa? Only a moron would think it's going to run more efficiently over there.
$5 question, just FYI.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are giving
question
$50
over and over.
Yeah.
Impactcounter.com.
$5 from Benji Boy. To the crazy Republican, why do you think 32,000 is breaking the U.S. budget, but Republicans have tried trickle-down economics 4 times now? Please explain. Well, I think he just did. Echem for $5. U.S. debt is an existential problem. Given that, why not focus on closing the tax gap for $700 billion versus $125 million for
Brady
USA?
Hilton, thank you for subscribing.
Literally 5,600 times more effective.
Well, that's not the prompt. Like, I
Greg
can
Yo.
only, yeah, get it.
Yeah, Greg Yo for $5. Why does Andrew keep claiming straw man when the other side is accurately summing up his points?
Media literacy.
Dead Dodger Jim for $5. Tell Purple Joker and Hat Guy in witness protection, did Trump save or waste money on the reflecting pool?
I would assume
That's a good one.
that he didn't save money. However, I wouldn't call having nice things in the Capitol a waste either. So, I mean, is it a priority for Papa Gibbs? No, it's not a real high priority. However, I don't really see the pennies that he spent on that as wasteful, and I would rather that go to that than, I guess, some comic in Peru. I don't really give a shit about the comic, but hey, let's let the fucking pool be nice. It doesn't help, though, the lefties over here making it worse by destroying it again after it just got fixed, but that's neither over there.
Not taking
No
that.
evidence of that.
$2 from It's Fishy. He needs to vote Dem if he's scared of debt. $5 from the average Jake. Steven Seagal Jr. must have lost all his bullshito fights. His brain damage is on full display. He never confirmed that the moon exists. Does it? Okay. $5 from Benji Boy. 11 of the last 13 recessions were started by Republicans. Since you care about the budget, I assume you're voting Democrat now. $5 from Stormwolf. So we care about cutting the debt.
Priorities.
So we focus on 1% of the budget and vote for Republicans when Democrats always decrease the deficit. $10 from Pondering Politics. Does he disavow Trump now? Will he commit to voting for Democrats in the midterms and in 2028?
You want me to answer?
Will you commit?
I won't commit. I have to see who the nominees are. You know, Dems
Okay,
are
sure.
voting.
Well, let me ask, what is one
Figures.
Democratic nominee you would vote for?
And don't say Graham Planter.
I'm not going to make a statement about a Democrat I would vote for at this time.
You can't.
I'll do one. I like Fetterman. Do you like Fetterman?
I do like Fetterman, but I'm still not. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. You can't think of a single Democrat you would vote for? Not one?
I just don't want to make the statement that I support any Democratic candidates without fully investigating. But Fetterman is reasonable, at least. Seems to be more reasonable.
Okay. Can I just real quick, because we keep saying this, so we can at least just look for PEPFAR. So Bush launched this in like 2003, and then it was. Look at that. Just bring this chart up. If we look at like AIDS deaths in Africa or HIV deaths, AIDS deaths in Africa, you can kind of see like pretty clearly, right, as it's capping out at, go figure, around 2003, and then for a year or two afterwards, and then they start to come down.
Is this the one you're sending me here?
Is it the link? Scroll down to, there's like cute little lines or whatever.
Yeah. This?
Yeah, scroll down. Sorry, those aren't cute lines. Those are boring lines. There's your
Oh,
cute
is
line.
this cute lines? I don't know what a cute line is. I'm going to be real.
That's a cute line.
Okay, this is a cute line. Got it. Okay, what are we looking at?
Well, so I mean, like in terms of estimates, if you give like credit to PEPFAR for the decrease in deaths here, right? People get up to 25 million lives here that are not dead, not people that aren't dead as a result of PEPFAR. So I don't understand why we keep saying it doesn't do anything. USA doesn't help. Nobody's doing anything to prevent deaths. We don't have any evidence of it preventing deaths. I mean, that's like one we can go into. That's probably the largest program that people would say there, and it's another one that the Trump admin attacked.
So did we go in and like jack these people with AIDS?
Hold on. in
Yeah,
the
did we-
chart, if you're looking at it, and you can pull it up by clicking
I see
the
it.
watch stream, it shows from about 2002 where they peak, and it starts dropping drastically till about 2022, where there's a short increase. And 2023 is the least, I guess the latest data we have. Destiny's argument is that this was credited to PEPFAR, that
Right.
PEPFAR helped reduce these deaths. Is this
Sure. I understand
evidence that this helps reduce deaths and helps people?
Listen. The problem is, once again, is this is no evidence this helps the United States. Y'all can argue, oh, deaths is good, it builds goodwill, all these things. One, I got to be honest, unless we were the ones over there injecting these people with AIDS, I got the world's smallest violin here for them. Otherwise, because I don't care. Maybe I'll be the bad guy. Not my problem.
Of the 25 million saved, 7 million infants were prevented
it's sad.
from acquiring
It's sad.
HIV.
It's sad. It's
is
sad.
it their fault? Is it the baby's fault when they die of AIDS?
No, it's not the baby's fault, but it's the parents' fault, and
Oh
it's
my
the
God.
government's fault. It's the government's fault. Do you
Okay.
disagree that their leadership and the people there that are exhibiting these behaviors and doing these things, it's their fault for engaging in these actions? Was it okay? And I think once again, I'm not going to bash the LGBTQ, right? But gay shower complexes where they had the bathhouses was credited back in the day with causing the spread of HIV among people. And originally, people were like, oh, this is like a very mean thing to say about it, but it's because the unprotected sex and the habits was spreading amongst this community. And once they had more sexual education, that slowed it down. I would argue, okay, hey, it's still on them. It's still on them for engaging in that behavior.
Do you think it'd be useful to spend money on helping to give them sexual education?
No, because once again, that's going to give economic benefits and military power to countries that don't like us, and this goodwill is not being extended. They're going to be, oh wow, thanks
So
for the young
sexual education on safe sex for homosexuals is going to increase their military power?
And yeah, with you're dying at 40 from AIDS, do you think you're able to fight longer than if you're healthily, if you're don't have AIDS at all? If you're homosexual, and I don't know.
PEPFAR was running for 20 years. Which one of these sub-Saharan African countries were going to war with us?
Well, we see Nigeria. Did Nigeria get any of it? Because we first fought Boko Haram. We had a 6-country war that we were backing up Boko Haram with Chad and all these other countries. We're in Djibouti right now. We're sending people out. Like that's where AFRICOM is. There's a reason why we have AFRICOM.
Which one of these countries are going to war with us?
I mean, none of them. But they could be going to war with our allies, like Rwanda. Countries go to war. There was just the Great African War, the Great African War too. Was those things that happened? Yeah. Did we have countries that we were allied with in those regions to some extent? Have economic engagements with? Yes, absolutely. So it's not just directly us. So when you're saying, oh, let's give all this money to all these countries that are helping, you don't have any evidence this economically didn't help our enemies, which is much more likely it did help them to some capacity, especially when we're just giving this willy-nilly indiscriminately to mass populations.
Okay. $5 from Aliceness. Wow. So not only is Trump failing on no new wars, but he also failed at being the amazing negotiator since he got bamboozled by Israel. He kinda sucks. Okay. $5 from Tyrion Grayman. Wick, can you pull up maritime traffic and zoom to the strait? We'll do it later. Not for $5, I can't. Okay. You gotta add a zero there. $5 from Aliceness. He changed Department of Defense to the Department of War. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Are you that naive?
It was after he was elected.
Okay.
It was.
I mean, yeah, true. Okay, real serious for 100 in Argentina money. I don't know how much that is. I'm Argentinian, voted for Milei, and Reddit mod Joker is straight up BSing. Argentina supports the Iran war and Israel diplomatically, but they never sent shit. We can barely finance ourselves.
I do have the quote on that, and I was mistaken. The quote was by analysts would have amounted to about 2 ships being sent. That is
okay. So you basically made up a story.
No, I didn't make it up. I just was going off the quotes that I had, and I was incorrect, and I just admitted that I was incorrect, which was what the analyst said. So, like, hey, I'm not trying to sit here and lie in bad faith, like whatever. But Argentina has openly said they would support, and I have their foreign minister on video. I can share it where he says that he would do any military support that we need if we asked.
Okay, $10 says evil for ML Evil Elrond to say this isn't a forum for open discourse anymore. In my opinion, it's just platforming 2 liars and relying on Destiny to counter them. Just tell the MAGAs to self-delete and move on. This is silly.
I feel like she's right as countering more than I have.
Dude.
For talking points.
Listen to that comment. Self-delete? What did we say? That's a lie. So we should self-delete?
You said there was a transgender comic book. You said that quite a lot.
It's a gay comic book? So I should self-delete over it?
Well, no, but what
It's
you
the party
asked
of
was
tolerance.
what was the lie,
Well,
so I answered that question, and then you retreat to
also the
another
votes
question.
thing.
Do that shit a
It's not
lot.
a lie.
Well, that wasn't a lie.
Category
It is a
error.
lie.
It's not a lie.
It is a lie.
The
You
vote thing
confidently
wasn't a
made a
lie.
claim you had no evidence
Right.
for whatsoever, and then you talked
He
over
pulled it up.
any
He found the
presentation of
comic book
evidence.
in Peru. He found the price of it. It's not a lie. You're just categorizing it differently and calling it a lie. That doesn't make it a lie.
There wasn't a transgender comic book.
Okay, what is a transgender comic book? What's the specific definition?
I don't know, bud. You brought up
Oh,
that
that's what I
claim.
thought. Can we
Hold on,
keep
what would
going?
you consider transgender comic book?
I don't know. I'm not the one like
If
trying
a
to
comic book
categorize
has
it
a
and call you a
brought it up.
liar. I thought we could like give a little good faith here. Like it wasn't a lie.
It was good faith. You would have researched it first.
Did research
wait.
it. That's why I have it written down.
You wrote down something wrong.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Okay,
Must be a lie
let
then.
me keep going. I'm going to do a couple more, then we're going to get back to the discussion, then I'll read the rest later. $10 from Real Serious to say, Wick, please tell Diabetic Joker he is absolutely lying. I'm Argentina, and the opposition here would have absolutely flamed him for that. Okay, fair enough. He did admit he was wrong. $10 from A Call 92. If these guys think Trump is our best option for president and Israel let him by the nose, shouldn't we accept our Jewish overlords? Seems they know better than our administration. Okay. With that, I guess this is to Destiny's side. How do you guys deal with this, right? Like when people will just like what is your best positive argument for USAID? Why should we have it?
For like an adult conversation or for
Yeah,
a
for an adult
conversation for retards? For an adult conversation, the United States is the world hegemonic leader. Like, and we have to have good relationships with a bunch of people around the world for a variety of reasons. We want them to be amenable to our culture so that we get along better, so that we can make better trade deals, so that people are more likely to loop us in on intel-related stuff, whether that means catching terrorists or cooperating or being a part of things that we used to recognize like Five Eyes or NATO or whatever. Like having more cooperation with all these other countries where we're invested and interested in so many parts of the world is a good thing. And USAID is just like an easy freebie. It's just like a thing that you do that can give you a whole bunch of goodwill from other countries that are in dire straits in some ways, and it's not that big of an expense for us. So as long as we're not like breaking the bank doing this, and as long as we're not I guess like diverting money to terrorists, like it's just an obvious easy freebie gimme thing. It's like throwing money at an IRA or a 401k. Like these seem like obvious investments even before you get into the moral argument of we have had like such tremendous advancements in medicine and aid delivery and everything else. Why would we not, if we have the ability to invest in this, why would we not do this? And then on the other side, for the people that attack it, it's very obvious that they just take like a brain dead approach to like anything with the word trans, even if it's transgenic mice research, but there's nothing with trans people, or if it has the word DEI or anything even in it, even if it has nothing to do with diversity, equity, or inclusion, they just want to cut all of it because they're on some rampage through the government. But then they always cite that the reason why they want to do this is because of stuff related to the budget. But these guys are always voting for the largest spenders in all of U.S. history. Again, I can't take somebody seriously who says that Donald Trump has a debt that is like 1/3 of our current U.S. debt. We owe it to Donald Trump, but that the cuts to USAID were somehow necessary and somehow help the budget, especially when Trump is like on a rampage against all these programs anyway, right? When he talks about shithole countries and funding all these other things. Like it's obviously, like to anybody that's not retarded, it's obviously an intensely ideologically motivated thing. It has nothing to do with saving money or anything else. If it did, why the fuck didn't he cut it in term one, right? He was the president back then. He could have done the same fucking thing, but he didn't. These are all just worthless, empty talking points from worthless, empty talking heads that are just trying to like cut parts of the government because all they can do is destroy and they can't build anything.
Response.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty funny coming from someone who's a self-described liberal, a self-described progressive, which can only exist on the back of a strong conservative society. Like exactly what you described, everything you just described is exactly what you're doing. And your position, again, a straw man of our position, because what you said was the same thing that I said, which is that yes, there might be good programs there. We need to make sure they're not being wasteful. That's the same thing that I said. You just said it and called me a retard.
Wait, what does the conservative have to do with
anything? You can't even follow the conversation accurately.
You got conservative have to do with anything at the beginning.
Call me a retard. That's it.
What is the
I said the
conservative
exact
part?
same thing as you. The exact same thing.
What does the conservative part at the beginning have to do with anything?
They're not to. Because you said that all we can do is destroy things when literally all liberalism is a cancer on conservatism. It can't exist on its own. There's nothing for it to make more liberal. Do you understand that concept? You have to have a society.
Was a rejection of monarchy in the 1700s.
For which to progress before you can have progressivism, right?
Tell me where our culture comes from. No. Where does our culture come from?
You don't have to have a society to progress before you can progress it.
Where does conservatism does not give you a fucking society? What societies do fucking conservatism give us?
You have to have a society for which to progress to have progressivism. That's what
No,
I'm
shut
saying.
the. I'm sorry. Am I arguing with Merriam-Webster right now and ChatGPT 2.5?
You don't understand this. It's fine. Here comes all the insults.
It's
'cause you
historically
already
illiterate.
lost the
That's why.
debate.
I'm
You're
asking
making
you-
my points
I'm
for me.
Yeah, keep
Literally.
filibustering.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Where hold on,
Not a
where does our
filibuster.
culture
You
come?
are making my
Keep
points. You're
going.
saying the
Keep
exact same
filibustering.
things.
Keep
The
filibustering.
exact same thing I'm saying.
Yep. Where does our culture come from? Liberals or conservatives? Who makes the movies? Who makes the music?
Yes, there are definitely more liberals in Hollywood. What does that have to do with?
More? Like 99 to 1,
Yeah,
right?
of course, of course. I'm not
Okay,
saying we don't.
who
We
makes-
need liberals and
Sure,
conservatives.
that's
I
fine.
never said we
Okay,
didn't.
sure. Who
Again, it's a
makes-
straw man.
Keep
It's a straw
filibustering.
man.
Keep filibustering. Who makes our money?
Calling
What
you-
are our most prosperous cities?
Saying that it's a straw man is not a filibuster.
Keep filibustering. Who are our
It's
most
not a
prosperous cities?
filibuster. It is a
Is it
straw
the red?
man. I'm not defending that
No,
argument.
keep going. Keep filibustering.
How is that a filibuster? I'm responding.
hold
to
on,
what
that's
you're
not a
saying.
Where is
filibuster.
all of our money made? Where does
Alright,
our
can we-
economy come from in the United States?
Can we stay on the prompt here? If you wanted to have
That's what I
another
thought.
debate,
Okay.
okay, because you have to give the
Well,
details because you
I'm not
can't.
satisfied with the answer.
You're making my points for me. Literally,
Well,
I'm debating
what do you
you. I'm
think?
debating the
This
moderator.
queen
I'm debating
of
the
gut
chat.
culture
I'm
is
debating
insane.
Well,
Google.
there's a
and
reason.
I'm a retard. As you
Well, there's-
make my points.
Well, there's a reason
Sure.
why we're having mass migration to places like Texas, like Y'all Street becoming a thing, because terrible Democrat policies are pushing economic prosperity in the
Hold
Republican
on,
led
Admiral
areas.
Gibbs, where are you from?
I'm from Texas, obviously.
Where are you from? What city?
I live in, technically I live in a small ass town, but I live in San Antonio.
Okay, you live in a small ass town outside of San Antonio. Do you think that people that are moving from San Francisco to fucking Austin are moving to Texas?
I would say, yeah, they're moving to Texas for the economic boom, like the tech
The
boom.
fuck out of here! You
What-
it's fucking retarded. It's
what-
the gayest. It's like the second gayest city
Wait,
on the fucking on in the United States of
I'm not
America.
arguing.
You're
I'm
telling me
not
all these
arguing.
people that are moving to Texas. Nobody's moving to Texas. They're moving to fucking Austin, bro, which is San
Sure.
Francisco light. Get the fuck out of here.
I would agree with that. I would agree
For
with
all of
that.
our
Hold on.
conservatism. My God.
Sure. Hold on. Well, how come San Antonio is also one of the biggest leading cities in the United States right now, like for growth? How about Houston and Dallas also?
Yeah,
being
For
on that
growth,
list?
because when you start with a population of 57,000, you can only go one direction, which is up. Congratulations.
You know, San Antonio is like the 15th biggest city in the United States. It's like a massive city, over 2.8 million people. Yeah, so
Nice.
good try there. Yeah, I mean, it's not.
San Antonio, is that a red? Hold on, is that a red city or a blue city? Just curious.
I'm
There are a
sure
lot of
it's a blue
conservatives.
city. I'm
Yeah,
sure it's a
okay,
blue
thank you.
city.
Gotcha.
I mean,
All
yeah,
right,
that-
okay.
that's a good one. Hold on, but that's like, once again, you're talking about the city
All
making money.
liberals.
Who's making
All
the money in the
liberals.
city?
All liberals.
It's not liberals. It's not
It
liberals. So Elon Musk is a liberal now?
He was, yeah, didn't he?
He
Hate
was?
Trump and
Oh,
everything
okay.
before Trump got into office. He had to suck up to him to get funding for all of his stupid projects, right?
So well, then why do y'all hate him now? So it's either he's a liberal or he's a conservative or he's on the right lean. I agree that somebody's a populist, right? I would agree with that sentiment. But like the point is, they vote red right now. If you're an
You agree
Elon
that
guy,
we
you
shouldn't
probably
be
vote red.
wasting money on like South African refugees, right? That's like a total waste
Sure,
of money,
I
right?
agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, kind of weird that Elon Musk was pushing Trump for that, and now we're.
Well, I mean, we know why he was pushing for it. He's South African, you know. I mean, listen, hold on. I think you and I would both agree that you're going to look out for your people. I don't know what your people are. I know what my people are, right? I would, if
Your
obviously,
people?
if I,
Are you
if I
saying
would,
Elon Musk has a greater allegiance to South Africa than he does to the United States of America?
no, but you want to help out people that you are like related
Oh,
to.
okay.
and
But then
stating
isn't
that,
he kind of
are
like
maybe
helping
dying.
out South Africans at the expense of the United States of America after all this USAID cut being so
Listen,
important?
I would agree. I don't want to fund that either.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean, what's your
all right.
point? I mean,
Okay.
I think it's
Okay.
reasonable.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable though, as Elon, to want to go and do that though. Like, I don't think it's
Yeah.
unreasonable.
I guess look, the reason that we are going to different areas than just strictly USA, and I just want to explain this a little bit, is because the arguments that you bring up require us to do so. If you bring up that you can't have a culture or you can't have a civilization without conservatism, we have to be able to address that. And yes, addressing that won't be the prompt, but you did bring it up, thus making it something that we should and can discuss. I guess the question to you, Mr. Andrew, how can you conserve something without a society already existing? Like, obviously, you can't progress a society without the
can't.
society existing. but
I
you can't
was only
conserve it either.
responding to him saying that we like making the claim about us. I didn't bring it up. I was just pointing to him saying that all we do is destroy things when his side is the side of literally anarchy and George Soros and Antifa. Saying that we destroy things is hilarious. But this isn't the prompt, so I'm not going to debate it. If you want to do that, we can debate it with the specific prompt that we're prepared for. That's why Destiny's trying to do this, because he's making the same
you brought it
points
up
as
by
me.
calling him a liberal. Oh, you're lying again.
Okay, but I could just go back to the point before that. Like, why is
Wait,
everything
were
I
they
say
not
a lie
liberals?
to you? It's not a lie. I'm actually being good
It
faith.
is a
People
lie.
in your chat are telling me to self-delete and calling me a retard. So
Wait,
you don't have the moral high ground here by any means.
I mean,
We'll
this
have
is
the
not a
intellectual
gotcha.
high
Hold on,
ground.
this is not a gotcha. You not.
please.
I mean, I don't know what you identify as. She's right. Destiny, do you identify as a liberal? I don't know how you identify. Like, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. So
Oh,
this,
so
he
what's
wasn't.
the- wasn't
So
a
he wasn't
lie.
lying then. Like, what was your point there? She's right. Like,
Take that
Well,
back.
because he was saying it was not about like making it about liberalism when he brought it up again, and then he was refusing blame for that when it backfired again. He's done that
No,
loop
it was
several
a
times.
response. It was a reaction to something that he said.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. $5 from Robert Paulson. OMG, we have already doubled in Iran what was supposedly saved from cutting U.S. aid. Fist guy is definition of a bad faith actor. Do you want to address that?
I'm honestly trying to be good faith here. I'm hoping maybe Destiny, the moderator, my partner, even she's right, sees that. I'm not lying. I'm trying to be honest. That is the truth.
I mean, like, this is why, if the way that a good faith person would approach cutting something like USAID is that, one, they would recognize there's a difference between ideological disagreements and like actual waste, fraud, and abuse. That's the first step. If we can't see the difference between that, then that's just crazy. Number one.
I did say that.
Okay. And then the second thing is that if we're giving the principal reason as cutting USAID as helping the debt or the deficit, when every other policy that this administration that you support seems to like push for, and all of that increases the debt and the deficit. And then when we look at USAID and we look at some programs at least that I think most people around the planet would think are good, and we're like, we should cut those too, without even trying to see if there's a way to make it more efficient, then it seems like this is just like an ideological lines-driven thing that it has nothing to do with like the amount of people say, like, even if we could show like, 100 million people got saved by PEPFAR, it sounds like that wouldn't be acceptable. You'd just say, I don't care, we should cut it. It's not our responsibility or obligation.
I said to you, we need to verify where the money is going. I said, I'll give you PEPFAR. Can we get rid of all the DEI and transgender and LGBT stuff for now? I even said
Thank you so
for
much
now. I said, I don't want anybody to die. I'm not trying to cut things. I'm saying I don't want to just burn the money. And I'm only talking about this money because that's the prompt. If we want to talk about other monies, I will take the same attitude. I'm not being bad faith. I'm doing exactly what you just said, Destiny.
But you have characterized it as burning the money, and you never substantiated that claim.
All of this money has like is correct. If you want, it is checked. It already is. It's government money. Government money has the most fucking strings attached to it than any money on the fucking planet. Like, what do you mean? Do you think they literally just like deposit money into a person's bank account and then that's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally, all of the overhead of USAID, which is usually criticized in good faith, is it's inefficient with its administrative overhead. We need to find smarter ways to hire people at a cheaper rate to be doing that oversight. By supporting gutting USAID, you are actually getting rid of the people who would be checking.
No, so you don't understand how logic works. I got you to agree with my premise.
I do.
My premise, right? What was my premise, Destiny? That this is an existential threat. Therefore, it cannot be, things can't be two things at once. It can't be detrimental to our interest to remove things from that are not national security interest. It's very simple. You guys can keep strawmanning the argument.
If you want to play a logic game, if you want to play a logic game, a premise in and of itself is not an argument. And you can't
I just gave you the conclusion.
Yes, one premise and one conclusion is not an argument. That's just a tautology.
I've been trying to do it the whole time. You're just strawmanning me.
If you want to go deeper, then you would generally talk about the magnitude of your costs. Okay,
I have them listed. You want every time I go through, you say that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I said 2 million Guatemalan sex
I'm not
changes,
talking about the
5 million advancing diversity.
Let me know when you're done filibustering. All right.
It's not filibustering.
It is a filibuster. I'm telling you that the problem is not the cost inside of the random 2 million.
So what was the first thing you just said there? What was the first thing you just started with there?
Keep filibustering.
What was the first? Can you repeat the
Go
first
ahead.
thing?
I haven't even finished my sentence from it, so you don't even know.
Started over.
If you want to talk about the debt or the deficit, then you would talk about the magnitude of how much different things are costing us. And when the entirety of USAID is anywhere from 30 to 50 billion a year, and the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is like fucking 300 to 600 billion a year, it makes it weird to say we got to go into the USAID cuts to help us with the debt and the deficit when no one is even talking about the other stuff. That's a very weird thing.
What Destiny is trying to do, because he can't find the flaw in the actual logic that I'm laying out, is he's trying to whataboutism. He's pointing to something else that's not the prompt.
It's not.
He's saying, yes, this is a definition of whataboutism. Why
is
aren't you
not.
bringing this up over here when I'm giving you a logical argument that if you already agreed to my premise that this is an existential threat, You can't argue with the logic that we should be trying to cut it down. You basically said that yourself. And since USAID is the prompt, that's what I'm focused on. It's not because because I want people to die or I don't like babies.
What is the existential
AIDS
threat?
care.
What is
It's
the
because
existential
it's the
threat?
fucking prompt.
What is the existential threat?
You already agreed to it, dude. You agreed that it was. So are you?
Just hold on. Just elaborate why you feel. Hold on. Stop, both of you.
No, I'm just asking. What is the existential threat?
You already agreed to it.
I'm just asking. What is the existential
So
threat?
do you not agree to it now?
You're
trying to double back.
We've agreed to it to be nice because we could have an actual financial conversation, but
The
it is a
existential
conclusion you've
threat
not proven.
is the national debt. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct. Cutting
Yeah.
USA doesn't do much to alleviate that. That's why this
Doesn't
isn't
do
the
much,
syllogism
but it
you
does
think it
something.
is.
Especially, mind you, when cuts to USAID are meant to go to those checks and not, in fact, to lowering the debt. So that money would still be flying out of the government. Remember that?
Okay. So again,
So
what
it
about
wouldn't
is
affect the deficit. It would not lower the deficit
What
if it would be
you
going to
do
those
the
checks,
thing that you
which, by the
just
way, it
smuggled
hasn't.
in?
So it
You
wouldn't even
just
be reducing
smuggled
that.
in another part and said, "Oh, well, now it doesn't affect it." If you didn't smuggle that in, then it would. What I'm
If
saying
I
is we
go
have
on
to
a,
cut
if I
things
say I'm
where
going
we
on a
can.
diet, let me just ask this: if I say I'm going on a diet, then you see me go into Pizza Hut, I order 2 large pizzas for myself, right? I get wings, I get cheesy bread, and then I say, well, you know what? I'm going to order a Diet Coke. Would you consider me being serious about my diet? Am I taking the diet seriously?
I'm making a prescriptive claim about what we should do, not a descriptive claim. Why are you laughing? It's not a
It doesn't even
descriptive
make
claim.
sense here. What do you
It's
mean?
not a descriptive claim about everything that's happening with the money. I'm making a prescription for overseas funds. If you have a problem with that logic, then you can bring it out. But deflecting to something else is just moving the goalpost, dude. We're not talking about that. That wasn't the prompt, was it? I know you can't win on the prompt. I understand that.
But hold on. You understand that, again, in many cases, us donating or giving money to these struggling countries makes it more likely in the future that they will give us good trade deals, positive trade deals, which would make us what?
I would need
money.
I would need you to.
It would make us money. And we
If you want to look into it, that's what the Reagan
You can
administration
make that
did. A
claim,
lot of
though.
people in
You
the world
can
criticized it.
demonstrate that.
Look
You can
up
make
the
that
Reagan
claim.
era
That's
of
not
USAID.
argument.
Just
The
see, okay, I'll
moderator
demonstrate
giving
it.
that to you.
I'll just demonstrate it real quick for you using your own logic.
You have
He
to
doesn't want it.
For
demonstrate
sure,
it.
I'm doing that right now.
You're not even one of the debaters. Why are you demonstrating the argument? Honestly, I'm just asking.
I like to talk. I have these
No, but let them demonstrate an argument.
Support education funding abroad and at home.
That's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is since it was founded in the 60s, we have grown immensely in wealth and power, and that is partially in part because of the USA program.
Thank you so much, guys.
It
Thank
hasn't
you,
hurt
Mickey
us.
Hilden.
It has only
45.78
helped.
for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I was saying logically cutting.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
deficits are
Gibbs,
better.
you can take it.
Yeah, I
Deficits are
would
better
argue
than
against this
deficit.
actually. I mean, and then here's some evidence. So this is actually from the House.gov. You can look this up. It's USAID's Troubling Ties Left Start Money Network. Testimony for the Subcommittee on Delivery of the Government Efficiency, the Committee of Oversight, yada yada yada, by Tyler O'Neill. This is from February 26, 2025. And they go in here and they list a lot of these things like that we've already talked about. Examples: 1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, inclusion in Serbia. Workplaces exploiting to advance human rights and social inclusion, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex in Guatemala, 250 million for climate finance development accelerator, mobilize, all these things. And then they go on to how later in this document, how there's ties to some of these. They're saying, oh, well, we deny ever giving money back and doing this. But then there's evidence that they do it of things like suppressing actively these regimes, specifically in South America, where they go and attack and they repress people that are opposed leftist ideology. And they're using United States money to fund oppression. Now, I don't want to fund oppression, right? And then this goes back to my point earlier about, hey, we are now making a lot more deals with all these countries in South America. We have much more favorable governments. I don't think it's good to have governments that are pro-communist groups that are pro-China close to our hemisphere, right? And now we're pushing them out. And these are all things that USA has enabled, according to this document that was presented. And so I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm going, hey, I see this all the time. And I think the evidence speaks for itself. We cut USAID and seven countries switched in their newest election from left to right and populist pro-American regimes. This is a good thing. Do you think a populist, openly pro-American regime is more likely to make a deal with the United States than a country that's siding actively with China and other socialist countries? Yeah, obviously. So when you're saying it's helped us, I would argue that's debatable. Maybe at one point it helped us, but I think it's become so corrupted that it's not helping us anymore.
Sure. Why do you think China uses its Belt and Road initiatives?
Absolutely, that's a good
Why do you think
question.
it does that? Why
I
do you
think
think
that
it
yeah,
has that program?
I think
What's
they do it for the same reason that you would argue the USA. I absolutely believe in soft power. I just believe how it's been done has been done poorly. Now, when you're sitting here saying with China, there's a reason why China is now having a rubber band kind of effect in some of these African countries because now they're having Chinese businesses there, and some of these African countries are very upset because now they have foreign businesses taking jobs from people there. That sounds kind of familiar, right? So, like, we're having this issue repeatedly on a global scale where this like liberal idea of this liberal world order is kind of failing. It's being progressed with a multipolarity, like hemispheric order of like Russia and China getting their spheres, NATO and Africa kind of developing theirs, and the United States getting our hemisphere, right? And so that's what I'm seeing right now. And I'm saying I think USAID has failed in the long run. It maybe helped the short term, but it's gone now.
Okay. Well, gang, we've kind of circled the drain a little bit, and we are a little out of time. It's 8 o'clock, so I'm going to give every one of these one of the individuals a chance to have closing thoughts, closing statements, final arguments, and uh, tell people where they can find you. I have links to all their channels in my YouTube description. Please click them. Please give them a follow. Please give them a sub. All these things. I see your super chats. We're going to get through them. They can stay if they'd like, and I'd like them to. And I see callers want to call in as well, and you can absolutely call in if you'd like. But when you need to go, I understand. I'm going to give the mic first to Destiny. I'm going to let Mr. Andrew have the last word. Destiny, make your closing thoughts.
I mean, if you're not going to trust anything the government says for any of their own tracking or accountability things, but you are going to trust when Doge says they've cut things, I don't even know how you begin to have the conversation about whether or not USAID has been efficient or done anything. I don't know how to have those arguments where somebody doesn't trust any of the government accountability offices or any of the reporting. I mean, there's whole sites you can go to look up like all of this stuff. I wish that people knew what waste, fraud, and abuse actually was. I don't blame conservatives for not, because they were also tricked into thinking that Trump is a good businessman, and so they trusted him when he talks about waste, fraud, and abuse, even though he's a terrible fucking businessman. Yeah, I don't know. I just get sad to be kind of like locked into ranked fives when half the team apparently wants to int. It's pretty obvious that our standing in the world has gone like pretty severely down since Trump took office, but I don't know. People are in some massive cope denial about that, and will continue until we get a Democrat back in office, I guess.
Okay, thanks for being here. She's right.
Yeah, since the 2025 cuts to programs like USAID, there have been approximately 263,000 adult deaths and 518,000 child deaths. On its own, I think beyond many material means, America should be leading as like a moral leader on the world stage to show everyone what a government should be about when you have the opportunity. Domestically, that's Social Security. Globally, that's USAID. It should be cool. We want to lead the way and just show the world what it's like to be good and awesome. You should sign up to vote at vote.org and be ready for November, because together we can reduce the deficit and save lives by the millions.
Thank you for being here. Links to all their channels again in the YouTube description. Gibbs, please.
First, thanks to my opponents for the time. Appreciate y'all having me here. Wait for hosting the discussion. Yeah, I mean, in closing, listen, I think this is all part of Trump's Don Road auction, modern Fortress America take, where he's trying to rebuild an American empire or set us up further going forward in the era of multipolarity. If you want to check that out, I've done some videos on it. It's fantastic. I really like the foreign policy he's doing. I know that a lot of people here think it's mean, but I think the era of neo-imperialism is over, and I think it's time to return back to imperialism. I think that's just what's going to happen. It's the natural state of things. As far as what I got coming up, hey, July 24th in Dallas, I will be hosting and emceeing GridCon 2. It's going to be good stuff. Y'all are all welcome. Everybody come join, check it out. I think it's free to come to the event, and we have like room for 200 people. Should be food and lots of exciting debates. Hope to see y'all there. Thank you for having me once again.
Check it out, gang. And Mr. Dragonfist TV, aka Andrew, go ahead.
Yes, like my partner said, thank you, Alice. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you, Wick, for hosting. I do appreciate it. In closing, I'll just say, Destiny never quite got my argument right until maybe the end. He was making the same points I was, which is, and then deflecting. Just their whole argument was, well, why don't you care about this over here or that over here? And then at the end there, Alice tried to bring in the dead children argument, which I cited in the beginning as This is just emotional blackmail. Of course, like, look at them. They want dead children. Of course, we don't want that. But like I said, left-wing outlets were reporting dead children before they realized the money hadn't stopped yet. So if that doesn't tell you who's trying to pull the wool over your face here, I don't know what to tell you, but you guys can look that up. We're talking about CNN, BBC, the AP, and Reuters, at least, reporting child deaths before the money even stopped. So at that, I'll leave it there.
No, thanks for being here. Let's bring some callers in and see what they have to say. Hello, you're live. Oh, you are deafened. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Hello, how's it going? Can you just give me a second here?
Yeah, take your time. It's not like you're live or anything, and we're waiting on you. Okay.
Hi.
What do you got?
I've been watching. I've been taking notes. I've got a few questions here. So real quick for Gibbs and it's Dragonfist, right? Yeah, Dragonfist.
Yes, sir.
If you guys want to pay down the debt, do you want to raise taxes? Because that's one great way to pay down the debt. Is more taxes.
Just before drivers go, to be clear, the debt is bad. This is not my argument at all about the USAID thing. So no, I don't want to raise taxes. But go ahead.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, both of you. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, again, if you want a comprehensive plan for exactly how to pay down the debt, including domestic policies, we can come back and have another debate on that. But like trying to get me on things that I didn't prepare for this debate specifically is not a good tactic. I'm only talking about the prompt here.
Well, I mean, I won't hold you to it. I'm just wondering, would you be okay with raising taxes in general?
I would be okay with looking at all options, as I really do believe it's an existential threat.
Okay, fair enough. Gibbs, this is more for me personally. Why did you link the taxpayer-funded orgies story to the Senate gay sex video scandal when they're not exactly related stories?
The VA one?
Well, no, because there was that one. It went viral in right-wing spaces back in 2023 of like some twink dude getting butt fucked.
Did a lot
in
of
the
research
Senate
on how to
chamber.
pay it off.
I
seem to bring that up.
I didn't bring that up. He brought up the chamber. I brought up the VA story, which is a story I brought up.
I'm really glad it paid off because there's a lot of misinformation example they tried to go to, and luckily they haven't investigated.
Because listen,
and I'm so glad I was able to at every point. I'm sorry, I try not to interrupt people. I mean, I will interrupt people if they're just telling a blatant lie.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it's important. That's a premise that they're building other things.
Maybe I heard that wrong. So fair enough. Here, I'm gonna share something with you.
Go
if
ahead.
you don't mind.
Quickly.
Just give me a minute, okay? Here. So, where's my thingy? Here, you guys can probably see my my feed, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So like this is the total spending in 2022 of the American government. You know that foreign aid was only 1% of it, right? Like it's not that big of a deal. If there's a lot more things to cut, and foreign aid is oh, Gibbs left. That fuck. He left when I come with facts. I can't believe it. But yeah, so it's just 1%, right? Like it's kind of tiny. And if you were going to look over it, like what does it, if you look at it, there was a huge peak here and around COVID times. I'll zoom in on that again. So there's a pretty big peak in USAID spending, but for the most part, it's remained pretty steady and pretty low. So there's actually not much money going out in terms of USAID.
I heard you.
Now, okay. Welcome back. The majority of USAID is going to Ukraine, or was going to Ukraine, which hopefully we can agree is a decent cause. I know you guys talked about like
these guys wouldn't 100%.
No, hold on. Let's ask him. Do you think it was good or in America's interest for us to give money to Ukraine?
I absolutely do. I think there was a bit. Listen, I am.
What about the other gentleman here, Dragonfist?
I prefer supporting Ukraine than I do to supporting Israel, to be honest. But I honestly, I think I take a more isolationist approach, man. I think we should get out of all foreign entanglements until we get things under control at home.
Okay.
Now, the problem with the USAID thing, like I said, we just had a congressional hearing where they were just talking about, like, literally, we have people on record allegedly now under the congressional oath saying that they have evidence of the Bidens being in cahoots with getting money funding that they were giving the USAID to come back over here. And I just mentioned another article.
That's not true. None of that is true.
Well, it's under congressional oath. So, I mean, I didn't make the claim. Somebody did under oath, under Congress. Now, y'all were just talking about what we can trust. If you can't trust people under oath in Congress, what can we really trust,
Well, the majority of USAID has gone to Ukraine so far. Now, if we're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, did you see this story where there was a whole bunch of food that was sitting around in warehouses in Africa. You couldn't take it back because it would cost too much to bring back to America. And because of what Trump did to USAID, it just rotted. All right.
Sure.
So we had 60,000 tons of food that could have fed, I think, 3.5 million people for a month. Like even if you want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, even if you think that this shouldn't be happening, it's already there. Why not hand it out?
Listen, I'm not going to argue that. Listen, it's already been allocated for it. I agree. It should be handed out. I'm not saying everything's been done perfectly, right? But whenever you have mass changes, like once again, I'm not making the argument that Dragon Fist is about, oh, the debt we need to pay down. All this is like, listen, I want more efficiency. I don't necessarily want it for the funding the debt kind of shit, right? I'm talking more about efficiency, like in be using our power the right way, like a scalpel, right? So this, I agree. Maybe it should have been handed out. It's already over there. You should give it to the warlords. I don't give a shit. It's going to go to waste, whatever. But I don't like when you have this kind of thing and you are cutting these programs and having a major transition, you are going to have incidences like this where stuff goes to waste. And like in the short term, in the long term, you're going to gut it and it's going to be better overall. That's generally how this works in most businesses. And I would assume with a bureaucracy as large as the United States, it'd be similar.
Do you have a response, Dragon? Then we're gonna bring on another caller.
Oh shit, Wick, I got more. I
know you got more, but we got like, have you seen
it's
my
running on
backstage?
vibes and they don't
I have
understand
seen
evidence.
evidence.
It's like a
Okay.
like it, I mean, it generally feels like an English class, 8th grade, like essay.
Any response, Dragon Fist? You're
You
muted.
just went to the restroom. Remember?
Oh, you just went.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then here, just real quick, I do want to point out that the reason we even know that this story even happened, is because a person who whistleblowed on the Trump administration, who was eventually fired for it. Trump fired this person for revealing this information, so that kind of looks bad in the administration. However, like I'm sure you've seen this, right? The fact that Democrats seem to do way better with the deficit than Republicans. Like
that was mentioned.
Yeah. So like Republicans spend a whole bunch, and then Democrats kind of spend less and try to right the ship, and then Republicans spend even more. Here's Bill Clinton bringing it above into the green for the first time. Bush spends like crazy. Obama saves. Trump spends like crazy, and then Biden saves.
Like both sides, like Clinton and Bush Senior really aren't that far apart in policy. Like Bush Senior, a lot of those policies economically carried over. So it's the same argument Dim's made. Oh, Trump inherited the Biden economy. He took like the good and got rid of the bad, right? Like I mean, that's the same argument I would make with Bush Senior and Trump, even though not Trump, but with Clinton, because I mean, remember that the economy's stupid. That was what got him in there. And then as soon as he got in, he kept all.
Iraq and Afghanistan was the same. Hello, that was a Republican-led mission.
That's Bush W, not Bush Senior, but. Sure. I mean,
I guess my point.
But hold on. Once again, I'm not arguing about the spending. I would argue now, 20 years later, the Ba'ath Party being gone from Libya, Syria, and Iraq, they benefit. We don't have a country that's going to increase the gold standard in Africa. You want unit currency. We don't have the port access to Syria would have provided to Iraq from the other side of the Mediterranean, or their military power with Iraq, Libya, and them combined. And we don't have Saddam's oil backing them. So yeah, I think to get rid of the Ba'ath Party and turning them into ISIS, which was weaker than the Ba'ath Party across 3 countries, is a good thing. And then when ISIS got dominated, guess what?
It's kind of a red flag for me when someone has like way too developed an opinion.
$50 from Frenzified, and you can, guys, if you want to skip this super chat line, just pay me $50 or more, and I'll just do that. Frenzified for $50 to say she's right. Cool, thank you. $50 from That Blue Falcon. Great panel, Wick. Well, thank you. Please ask the conservatives why they think Russia was the biggest proponent of ending U.S. aid if it wasn't beneficial to U.S. geopolitical interests. And he wants the $50 answer. So go ahead.
What proof does he have that Russia is the big, like, one, I don't want to do the biggest thing. Like, that's kind of a douchebag thing to do. But, like, I don't see any evidence that they're the ones who wanted to get rid of it. Like, I'm once again, USA is going to be structured under the State Department. The State Department is giving it out. We're doing much more transactional stuff with USAID. We're doing deals with Rwanda is a good example. That Rwanda's taking over French contracts and NATO contracts.
Yeah, no, a lot of kind of libertarian coded dudes, like, they don't have any personal material things, right? If there's like a black woman in America, she's voting over like very practical day-to-day kind of stuff, when you have like an old white dude, sometimes you can just it's kind of more like hobby, really heavy fixation.
Well, I mean, again, there's no evidence that that's the case, so I don't want to speculate as to like who made that statement. Like, was it officially the Russian government? Like, I don't know the answer to that.
Well, how do you know there's no evidence?
Well, I mean, also, doesn't Russia and China
Well,
like to see
any
us become more
official statement
isolationist, right?
that was their position. Huh?
Russia and China like to see the U.S. become more isolationist, right? They all favor that, no?
again, who's they all? I would have to see
Russia
an
and
official
China.
statement
Russia and
from.
China.
Is there any statement from any government official saying that, or you're just
Well,
assuming
sure.
that
Putin
based on
tried
their
to.
global position, they should want that?
Well, I mean, one, we can look at the fact that Putin heavily tried to influence the 2016 and 2020 election in favor of Donald Trump. No? Yes?
Well, here's a statement
Well,
from
wait,
Maria
real
Zakharova.
quick. Wasn't the whole Podesta hacks, the DCC hacks? Those were Russian operatives, right? The Guccifer leak was Russian operatives. They hacked. Did they hack any Republicans? No, they didn't, right? It was all just Democrats, right?
I am actually
So that was
passionate
the
about
Russian
USAID
position. The
and
state
Social
Russian
Security.
position was to leak
I think
shit
the
to
two
try
of
to
the
make the
most
Democrats look
important
bad,
policies
so that
we have
Donald
and
Trump will
can
win the
have.
election instead of Hillary Clinton, right?
I mean, that would be like saying if you did something for a specific objective, that was the position of all Americans. It certainly wouldn't be the position of me, right, or Donald
I'm
Trump.
sorry, when we say
But
Russia,
they would
that's
say
shorthand for
Americans did it,
Moscow.
right?
Keep
Because
filibustering,
Destiny
keep
did it.
filibustering, keep
So
filibustering,
no,
keep
the
filibustering,
logic
keep
doesn't
filibustering,
follow.
keep
No,
filibustering.
the
When people
logic
say
doesn't follow.
Russia, they mean like Moscow or the Kremlin. It's shorthand for
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
leadership
asking
in
if
that
there's an
country.
official statement. I don't know. You're asking me to
Well, I'm
agree to
telling you.
something.
I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
fucking
I'm telling you.
God.
Yes. Russia
It's their
welcomes
official
USA Trust,
position.
calls agency a machine for interfering, and this was from Maria Zark. Look, I'm never going to pronounce these names, man.
Yeah,
Look,
that's fair
one
enough.
of their ministers, right? They directly said this. This is something that they wanted, they called for, they advocated for, and they wanted it to happen. And you can understand why they would, because some of it was going to Ukraine.
Excuse me.
Yeah, of
Obviously,
course. But
right?
again,
Like, so
that would
yes.
be like saying AOC made a statement. That doesn't mean it's the position of the American government at this time.
Oh, no, he
AOC
is
is a member
okay.
of
He is
our
the foreign
parliament,
One of the
minister.
not a
ministers.
minister.
Right. I don't know that specific case. You said one of the ministers.
Okay, you
I
asked
don't
for
know
evidence.
who
I
it is.
gave you evidence.
Okay, so what is it that you want me to agree to?
Okay, so
That
the
you think is
question was,
some win
why?
here?
It was a
Acknowledging
question.
truth would be a start.
Why
Yeah.
do you think if USAID isn't in our interests, why
I feel
do
like I
our
made this dude
enemies,
cry a bit
such
earlier.
as Russia and China, want us to end it?
I don't really feel bad about
Again,
it.
I didn't say that there's no beneficial programs in USAID. That was never my claim. I said we need to look at them and evaluate the merit. Where is the waste? Yes, I know it might be political, what I think is waste and what you think is waste. We went over that. But I never said there's not one single thing in there that we should keep. Actually, I said quite the opposite. I even conceded to say, like, we can maybe keep the AIDS prevention and cut some of the other stuff. So I was never on that position. So I'm not going to defend it.
Sure, but I don't
I'm
think the
not
other
saying that
side was.
it's not possible that there's something in USAID, one thing that's in our interest
Yeah, but
that
I don't think. Hold on, I
I
don't
never
think the
said
position
that.
of the other
That's
side
an
is don't
absolute.
cut anything ever from USAID. If you can show USAID is engaging in actual fraud, waste, and abuse, I think everyone would be okay with cutting that. Am I incorrect in your position here?
No,
That's
everybody
my
be okay
position.
with that.
Yeah,
So we've
I
come
mean,
to an agreement. Now we just have to agree on what waste, fraud, and abuse is.
okay, fair enough.
That's the whole point.
I
Okay.
know.
Okay. Well, here,
That's
hold,
why
hold on a
said,
second.
I get that.
Actually,
Destiny.
I gotta ask this. So, you two, you guys actually think that like Doge was overall a good thing?
I like Doge, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Just real quick then. Did you guys hear about John Solly, like one of those tech bro kids in Doge, who a whistleblower basically caught him stealing Social Security data?
And so,
millions of Americans. Is that not really bad? Is that not really fucking bad?
That's bad, sure. Yeah, but listen, who is this? John Sully? Is that his name?
John Sully is a guy
John
who
Sully,
worked in
yeah.
Doge. Yeah.
He worked in Doge, right? Yeah. So
Yes.
you're saying one bad guy
I know.
did something bad, and now you want to incriminate the entire organization. I mean, cool. In that case, like I said, I guess the SPLC, like I said, is actually the party, is the actual movement, the legal arm of the Nazis.
Well,
and
do you think that?
I agree.
Thank
one
you for the
person bad
$5.
indicts the whole organization.
Yeah, they
The
hold on,
SPLC
wait, Gibbs,
the
hold on.
operatives the whole
Hold
time.
on.
Thank you, Dev. I appreciate that.
Do you think this guy's gonna face any charges for this?
No fucking idea. I'm not a lawyer.
They bring up the comic book.
$50. $50 from Oda Shara to say this. Preventative medicine is always a good thing, especially
Probably
since we have U.S. citizens who go and visit other countries. USAID is just based. Thank you for that. It's not really a question, but thank you for the comment.
And the dev,
let me
yes,
bring
you
on
should
another
consider
caller because
arrested.
we got people. Okay.
I'd put money on it. Okay.
Reason, you're live. Don't.
Okay, so there's a completely different debate going on, but hopefully I can catch up with what you've been debating about. But the last thing I heard was that the pro-USAID guys were a little bit on the defensive. I don't know how much you've covered about like the positives of USAID up until this point.
Make your case quickly.
Okay. I mean, there's a bit of a competition going on, right? I mean, let's forget the morality of this. I mean, if you think about what's going on with China, I mean, I sent you some photographs, Wick. There's 2 pictures. I mean, maybe you can get the anti-USA people to tell the difference between the pictures of the 2 bags, for example.
Let me find the DM.
Sorry.
Can you send them to me all as like one?
In the meantime, I'll say, yeah, for the positives, over the past year since the cuts, like the benefits of USAID funding and the differential, over 500,000 child deaths would have been prevented by USAID funding. Like it's a lot of the USAID and the positive arguments are going to be it's getting rid of a negative problem, but yeah, 500,000 children, I think that's a W.
Let's forget about the morality. Let's say life doesn't matter. It sounds cruel, but I mean there are other aspects to it as well, right?
Well, that's just the default conservative position, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go with it. Sure, exactly. Let's play that game. Like we were talking about the Balkans before. I've been to Serbia quite a few times.
The picture's up, by the way. I did it myself.
Okay, can they tell the difference between the bags? I mean, you don't have to read Chinese to know what it says because it's also in English. Can you see what's going on there?
I don't see it.
This is as big as I can make it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it.
Oh, I can make it bigger. Never mind.
Are you guys
so spot the difference between the bags?
Yeah, USAID and China aid, yes.
Yeah. Which one do you think is like dominating in terms of the amount spent right now by who's spending the most in terms of soft aid?
Well, we are substantially. Like that is not even China's
how
not
much
versus we are.
I mean, strictly soft aid. The US is spending about 2.5 billion right now, and China's spending about 10 billion. So I mean. China's winning that, arguably, but I mean, you brought up countries that hate the US. I mean, it's interesting you bring up ones in sub-Saharan Africa. That's where China's doing its best. And you brought up the Balkans, and Serbia is at the kind of, in terms of the information war, right at the forefront. I know this from personal experience. I've been there a number of times. I've got good friends of multiple generations, but mainly younger generations. And like, it's kind of clear, like you might want to think of it as a bit cruel, but as I say, let's forget the morality of this. The LGBT issue, right, is it supports a certain type of person in a country, and there's a big LGBT community in Serbia, and they'll be pretty happy to be supported in regards to that. If measures that kind of, they don't have to be super pro this, but at least nod their head to saying, hey, you exist, right? I mean, I'm sure you like to feel like you exist with something. If there's a cultural thing and there's a picture of someone that looks a bit like you feel included.
Listen, I'm actually, I want to break from this idea. I'm not proposing any anti-LGBTQ stuff at all. Like, I don't care. Like, listen, I understand the groups that some of them need protection from bigger powers. The argument that I'm making, and maybe this is the cool part of this, is like, when I look at these groups that we're supporting in, like, say, Serbia, right? It's not that necessarily the LGBTQ group doesn't need help. I'm sure they do, especially in an Eastern European country where they have, like, heavy Christian and heavy Muslim, like, contingents that probably look down on them, right? Here's my problem: is what's going to benefit us more efficiently? Is it going to be backing this group like the LGBTQ that's going to not have? Listen, I don't want to call them not manly, but the traits that generally exhibit are not going to be the guys going and doing guerrilla warfare. Which guy do you want to go and back? You want to go to back?
Some of them are pretty burly guys. I mean, I wouldn't.
Sure. I'm not saying they're all, and I'm not a blanket statement. I'm just saying generally, you're going to want to back these people that are going to be able to get you most bang for your buck, right? Like, and I think that like when we abandon the Kurds, that's a fail. Like we've done this for multiple generations. The Kurds have been very efficient with getting the job done in a lot of these countries that when they fought for us, and I think abandoning was bad. I think in Serbia it's the same thing. Who are we backing? Why would we back a group, the LGBTQ, which is maybe it's a large group like in general, but they're not a large significant portion of the population. And as far as I know, they're also not going to be the one. Right? They're also not going to be breeding and creating new.
Wait, just a quick question for Gibbs. I'm just curious. Do you think that you have more in common in terms of what you want for America with like a bog standard Democrat or like a bog standard communist?
A box standard Democrat or a box standard communist? I would say probably a box standard Democrat. Yeah.
Why do you think all the commies are so happy to see USAID go?
Well, because they're happy about anything that they think they can spend. Like it's not necessarily a reason why they should be happy. Listen, they shouldn't be happy because they're losing ground in all these other countries now that USAID's gone. But
all of them seem to be happy about it. So
yeah, because it's hurting you. You're the liberal, right? And listen, nobody hates liberals and commies more than each other, right? And so they're happy that the liberal world order, is disappearing, and they think they can use this opportunity to gain power. I mean, I that's the way I see it. Conservatives do the same thing, right?
So doesn't it say something about you thinking that this is making America stronger when, like, America's greatest adversaries see the disappearance of things like USAID as a way for them to gain more influence?
I mean, I think that there's difference, though. I see it as a devastation of the liberal world order, which I think has hurt America overall and put us like on equal footing as opposed to putting us first, versus what I want, which is America
Wait,
first kind of agenda.
hasn't America been like the leader of the free world for the past 80 years? How is that
Sure,
hurt us?
and things change. Do you agree that alliances need to change as like economic and world power situations change?
Aren't we still the leader of the free world? What changed?
Yeah, well, I mean, these other countries they use our military basically to go in there, and they basically funded that. They basically like said, "Hey, we don't have to fund our militaries. We have to do social programs all across." And NATO is the weakest it's ever been, right? Why would we
Well,
not
yeah,
just
but
make
what's
a direct
happened as a
deal with?
result of that?
Why would
What's
we?
happened
Why
as a
would we?
result of that?
Well,
Is
they
Europe
well they
getting
hate
ahead of
us.
the United States?
No, they hate. Well, they hate us in some ways. They hate us, and they think that they're better than us. They look
This
down on
is-
us like, "Oh, you have
Who,
better
who
healthcare."
hates you? Who
A
hates
lot
you?
of
Yeah, female
Europeans
Kurdish fighters
do.
are the biggest
Give,
bad.
give
Yeah.
me an example.
I mean,
Trump is
I mean,
going
wait
Yeah,
for
female
what?
operatives are very
Wait
important.
for
in
sorry for the loss.
In
sure, but
I
I
believe
mean,
World War
you-
II in
Have a
England,
Belarus-
Threat-
Belarus-
black
threats
men were not
taking
allowed
some
to
of
serve
our
in the
territory.
military, but
I mean, that
did
tends to
Checks
be
on
really
the
good at
French
distributing all the mail
You
and
know?
connecting
Okay.
people
The
and getting letters
Chechens,
to the
they
front.
like
and all
This
those
is an
other things. Like,
aside,
it's-
but do you
women
not
know
have
the
air
stakes are high and they get it
conditioning
done.
in this?
I now have air conditioning. I've actually turned it off because it's cooled
Based.
down here.
Okay.
I don't understand this far right talking point about the AC debate in Europe. It's frankly not happening.
It's not a
just
far right.
typical.
It's just funny to us that y'all don't like.
But there
AC.
isn't a debate. It's just a question of like, can we get? There's not simply not being sold right now. That's part of the problem.
Wait. Why do you? Why
Anyway,
do you
Okay, we do
find
got.
it-
Hold on, I do got to speed this up because I wanna respect everyone's time. Reason Riff?
Yeah,
Last
because I
thing,
haven't really got
last
much
thing,
time
we
to
gotta let
talk,
you go,
frankly.
okay?
Do you not think that there's a value to allegiances? Serbia actually has turned westwards recently. Do you not think that any of the USAID influence in Serbia has played a role there? The Western Balkans is a really interesting region, like Montenegro. I don't know how much you know about the details and the demographics there. Moldova is there. I saw USAID actually in action. I saw the people on the ground in action with the communities there. Moldova, I think they've turned pretty westwards recently. Do you not think that's an advantage to the US, just on an economic front, and in terms of allegiance? Like allegiances are pretty valuable.
Sure,
No?
and I echo what Dragonfish has already said. There's not necessarily not good programs in USAID, but they've been lumped into the State Department. The State Department's handling it directly because we think the USAID system has become corrupted and bad. I don't necessarily want all programs to stop that are helping us soft power, but I do want new oversight. And I don't care about. I know y'all are said, "Oh, USAID was the oversight," but USAID I don't feel like was doing a good job. I can point to other examples, and I think that we need new oversight and a restructuring. And I think maybe some of these programs can continue or be expanded while getting rid of other ones.
Well, they're not continuing. They're cut. They're gone. I mean, you're spending like a quarter what China spends.
Yeah, but
supposedly like your well, not just your enemy. I'd say to some extent Europe's enemy. I find it frankly scary that this soft power is undervalued in terms of global power. It's a nice way to do it. I prefer soft power to hard power. I'm sure we all
We've been
do
doing it for all
right?
this time, and
Well,
we
it's
need
a
like
false
cut and reevaluate.
dichotomy that we. Yeah, and it's a false dichotomy that if we support Serbia, we have to support DEI in their workplace. Like we could still cut that and support them in a different way.
But you
Okay,
didn't
so
like
you
it,
want
and you tried
USAID,
everything.
but
Because we don't support that
improved.
one program doesn't mean that we don't support them as an ally.
So at
We
the
could
beginning, I
actually
got the
think that
impression
that
you're against
program is more
USAID.
hurtful. Maybe I think homogeny, not diversity, is the strong suit.
So you want more
Maybe,
effective USAID, but you don't want less of it. That's great. I mean, because at the moment it's a lot less than China.
Say that again. I
seems
missed
to-
the beginning.
You want the same amount of USAID, just more effective, because at the moment it's less than China, which is I think is pretty concerning.
Well, I think we live in a more multipolar world, and if they have more influence in their hemisphere, like I said, I'm more of an isolationist. I'm not like
China spends $2 billion in sub-Saharan Africa on soft power. You're not concerned by that?
But again, nothing that I said means that I'm not concerned about that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Why would
I
you
just
want
don't
to
think that the money's being allocated correctly, and I think anything that we can cut that isn't a national security issue for now, we take care of our own major issues that we have, so we can be more effective in doing all the things you're talking about in the future.
Doesn't
You'll be
making
more
us
effective,
more
but-
isolated? Doesn't that make us weaker as a country? Like,
I'm saying that I think that we can rebuild and come back stronger.
wait. What do you mean? Wait. When you say rebuild, though, like the thing that has made
Get
America
things under control, cut spending,
No,
cut
hold on.
spending, all
The
the
thing
things
that
I was
has
talking about.
made America
I
strong
don't
has
think
been
that
the fact that we have.
diversity programs in Serbia or LGBT
Yeah, you
in
keep
I
making
can read
fun
off
of
the
these
list. I
diversity
don't
programs
think
and
that
LGBT things,
helps
but
us
every single
in any
country that's
way.
risen
I'm
up
not
as a strong country that hates
anti-LGBT.
all of this
If
shit
it was a
disappears
heterosexual
in a
program,
single
I would still
generation.
say cut it. If it was for heterosexual weddings in Serbia, I would
cares,
still say
Okay,
cut it.
okay, you got
You
to let him
understand?
respond.
Okay.
You gotta let him
Just to be
respond.
understand?
clear,
The commies
not anti-LGBT.
outperformed you guys. The communists had more successful track records than you guys, who freak the fuck out when you see some gay shit. They did better than you. So I don't know.
And I just said it's not anti-LGBT.
I don't
If it
care
was
about the
for
LGBT shit.
heterosexual, are you listening? Are you paying attention to what I'm actually saying? Because I know you only get mad
I
when
actually have
you're
something
like,
that's related to this. I have a
well,
question.
hold on a second. Let me just clarify.
Okay.
If
You're
it was
not
for
clarifying. You're repeating the same
heterosexual
shit
weddings,
a million
if it
fucking
was for
times. We know.
heterosexual weddings,
No
are
comic
you
books. We
listening?
got it. No
No, let
comic
me get
books.
this
No
part
comic
out because
books.
you want to
We
call
banned the
me a
comic
bigot.
books.
I'm not a bigot. I'm not a bigot. If it was for straight comic books,
Okay,
I
okay.
don't
You're
say
not.
cut
If
it.
you were thinking it would be
Straight
better, you're
comic
just
books, you can cut
retarded.
it.
We get it.
Cut the straight comic books. Cut the straight initiatives. You can
Okay,
cut them all.
Okay, so just real quick. So I understand that Dragon Fist and Gibbs, you guys aren't bigots. You're not doing this for some ideological reason. For you, it really is all about the waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay,
It's about destroying America.
I want to show you this. I just want to show you this because Doge is in fact ending on July 4th. That's how long the mandate was for Doge, and it just came out today, in fact, that the Trump administration will not be doing a Doge after action report. They have no intention of actually revealing what Doge has looked into, what Doge has cut. There's going to be no accountability for what's happened with Doge. Does that not bother you at all?
Have they not already revealed things they've cut?
No.
How is that not a fair question, Destiny? Because saying they're
Because you
not
don't even
reporting
understand
anything
what
that
he's
they've cut.
asking.
Have they
It's an
reported
auditing.
things that
Oh,
they've
sorry, keep
cut?
filibustering. My bad. I thought you asked me a question. Go ahead, keep filibustering. Say the same thing
Go ahead,
7 times,
answer.
and I get 3 examples that are the same thing. Go ahead.
Answer.
Oh, I can actually answer? The reason why what you said was funny is because the job of the thing was to cut stuff. And when he asked you know how efficient it was, you said, well, didn't they cut stuff? An audit would be, how did the actual organization itself perform? Not, did they cut something? It's funny because you're not even understanding how to audit. The auditor means that you're
That's not what I said. I said, didn't
evaluate
they
whether or not the
report?
auditor audited anything. You're
Dude,
fucking
but you said
retarded.
it that way, but that's not what I said. I said, didn't they report things that they cut? My next sentence would have been for which to audit them. Like, you have to report it, right? Are you saying that
the answer to that is no.
He said they did not do the audit. The audit's not happening. It didn't happen. It didn't happen.
It's just getting sad.
happen.
Is it not a problem?
that's what I was
Wait,
asking.
hold on. Is it not a problem to you
I was
that
asking if they reported things they cut. Like, why is that? You said they're not reporting anything.
Let me just really finish this real quick. So they're not actually revealing what Doge has done. They're keeping that quiet. The Trump administration is not doing a Doge after action report. Additionally, Doge is under the umbrella of the OMB, which is the Office of Management and Budget, which actually does this sort of government efficiency stuff. They're the office that looks into this. And in the 2027 budget that the Republicans are putting forward as what they want to fund next year, they are eliminating 1,000 jobs from the Government Accountability Office. And this came out, I think, a couple weeks ago. And it's in this bill here, which we're not going to go through because it's a huge bill. But the summary of it,
I want to go through line by line with you. No, I'm just kidding.
It says that they're cutting 1,000 jobs from the Government Accountability Office. So how can you sit here and care about this topic and not know that the Republicans are actually doing far worse on it? They're cutting the office that is meant to be reporting on what Doge actually did. They're cutting the people who should be looking after all of this waste, fraud, and abuse.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
I mean-
can I ask you a question real quick? So
Well, no,
You can-
real quick,
the
Alish,
funding.
I want them to answer that real quick
Okay,
before you go.
all right.
jump
Sorry,
in,
go ahead.
Alish.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
You
Alice.
can- Want me to take it?
But
Yeah,
both
I
of
think
you,
it-
both
please,
of you.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I would have to look into exactly the claims that you're making before I responded to it.
Assume they're true.
Well,
Assume
are
they're
you
true.
asking how I feel about it? Is that your question? Like how I feel about the fact that they're eliminating jobs? There could be several. I mean, we know that they're done, right? Like they're no longer moving forward. So what are they supposed to do? Themselves be wasteful? That would also be pretty fucking stupid. Like if they're not operating anymore, of like why? What would be the logical conclusion then? Like, isn't this exactly what they should be doing?
Well, doesn't the Government Accountability Office need to exist going forward to examine future cases? Why are they cutting 1,000 workers from that?
well, this is my real question: is I don't particularly enjoy that I don't get an after action report. However, one good thing about having opposing parties is I'm sure that some of y'all are going to go and get them on something, and they're going to go before Congress. We're going to some testifying and seeing behind, or we're going to have committees doing that's part of the whole system anyway. So yeah, would I like them to give an after action report? Sure, but if I do worry, no, because I'm sure it's all going to come out. Secondly, yeah, I mean, I don't mind them cutting 1,000 jobs. We're finding out there's inefficient stuff and redundancy all the time. I think this is a part of any business, and I hate this run the U.S. government like a business. But sometimes you do need to do this. I think bureaucracies, I have a big business, right? And one of the things that happens is you get too many paperwork, you have too many redundant people, and every so often you have to go in there and you light a little fire and you fire a couple people and you go, oh shit, we did need this person, we didn't need that person. You either rehire them at a higher rate, but now you can afford that because I fired 5 people that I didn't need and I just need the one. And so you go and look and kind of go through. And I think this is just kind of the process. I think that right here we're seeing, oh, okay, y'all been bitching about Doge getting expanded. Hey, now they're getting folded into this and they're cutting 1,000 people. You should be happy.
Okay, just real quick. This is the statement from the Appropriations Committee chair, and she said, "The Government Accountability Office is one of our most valuable tools to improve efficiency and effectiveness across the government. It is astonishing that for all the talk about finding and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, House Republicans are cutting resources for the watchdog that is tasked with precisely that role."
It's cutting resources for the watchdog.
This is
it's a
the
redundant
Appropriations
department
Committee chair.
under a useful department.
And so
we do got to
review?
let other people in. Okay, I hate to cut off this back and forth, right? But Alish has a question. Go ahead, Alish.
Yeah. So I was just wondering when was the last time Doge did an audit? So like when did they storm whatever building that they were going into and audited it? Nobody.
Wait, I'm trying not to like hop
last year.
Maybe. Well, do you want me to answer? Because I know, but I'm on your side here.
Yeah. Go ahead. You can answer it.
I'm really
the last time that Doge did anything was like December of 2025.
Right. So December of 2025. So do you find it a problem that they've been funded since then to now, and they haven't done anything? They're just sitting there, not doing anything. Isn't that the definition of waste?
Well, one, like I said already previously, we already have Pete Hegseth and Caroline Levitt both have mentioned different things they've done at different times. They've mentioned.
I'm sorry, I said Doge, not those individual people.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
but they mentioned that Doge is the
them.
one that did this within
trust
their
them.
organizations. So yeah, I'm just one of those. Is the
What did they
spokesperson,
cut?
and the
What
other
did they
one is
cut
the part
since
of the-
December? What have they cut since December?
I mean, one of them talk. Listen, you can go look up specifically. I know for the contracts was the Pete Hegseth one. I don't remember what Caroline Levitt said, but she mentioned like 8 different things. When some reporter asked her recently, I'm sure somebody could Google AI that. I'm sure that's a fine thing. But also, like once again, this was supposed to be a short-term thing, and like I find this conversation rich when you point this out. Oh, it's funded through this period of time. Whenever a Republican, this is really just like he pointed at the other guy and go, "Hey, what about them?" Because we pointed out all these things that were like, "Hey, these are funded through this period, and we can't do anything with them." And you're like, "Oh, well, you have to fund it. You have to do it."
This entire argument is whataboutism. You understand that, right?
That's literally what I just said.
No.
Is that what I just
Because
said?
are you saying that the entirety
said that, right?
are you saying that every single thing that Trump has done during this term has not been waste, fraud, and abuse? No, everything's been perfect. Everything. No, we've not wasted any money. Not a single dollar.
Hold on. Let me just see if the ghost of Christmas Past is in here, because I've already bitched about several things just in this debate alone that I didn't like.
Right.
I'm
So
not,
why
I'm
are we?
diehard. I mean, like.
So let's take your complaint and then compare it to my complaint. So your complaint is what, like transgender books?
That was not my complaint. That's not my complaint.
It was a complaint that was brought up. Whatever bullshit complaint you brought up, it doesn't even compare to the type of shit that's been happening. I mean, like you have these no big contracts that have been going on. Like you had like
I don't like that either.
Spent $220 million for ads for immigration. They've had ads being put up for all sorts of bullshit. Everything that Trump's done. You have, let's see, multiple things being cut. The Department of Education, the Department of Science, Medical Research, National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health. Where did that money go? What about all the
wait, hold on. I don't want to, once again, this is like you're talking about ads. Every government that in U.S. history that I can recall in my lifetime, when they push forth a program or a new agency has put forth ads to say, "Hey, let's sell the American public on this." That's just part of the budget for those organizations.
There already there's a department already for that, and they paid a no big contract to a different company to produce ads. You understand that, right?
Have they produced those ads?
Don't you know that there is the United States Digital Services that already exists? So why are we giving?
I mean, if you want to talk about like a redundant thing, like the entire Doge program is redundant because, like, Frank, you keep bringing up Hegseth. The Department of Defense has an Office of Inspector General. They already have
Well,
it.
yeah.
That's what their
Excuse
job
you,
is. So
not
the idea that
anymore.
you would add
Hello.
another auditor, especially by a guy who's too incompetent to even audit, I'm not aware.
Well-
Actually, funny question. Here's a question. Can you point me to a single audit that Doge has done? A single audit they've produced?
I don't have that information. Sure, maybe they haven't been in the audit. So that's
Wait,
something
you
that's
know so
relevant.
many other things about all the. Is that kind of crazy to you? But the answer is none, by the way. They haven't because they can't. They're not capable of doing it. They're
I mean,
incompetent.
hold on.
There's
You
not a
did this
single
last time when
audit
they
that
said
they've
there was a
done.
trade deals, and you said that was a thing, and I literally
And
proved
there
it
haven't been.
afterwards. There
That's
were
true
trade
too.
deals.
There aren't any
There
trade
are
deals.
trade deals.
No,
Once again,
wait.
I just mentioned straight a Malacca deal. We have this deal with Indonesia now. Like these are deals that have passed
They're-
already. Like those
No,
are deals.
they're not.
They're
No,
done.
they're not.
The,
No,
oh,
they're not.
the trips plan isn't a thing. That's not a thing.
We just need 2 more weeks
verbal
for the-
agreement about like
Yes.
one tariff rate or whatever. No, that is not a trade deal.
No, that is not what the TRIPS plan is, but that's good. That's part of the encirclement of Iran thing, where we have Azerbaijan. We've guaranteed the safety and security of oil
What are we
pipelines.
encircling? The only thing we're encircling Iran in is giant bags of money. That's what we're encircling Iran in because they're about to be
Wait,
more
what?
loaded than they've ever been in the history.
The TRIPS deal is a
Okay,
thing.
one last thing from Alice, and we gotta cycle you out.
Wait,
One
well,
last.
what was the country? What was the
can't
country that
hear
we were
her.
insuring?
Right? I can't hear.
Hold on.
You ever
Okay.
blocked or her volume turned down then?
Yeah. So, what is the? I'm
it's
sorry,
up,
I got
and she's
I
not
got
muted.
distracted. So,
right.
what country we're ensuring the security of a country? Is that what you said? Azerbaijan? Is that what you said?
No, we are ensuring that now that that's the TRIPS deal. It's going to have an oil and natural gas pipeline. Right there, we're securing it. We're also
Okay.
securing American investments in that region. So we're doing a deal with them, and I believe another country. I forget which one of their neighbors. In order to supply this, it's basically going to be equivalent to what they're arguing is the Panama Canal over land for this area, and which is going to bypass Iran and bypass Russian interests. So that is a good thing.
So
That is
is
a
that
deal.
not
that is gonna-
investing? So investing in other countries doesn't really matter to you. So it's okay
Did
to
you not watch
invest
the
in other
debate?
countries. Investing in other countries is fine to you, but doing things like humanitarian is like out of the picture for you. That's why I don't understand. Like,
did
why
I
do you have
say
such
that
a problem
either?
with USAID? Like, I don't get it.
Because USAID was inefficient and corrupt and were not working. And we
Corrupt. The
Okay.
entire administration
Okay,
is
Alice.
corrupt. Like, it's crazy.
Alice,
Okay.
thank
Bye.
you.
I love you.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Actually, I have a question for you, Gibbs, real quick.
Sure.
Just okay. You and Destiny are going back and forth, and Destiny brought up the fact that the communists hate that, or no, the communists love that USAID is going away, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true. I just.
Okay. Yeah. So, how come you believe that USAID was propping up socialist governments in the third world?
I would argue. Yeah. That's. I mean, I posted the. I can give you the article once again.
Well, sure. But aren't those two positions contradictory?
No, they're not.
The communists are wrong and he's right, you idiot. Fucking moron. What a
Thank
stupid thing, Dev. I got you.
Appreciate
Dev. Don't worry.
Good man. That's what I'm talking about. No, I mean, I think that it's. I would argue though that it's not totally socialist. Like there's different levels, bro. I mean, like we all know it's incremental. There's different levels on foreign policy when it comes to different countries. Like obviously, Juche is way different than say like Maoism, or we have all these different forms of communism. So yeah, I would say like when you have socialist elements in some of these countries, especially in left-leaning Latin America, they're working their way in. They start here and then they go down the thing. I don't want to say slippery slope fallacy, but yeah, we can look at Maduro and Chavez as being a good example.
Yeah, I don't trust
of where
actually
they
New
go
York about USAID.
once they get in power.
And last talked about it.
And this is part
Like
of
the two of them have just shown a
subvert the
consistent,
world order.
terrible understanding of how to like cite sources and
Just
make an argument.
Sorry. From Skeptical Ninja for $20. Can we get a yes or no from Gibbs on if
really
he's using
embarrassing.
Grok for his research during this debate?
I am not using Grok. I was using my hand. No, I didn't use Grok for doing this debate.
Gibbs, can you prove that?
Oh, hold on, wait,
Gibbs,
sorry,
I'm going to
hold on.
need you to prove that.
I don't actually. Whoever donated that is retarded. I don't give a fuck if people want to Google things or use Grok or whatever for debates. That's totally fine. Just don't lie about it. That's the only thing I care. If somebody's like, "Oh, let me ask Grok this thing," who cares?
Well,
It's fine.
also, yeah, and like I want to echo that. I also, when I was looking, when I said I was looking at something up, I had, like I said, I have in my Discord, I have a huge foreign policy section with all these different countries, so I had to scroll and find the exact thing. So, like, I like to have my sources posted for this exact situation.
Just a public service announcement. If you don't know something, it's perfectly acceptable to look it up.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. $5 from It's Fishy. We have fraud. We have waste, fraud, and abuse. End quote. Fires the inspector general. Fair enough. $5 from Tip. Destiny.
Someone
How do
reported
you
my
debate
TikTok
people who
streaming
rather live in lies to suit their own ego than accept reality?
One debate at a time, I guess.
Okay. $5 from JKL. Why does Andrew have a condenser mic when it sounds worse than a laptop? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah. $5 from Politics JK. crazy
he's
how
gonna
narrow the
cry.
Trump supporters always have to keep topics because if their principles are examined, they become incoherent. $10 from JT89. Do you understand that PEPFAR drugs prevent transmission of HIV to the children of infected mothers? Knowing that, do you still support cutting it
Yeah,
and
there's lots of like
increasing
citing the
HIV
NY Post or
transmission to
like
children?
what someone in administration said on Twitter, and it's embarrassing.
Once again, I'm willing to reevaluate and look, but not under the current USAID system. And once again, this is a self-caused problem, so potentially yes, I would be okay with cutting it.
I do agree with that,
Splash
because if we just let the moms die of AIDS, then there won't be any kids to die of AIDS, so that's kind of true, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good one.
$5 from Splashmock to
Works.
say Dan Saltman said not to donate, so make sure to divert all Israeli funds to WIC TV. Ye never lose. You know what? I will take any money that comes my way. Thank you for the $5, I suppose. Go ahead, new caller guy. New caller guy, you have a question?
Yeah, so just to go back a bit, kind of at the beginning of the section, you said something about I had this whole like little game about you giving me financial advice planned, but I thought this would be much more interesting for the audience because I don't know what your public position is on this. So you were talking about Elon Musk, and you said, quoting here, "We know why he's pushing for it. He's South African. You know, look
guy
out
brought
for your
receipts.
people. I know who my people are. I want to help out." And then I think you had a stroke for like a half a second there. And I
Sure.
assume what you meant to say was
Gonna make
that
myself
Yeah, I'm
no
Mexican.
US
I want
I
immigration
assume you
reform.
mean I assume that you mean people on the team, right? People that you're related to, family, friends, you know, whatnot. So
Sure.
I have a couple questions about this quote. When you said we know why he's pushing for it, right? He's South African. What is it?
Well, yeah. So I'm ethnically Mexican, right? My real dad's from Mexico, right? Like he's illegal. This is a true story. Like so, I want to.
It might be true, but it's not relevant. What does
It is.
Musk mean?
Hold on.
What
I'm
did
trying
you
to
mean
answer.
here
Hold on.
when you
Also,
say
Mexican
it?
is not an ethnicity, just so, but it's okay.
Sure, cool. It's a country.
What does
whatever.
he mean by what do you mean when you say it?
Just let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah. So my point is, right? Like I want a strong border, but I also want immigration reform. I want to change how it's done. I want to make it easier for people who want to come here to work, right? So I want to look out for my people and my heritage. You know, I have a strong, Hispanic heritage. I can understand when he comes from South Africa that he might want to look out for people of a similar heritage and want them to maybe not die. Like, I mean, and it's not a crazy leap for me. Do you?
Okay, that's the why. That might be the why. I'll accept that might be the why. What is the it?
What do you mean by that? Like the it? Like
When you say we know why he is pushing for it,
Yeah,
we
it.
know why. We know that the reason that he wants
in
to do
helping
the
this
things
stuff.
he's doing is because, like, he wants to protect his people. He wants to protect
Yeah, he wants to
what he
protect
views as his
South
homeland. So, what is the it? What is the action that he is hoping to take to achieve this end? What is the
Correct me-
it that
yeah, sure.
that the why
Correct me
is
if I'm wrong.
justifying?
I believe this was a response to something that Mr. Destiny asked me about, like, would I support cutting aid to South Africans because Elon Musk said it. And I said, sure, I would be okay with cutting aid to South Africans because fuck them. But like, hey, I can understand why Elon, a person who's got South African descent, would push for it being the aid or the refugee status.
No. When Elon Musk says
Does that make
it, what
sense?
the
Anybody get
it
confused about
is
that?
in his
Was that a confusing
worldview,
statement?
what the it is a return to an apartheid South Africa, right?
That is not what I'm talking about.
But
In context of the question that was asked to me.
we know why he's pushing for it. He is South
Yeah.
African. The why is because he wants to protect his people. He wants to protect white South Africans, right?
was
And
the
the
question
it
again?
that he wants to do in order to achieve that end is a return to apartheid, right?
Yeah, but that was not the question I was asked. The question I was asked was about. Did anybody mention anything about apartheid, South Africa?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just making
No,
sure.
no,
that
no.
I'm
It's
not
about
going
your
crazy.
characterization of Musk. It's about your characterization because I think that what you see, like a lot of the arguments that you've made, right? Like you want to say you're not MAGA, but that's clearly a lie. We can all see that's a lie. You know that's a lie. And this game that you seem to be playing, it's actually real life for some of us. And the fact that you treat it like a reality TV show, like this is just some game that you can play because it won't hurt you or affect you. It's gross and it's disgusting, and I can't stand it.
Jesus loves you.
So. Yeah.
Virtue signal.
So when you want to characterize a particular action, right? What you're saying is that if you view Musk, and I have this whole line, I can still walk you down to prove that Musk is a Nazi.
We do
and
have,
you
we
going,
do have a line, so.
yeah, sure. But the point is that you're willing to ally yourself with Nazis, right? So when you say you're not MAGA, that's obviously a lie, right?
Okay, you can respond, and then we got a cycle.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just real quick. One, I don't like Nazis. If anybody's ever heard my take on old fucking Nazi points, then you'll know I don't like Nazis.
Did
Two,
Musk do a Nazi salute?
Fuck if I know. Maybe. I don't know. Listen,
Okay.
He's South African. He's
Okay.
probably racist. He's probably
Wow.
racist. Who knows? Like, I mean,
Well.
sure, but listen. Here's my point. Once again, that was not the
Okay.
question I was asked. I don't support any apartheid bullshit. I was asked about why, if I supported Elon Musk's aid and refugee status to South Africans, and my response was "fuck them." No, and now you're still trying to push this on me.
Why do you think he was arguing
buddies.
against USAID in South Africa?
Probably because, once again, he has national interests in South Africa.
But what is his goal?
Okay.
What is his goal into destroying USAID in South Africa?
What is my name? Is it Elon Musk? How the fuck would I know?
I'm sorry. I forgot mens rea doesn't exist in the world anymore. I forgot that we can never know the intention of somebody based on their actions. My bad. I'm sorry, Wick. I'll go
No, you're
now.
fine.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Gibbs. You've won. Congratulations.
I didn't know I was trying. Okay. Jesus.
Okay, $5 from JKL. Andrew's argument being fundamentally about federal debt, then accusing Destiny of moving the goalposts when he brings it up, is pure Kino. $5 from Merlot to say, Trump voters, if you were to go back in time in 2024, would you still vote for Trump, considering he's contributed 1/3 of the debt and spent more than Biden? It's a good question. Would you?
You're asking, was that
Yeah.
question for me or Gibbs?
Both of you. If you could go back in time to 2024 and change your vote, would you, knowing what you do now, would you do so?
I
Would I-
would go to California and vote under some other person's name.
I don't know no, I would not have voted for Kamala and Tim Walz. I think that would have been even worse than the mess we're in now. Just let me tell you one thing, Wick. I got to get out of here in about 10 minutes. I got about 10 minutes left. About 9
10
p.m.
minutes. We'll speed run the people who pay me money then.
Sure.
$20 from CBS Smith to say, it's impressive. We finally have a conservative panelist, less intelligent than Gibbs. Be nice, gang. But thank you for the $20. It's very nice. $10 from Neolib Shitlord. How can Admiral Gibbs and the other useful idiots sleep at night while living with so much cognitive dissonance? Okay. $5 from C Dubba. What about Trump investing in Dell and giving them a $9.7 billion Department of Defense contract? Thoughts on that?
Starts with what about? It sounds like whataboutism. I mean, I don't know.
Sounds
I'd
like
have to
corruption.
look up the specific details of it. I'm not familiar with that specific.
Did he invest, or did a trust he own invest, and does it manage directly? Because that was the argument I heard about Nancy Pelosi and her husband. So, or is his kids doing it? What is because that's literally what I heard on this panel. So it seems like I need some more specifics.
Just real quick, why do you guys think that Kamala Harris would have been worse? What's your why is that your view?
Is that for me?
Yeah,
both. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, again, if we're talking, it's not lost on me that we're talking about fraud and abuse, and her running mate was Tim Walz. So to me, just opening up the floodgates for fraud at home, for a complete waste at home, would have been worse to me, and I feel like that's what would have.
Wait, but
happened.
what
You
fraud
think-
and
and
abuse?
even if
Wait,
we look like the Gavin Newsom, you're
What is
asking
that?
for the
What is
exact
that
same thing.
What is the
he
Walls
already
thing
runs a
relevant for? I
family.
don't understand.
Huh?
What is the Walls thing relevant for? I don't understand.
Well, because he was in charge in Minnesota.
He was, but
That's the
any
state where it was happening.
investigation.
So if you're
Sure,
so
any
incompetent to
investigation. Keep
facilitate
filibustering. Keep
that
going.
much
Keep going.
fraud be
Yes.
facilitated in your area, then
Yep.
yeah, I would think that
Yeah.
it would
So
be
all
worse.
of these investigations and everything that was
You
caught
asked me
related to
why
this
I
was
thought
done
it would
by
be
the-
worse. I
Oh,
told
you
you.
got
No, he doesn't. No, he has to keep dancing because he knows it's fucking retarded, right? All of the investigations for that were led by the Biden Department of Justice. What the fuck has Trump's Department of Justice found in terms of novel fraud in Minnesota so far?
How many people were
Nothing.
arrested? I think it was like
Nothing.
90.
Nothing.
Uh,
Yeah, that was out off the Garland DOJ investigation, right? Trump's org hasn't found anything. You don't give a fuck about fraud. You only care because they're black or whatever other bullshit reason.
No, if it was any fraud, I would care. My whole thing is let's not waste and burn money. I don't know why that's like a racist or like hateful position.
Because you don't
let's
seem to
just
have any
not
problem with Trump
waste
doing
and
it on
burn
record
money.
amounts.
It's
You don't
the
even,
most-
I don't know if
it's the
Kamala, to be
most-
honest, I don't even know if Kamala could waste as much money as Trump has. It's just like you're on a whole different level of corruption and fraud and wasteful government spending. And the idea that they would have somehow managed to spend as much is just it's not rooted in reality between the people. It's not rooted in the reality of the Biden admin versus the Trump admin. Like Even now, we can see that Trump has wasted more money than even the craziest liberal would have guessed he would have. But for some reason, it's like, well, no, I still think Kamala would have wasted more. Why? Because it's like axiomatic to you. You can't even fathom it.
Well, we actually have like
you
a pretty
can't
good
fathom
one to
it?
one comparison. Yeah,
Let 'em go.
there's like a really good one to one comparison here that we can actually go through, because there was the Feeding Our Future fraud in Minnesota that was $250 million that was discovered and prosecuted under Biden, right? So we can actually point out that, okay, even if you think that these fraudsters were left leaning, it was a left leaning government that reined them in. Okay, now we have a similar situation where Kristi Noem is currently defending herself against $220 million of potential fraudulent spending. Do you think that Trump's going to rein her in? I mean, she lost her job, but is she getting charged? Is she going to jail the same way that the Feeding Our Future guy went to jail?
If that's true, then she should.
She
That's
should, but will
consistency.
she? Will
Uh,
Trump do it?
But I'm not
He
defending
might.
that position.
Hold
So
on, hold on.
again,
Hold on.
you guys are trying to like
This is
crucify
the-
me on a position that's
To be
not
clear,
mine.
you are
this is
defending
so
Trump because you said you would vote for him. That's how voting works. You don't get to
Hold on.
separate the good from the bad. You have to pick a candidate. Trump is
Hold
your
on.
guy.
But
This
you
is
have to
really
pick a
weird.
lesser. Where were you the entire debate? Like, I'm about to get out of here. Now you're like super aggressive and coming after everything that I say. That's fine.
wow.
You had nothing the entire time. But
You
you
had
could.
lies.
What?
I mean,
Every
You
time
had
we bring up something, you
lies.
go,
Wait,
what
what the fuck are you
aboutism?
talking
It's a
about?
pivot. And now you're like, oh, now you... Okay.
Yeah,
It was
23
pivot.
Nobel Prize winning economists called Harris's economic plan vastly superior to Trump's, by the way. If
yeah,
anyone
I
actually
mean,
cares about what's best for the economy and the deficit.
Some economists said that it was vastly
23
better.
Nobel Prize winning economists.
Like,
Yeah, but did you consider the Economist
Is
one
that
of
not
Joe
significant to
Rogan?
you?
You can put it in the chat and I'll read it. You're just assuming that
You
it's
can
not.
look it up.
Okay,
Here,
I'll
here,
look it
here,
up. Why
Dragon
are you
Fist,
so
Dragon
angry with me?
Fist.
Like I'm not angry with
Okay,
you.
let
Here,
look.
here,
He's
just
only
real
got a
quick,
little bit of
Dragon
time.
Fist.
Yeah.
Dragon Fist, like I actually do think that you're a good faith actor. I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to jump down your throat here. I just think that you don't know what you're talking about, and I think there's a lot of reading you could do to get informed on these things. I don't think you're evil or anything.
But to your point that you just made, Dev, about this Kristi Noem, right? You're acting like he wouldn't go after her. All right. Do you remember he had John Bolton in his administration? John Bolton just got
balls, bro.
Hey, listen,
Yeah,
if
Trump
John
went
Bolton
after
just
people after he perceived them as backstabbing, and I can't even believe you would say that.
I'm just saying,
Oh my
if he was
god.
pretty rich, you know, listen, if Noem backstabbed him with stealing, why
So
wouldn't
you
he
agree
go
that
after
no authoritarian leader ever has ever been corrupt, right?
I didn't say that.
Why? All of them have gone after people in their party at some point. Saddam Hussein did it with a whole bunch of his leadership. Pretty sure Hitler cleared out some of his leadership. Stalin and Lenin and every single, and Putin people have fallen out of windows there, right? All of these people have gone after. What is... Sorry, that was unbelievably stupid
actually, no, thank you. I actually agree. It is unbelievably stupid because that's the point you just made about Biden and fucking the administration in Minnesota when we clearly expanded the fraud search from Minnesota
But
to
the
California.
difference is that those
So
people
you made
were
the argument
employed
for
by Biden. They weren't working for him. They didn't have the same last name like all of Trump's corrupt fucking losers do. They weren't in his cabinet.
And now we're finding more fraud than ever before in Minnesota.
No, we're not. No, we're not anywhere.
got-
Really not.
we got
Well, we're
800
finding more fraud
we
as
have
the public because we're watching our president commit more fraud. True.
Over 800 indictments is what I'm looking at. Up between 800 between California and Minnesota right now, and other states. So I'm sitting here seeing fraud. They're obviously going after it. So hey, listen. Either it's okay for them to go after people in their own party, like these left-leaning people in Somalia, the Somalis that he did with Feeding Our Future, or it's not when you're considering John Bolton. It seems like kind of a nice little double backflip you got going here. Can explain.
He also
why,
went after Cohen too, right? He also went out true. Trump went after so many of his allies. You're so right. You're so right, bro.
Yeah, Noam throws him under the bus, or they sit here and do some kind of fraud shit. You don't think he's going to go after him? I feel like, obviously he would. So, what's your point?
If you want to
here,
make
then?
a bet right now, Gibbs, do you think that Kristi Noem's going to
Jail,
the Trump
maybe?
administration? Do you think that they're going to go after Kristi Noem? I'll bet you $50 right
$50.
now that they do
When's
not
when's the
before the
interim?
end of this
The
year.
year? No, she absolutely is not going to get charged for the end of the year.
Okay. What about 2028?
I mean,
for as long as Trump's in office.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do it all the way to Trump's office. She might
Okay,
get charged.
$50
How
on
about
it.
this? Wait. How about a $50 on this? Do you think that anybody
what are
from
we
the
gonna charge
SPLC
for?
is going to be convicted?
Who knows? Maybe, probably.
Maybe you were citing that indictment as good as
Yeah.
gold earlier.
I
How do you
think-
feel about the indictment for Trump's
I think homegirl's going to
Mar-a-Lago?
I think the homegirl that was giving money to her lover is definitely going to get charged with a crime and convicted. Yes.
Okay.
We'll see.
$10 from Caller Online 1. Republicans being the party of Lincoln is not a flex. He was still racist as fuck, but once the Northern Dems started supporting civil rights, the Southern Dems and churches jumped ship and voted Republican. that. $20 from Ripped Cripper. MAGAs with humiliation fetish get obliviated. Embarrass these people back into the bigot closet to save America. Thank you for the $20. $10 from Anyon. I live in Deep Red, Georgia, and we learned about the party realignment in 8th fucking grade. $5 from Bad Company. Gibbs looks like a villain in a trans comic book.
Yeah, I hear the gays have good style, so I'll take it as a compliment.
Oh, and my YouTube froze. That's wonderful. I know you had to go, Mr. Andrew. Do you have any
Yeah.
closing words for our audience?
No, I appreciate the debate. I enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone. We can look at some of these other topics in the future. Just the only thing that struck me is people like saying to fucking unalive yourself. I don't know how we got that far. I was trying to be good faith, and we could do better than that. So that's all.
Yeah, super chatter, naughty. Okay,
Right?
When you send me money, say better things. But thank you for the money anyway. But naughty, super.
Can I ask? Can I ask?
Thank
Just,
you, guys.
just
Have a
quick
good night.
question
Thank you.
before you go, Andrew. My love,
Sure,
please.
sure.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God, you came in pretty hot on the transgender comic thing, right? Like you were like transgender comic. Like you were pretty hot on it, right?
Sure. Not really. It was in my list. She just cited it as not true, and then we got into it wasn't something I was particularly
Right.
passionate
We
about.
got into it, and then you kind of walked it back to gay, and you were like a gay comic. And they're like,
Well, they
well, it
said
was
it was a gay
one
comic. I don't
character
care
and
any
one.
It was an
comic.
educational comic.
But like, hold on. Just let me just real quick here, and then you go and say that if it was a heterosexual
Yeah.
comic, I would have cared about it. So, do you
Sure.
classify everything in your life as transgender, straight, gay? Like, why would you even come out saying transgender comic?
That's how it was
If
listed.
it doesn't matter to you,
Doge.
if it doesn't
That's
matter
how it
to
was listed, so they would know what I was
so you
referencing.
weren't
You
coming
fell for
in.
it.
So
See
you
what
weren't
you're
coming in
doing
hot
here?
on that.
What you're doing here
Come
is
on, man. You were
exactly the
coming in
point.
so
It's
hot.
exactly the
Come on,
point.
dude.
You're a bad
This is what I'm
person if
saying.
you
You're
even
so
talk
bad
about it.
faith,
Here's
dude.
the point.
You're so bad
It
faith. You
shields
came in
these
saying
policies.
transgender comic.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
care
get
if
you
the
all riled up on
transgender
the
was true
trans.
comics.
It's
Like this
fucking
one
comic,
had to be a
dude.
transgender one. And that's the point, is that this shields it from I can't mention it or I'm like a transphobe. That's the point
So
of this
whether or not
rhetoric.
the
Like, so I
sexuality had
can't
anything to
criticize
do
I
with the
care.
point that you brought up to
You
begin
know
with
what I'm
was
saying?
transgender comic.
Right.
Come on.
I'm staying to answer your question. I'm trying to explain to you.
bad
I don't care what kind of comic it is. I don't think we should be
So then why
wasting
would you
money on that
start
stuff
out with that? Why
overseas.
wouldn't you just
This
say
one
we
just
were
happens
funding
to
a
be that.
comic? Why wouldn't you say we were funding a comic? If it
That's
has
how it was
nothing to do
listed.
with
I think
sexual.
take
So
it
you
up
just read it off of a list and developed the whole entire thing about it? You didn't do any looking
yeah, but
into
give the
it,
reference
research,
to exactly
understanding
what I
of
was
how much it
talking about
costs?
because words have meaning. Like, is it like offensive to talk about? I don't understand. Like,
Hold on,
did it offend?
but hold on. Well, let me help.
It's not that it's a
Hold
Why
on,
is this
stop.
even a thing? That's what
Yeah,
it was.
let me help
That's
though.
the program they were paying.
If I kept mentioning something and I'm like, those fucking black criminals, and I kept
It has nothing to do with
talking every
blacks.
time it was a black criminal, I would be like, a black criminal was doing this. Would you maybe, would it be right to maybe question, like, hey, maybe this guy's a little racist?
But he didn't
because
have
I
black people
clarified
Because
he
that's what he
told
does all the
you.
time. That's his grift.
No, it's not a grift. I'm telling you that I'm not for any comic books. You just don't want to accept
at
my
Gibbs'
answer.
face right now. He
These
knows
ones
his
just happen to be. I also had a problem with the DEI in Serbia. Like, it's
You
not.
don't know why, but you still don't know why that was a thing.
That's wasteful. And if you're showing me that it's not wasteful, then I don't have a problem.
But you
with
assume it
has
is
nothing
because
to
you
do
just
with
hear these
race
little
or
jingly
sex
keywords
or
like DEI
gender
or transgender, and then you
anything.
run with it. You fall for it because you can't tell apart a good
It's
source from shit.
It's obviously an ideological thing for you, man, and that's
I know
fine.
he
if you
needs
just
to go.
admit
He needs to
that.
go. We can have
It's
him on again.
not.
I promise.
It's not an ideal. I said that I'm not for the
This
war
is
in
what we'll do.
Iran for the same
This is
reason.
what we'll do. This is what we'll do.
For the same reason.
On another day, we will have Andrew on all by himself, and he will just take calls, and
I
you
will.
guys can. It will be Andrew versus the world.
You
right?
can rip me apart.
Yeah.
I'm
know, yes.
fair on both sides, man. I'm not for things that are wasteful from the right either. I'm really not.
Bet you didn't mention those.
Okay.
I
Well,
did.
thank
I
you
said
for
I'm not
coming,
for the war in
Andrew.
Iran. That's what I said. Like how did I not mention it? I just don't get you. You just don't even hear it. It like goes right through because you want to hate me so much. That's really what's going on. Like you want me to be a bigot so bad, but I really don't care if it's a straight comic book or a gay comic book. I don't think we should be paying for it because it's wasteful. Is that
You
fair?
thinking it's wasteful is your
Yeah, that's
bias.
totally fair. So where can we
Thank
find
you.
you?
You
out
haven't
there,
critically thought
Andrew?
about that.
What are your ads?
You could find me at Dragon Fist TV on YouTube.
Check them out.
Awesome.
Or TikTok or Twitter. I just started the Twitter, but they're all at Dragon Fist TV. Instagram.
Yeah, check them out.
And I will come back. I promise. Thank you guys.
I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Wick. Second most important thing, Destiny, you gotta promote your event July 10th, otherwise you're in
Working on
some
it.
shit.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for calling in, Robert. Okay.
I've got to take off in a minute too, as well. I've got 2 more questions, and I can ask them
Two
quick,
more
and then
questions.
I
You've
can
had like
leave.
20 questions, man.
And then
Ask
I can
quick.
leave. Okay, they'll be quick. They'll be
Quickly.
quick. Okay.
'Cause
So
I got like a dozen super, like
I
more than that.
completely
I gotta get through
I
my super
completely
chat.
understand. I completely understand. Okay, Gibbs, real quick. 1, why didn't the Republicans pass legislation in Congress to cut spending properly? Would that not be the way to go about it, rather than doing all this bullshit?
Depends on what you mean by that. Like, give me an example. Like, how do you want like cut spending properly to be done in your mind? What is it?
Well, if you wanted USAID to be cut, they should have passed a bill cutting USAID rather than doing it through the executive, right?
Potentially. The issue is that, like, when we look at like our division of powers between the 3 branches, every president since forever has tried to expand the presidency, right, and to use executive orders to expand it, and that really started even more so like under Bush and Cheney, and then it extended all the way under Obama and now to Trump, right? Like, so we're like going through this, and everyone. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they always try to use the executive first. People look to the executive to be like a leader, so that's not a surprise me. I would have expected the Dems to do it. I wouldn't even blame them for that, right? Like, but I do think that maybe legislation was the proper way to do it, but that's not how they chose to go about it first. And Trump has also done a thing very interesting where he's done these push these things with the executive order, and then he gets sued. And he goes to the Supreme Court and either wins or loses, but then things are defined. And I think part of his strategy is to get certain powers defined so that people either can or can't use them going forward, as opposed to some of these nebulous kind of like ideas that we've had going forward. Or at least if it's not Trump, someone in his administration is pushing that agenda. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. Whether you agree or disagree is a whole different thing. I'm sure.
Okay.
I think there's problems with that, but I understand, and we don't have time to get into it right now. The last thing before I get out of here then is, I know that you watched my J6 video all the way through, and you even complimented me on it.
I did watch it.
And you said it gave you a whole lot to think about. So I just have to, and like, you are probably the nicest right-winger I've met in a long time. Why do you still believe all the sloppulous stuff, given that? How is it that you exist in your current headspace when you saw me lay out all the J6 evidence and you're like, oh, you give me a lot to think about. That's all these things I haven't seen before. I don't understand you.
So with the J6 thing, this is an issue, right? I keep looking at this and I keep going, and I'm looking at all these things, and maybe it's whataboutism, maybe it's like just like taking like where we're at as a whole. Like I think the J6 thing, as bad as it is or it isn't, right? Like it's more of a symptom and not the real like problem, right? Whether you think it's Trump, whether you think it's rhetoric, whether you think I think it's so bad to the point that where we have almost alternate news sources. Like if I say, oh, I'll give you a source, say the New York Post. Right, people are going to go, I don't accept that as a source, right? Or like, or you'll use a House committee like we did today, and someone's like, I'm not going to accept that because I don't believe this government president. And so it like gets to this point, like, yeah, I think you make valid points. I think you're earnest, right? And so when you're making these points, I'm listening, like, yeah, it's convincing. I just like, I guess when I'm a voter, it really comes down to what I vote on, and I vote locally, and I say this all the time. The January 6th thing, like, didn't it affects us as a nation potentially, but it failed. If it was a coup, it was a really bad one. Right. And I wasn't backed by any of the branches. Trump didn't send in the paramilitary. Like, I mean, if there was the problem was, they're not real effective, bros. Like, I mean, like, I'm just sitting here, like, looking at it, and you know what's more scary as a conservative was the group of guys that took over the Michigan governor's office. And those were a conservative group. We shouldn't have armed groups take over like a Michigan government houses. This is a Republican group that did this, right? Like totally. That's more terrifying to me than say what like the January 6th things, which seems like unorganized mob behavior. Like, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't know. It's also not a high vote.
Did that answer your question?
For now.
We can talk about it more later, I'm sure.
Sure. Thanks for having me on, Wick. I know I'm just a caller, but thanks for having me here anyway.
Yep.
You guys have fun.
Yep. Yep.
See ya.
All tons of fun. Tons and tons. $5 from Parallax to say Gibbs is fat, or Gibbs is trans fat. Okay,
That's a good one.
All right, see ya.
See ya. $5 from Nobody Chef. I'll be sure to tell my David Duke supporting uncle that he is in fact a Democrat. Today I learned there was no party switch. Revisionist history is wild. $5 from No Flame. Please, can someone ask Sister Fister why he is so disconnected from reality? Bro has his own personal fanfic on every subject. $5 from Last Bastion. Can we get names of all the people who were charged for corruption as a result of Doge? If they found any, we should have at least one name, no?
Not a single one. Kind of crazy, given that supposedly they found so much corruption.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. I got that phone call.
Did Doge charge anybody? Did we get any charges from the DOJ for corruption due to what Doge found, supposedly?
No.
No,
I'm
bro,
not sure.
not even close. The fraud was less than. So they did an audit, and the fraud was found percentage-wise to be like 0.3%. Mind you, the total budget is already only 1% of the budget. So we're talking about 0.3% of a 1% of the total budget. But hey, expect that Doge stimulus check anytime now.
Oh yeah, the Doge stimulus check. I
Forgot about that. I didn't. Yeah, that's crazy. $10 from Mr. HHK. We need the comics to create more trans Tifa soldiers overseas for national security. Okay, thank you for that. $10 from Boredom. The guy who keeps pinning Republican racism on the SPLC is snorting Iranian nuclear-enriched copium. I think that was you, Gibbs.
It was me that said that. And listen, if you can find me some, I'll try it. You know.
Lunatic Thinker for $5. Conservatives give everyone in NATO, threatens invading allies, and goes surprised Pikachu when Spain refuses to let U.S. use their bases there. I think he missed the word. Gives everyone in NATO the finger, I believe. I don't know. $2 from Greggio. Tell Gibbs to look up Nixon's Southern Strategy. $10 Carler Online. The Doge guys in deposition admitted that all they did was Control plus F when they deciding what to cut, and that was it. They ultimately cut 20 billion out of the 2 trillion Elon claimed he could. Does that not, Gibbs, does that not suggest like that they were doing a very bad job? Well, do you think that Doge did a bad job overall? Let's start there.
I would say mixed results. It's not what I'd hoped for, but it's better than nothing, right? Like, so there's, and it's above the 50% line, because sometimes you do something that's like a token thing where they like give you something like the border bill, like a while back, like they already told us, oh, Trump shut down the border bill. There's a reason why like people in Texas revolted and said, oh, we can't have this in here, right? Like in some other ones, because it wasn't enough. It was like just piecemeal. I don't think Doge was attempted to be a piecemeal attempt at like.
Again, Doge cost us more than they saved.
Right. But hold on, hear me out. You're right. So like, yeah, but the thing is though, when you're going,
do you acknowledge that first of all?
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
Okay,
I'm sure you wouldn't be standing on your guns. I mean, I don't do.
So how was it good?
How was it good? Is what I'm saying is you have to start the ball somewhere. I think that it's clear that there's like clear bureaucracy, like overload. I think we can all agree on that. Like if you've ever gone to the DMV.
So bureaucratic overload is to make another bureaucracy to check for bureaucratic overload?
They didn't even make a new bureaucracy. They expanded something that was already there, renamed it, then like funded it. Like, so like, yeah, I mean, this happens all the time.
Not really at all, no.
I mean, like, listen, do you think the ATF is redundant with the FBI? Like, to some degree, sure. Should we just get rid of the ATF?
No,
like,
what? No.
I mean, they're both law enforcement agencies, right?
They do different things.
Sure, right. Do you think there's any crossover between the DEA, the ATF, and the FBI? Like
I'm sure there's a little bit of like crossover for cooperation, right?
Right, exactly.
You remember, when we had no crossover at all? It was before 9/11.
No, I agree, right? But what I'm saying is, why wouldn't we just like, oh, okay, get rid of the ATF and lump them into the FBI? They're both security, like what agencies? They both do similar things, or maybe combine it with the DEA. We don't need, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of the argument you're making here. Like,
why is it that no other country on the planet has figured out like these like obvious no-brainer conservative plans to make the government better? You ever notice that like there's not a single other country on the planet that seems to understand that you just have to like get rid of every single part of your government and then it makes your country way better?
That's what we're saying. I mean, this is once I don't want to be the guy yelling straw man, but like I didn't say get rid of every single part. I said take a look under the hood and clear it out.
I'm asking, like, can you think of a single country that's done like even 1/10 of the things that you're recommending?
Yeah, I mean, Argentina's doing it now. I mean,
is that who you want to be like? Argentina?
I mean, maybe. I mean, look, I'm sure there were other
Maybe?
examples.
I
Hold
want to hear
on.
that. I want to hear that. You want the United
Hold
States
on,
of
hold on.
America to be more like Argentina.
I would like us to be more like Rome, which did do audits several times throughout the history, went and gutted programs and gutted people, and literally gutted people that were stealing and being corrupt. Like, I mean, this is something that's happened in major
Okay, sure.
empires all
Yeah,
throughout
so
history. So,
Rome
like,
is
yeah,
not
I would like
Rome
us to be
doesn't
Rome at
exist
its peak.
anymore, really, right? I
Sure,
was gonna
right, but
agree. I don't think
okay.
so.
Roman
I'm
Empire
saying modern
fall, did
examples, like
exist.
who are your successful countries that you're trying to emulate? Because it seems like conservatives have all these like very, very easy ideas, like, oh, we just need to do this and it'll be so much better. But literally no other government on the planet is doing any of the things you're saying, and all the most successful governments on
When
the
do
planet
you
tend to do the exact opposite of what you're saying. So like, what?
when do you think we were the peak, like peak American power? Probably like the 60s, 50s, 70s, in that range, right? Like when we were
Why
90s,
would you
ahead of the
maybe?
assume that?
Soviet.
I would say we were at our
What'd you
peak
say?
in
Okay,
'91
sure.
when the fucking
Okay,
Soviet
91.
Union fell
Perfect.
and America emerged as the leader of
Perfect.
the planet.
Perfect.
What do you mean?
Okay, 91's a good example. I just wanted to pick whatever example you wanted, right? Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
I
so
mean, but even
91.
past that, America continued to dominate. I mean, you could go past '91 as
Okay.
well. I mean,
Do
militarily,
you
but like
think? But hold on,
economically,
you
we
think
dropped.
the gap was bigger, the biggest than 91? You would is what you're saying? Yes, correct. Like just for the sake of this argument.
Maybe. I mean, probably like late '90s, early 2000s, maybe would be a guess. But it would
Okay, and
depend
would
what-
you agree that the government has grown since that time, and probably not in a more efficient manner when we've expanded agencies all across the board, and we have more and more things? There's more overload.
Yeah,
The
because
debt has
modern
increased.
problems require modern solutions. So unfortunately, that might mean you have to
So
expand part of your bureaucratic state. Sure.
We've also been
really
steadily
sad.
cutting taxes for the rich. I mean, I
So
don't
the
know if
gap,
that's a factor that matters
has
to you.
gone smaller in
Yes, wait,
conjunction. I
wait.
guess
The
it's just
gap has
told,
gotten
not it's
smaller.
just
But wait,
correlation
wait. The gap
because
has gotten
while we've also
smaller.
spent a bunch of money on much more
The gap
organizations,
has gotten
doing
smaller
excess
because the
things.
other countries are leaving behind the things that you want to do. They're all becoming more globo homo. They're all like sending their kids all over the world to get educated in other Ivy League institutions. They're all
Right?
liberalizing their
Because they're not
trade
having to
and
spend on the
foreign
military.
investment. What?
Because they're not having to spend on the military. At least in
China
the
and
European
India
theater.
are relying on
Well,
the
China and
United
India
States.
are. No, not China and India.
What is China? What do we
We're
complain
talking about
China?
NATO and the EU.
What do
They
we-
are doing that.
What is
though.
our threat from China all the time? The fact that they can manufacture more textiles than us? No, it's we're worried about them catching up to us in AI. What are we worried
Sure,
about for
I
other
agree with
countries?
that. I'm not talking about just China though. It's not just
Yeah, but
China. It's
every
India.
single
You
thing
have to
that
watch
you
out for
want
the
to
number
do.
one, but you have to watch out for the others as well. It's not.
No,
it's not
but
a
your
team
can't
idea,
discount
of,
China.
your idea of looking out for number one is the exact opposite of what every other successful country thinks will achieve that. Everything you want to do makes America weaker, and everybody on the planet agrees
I
with that.
disagree with him because what
Okay,
I'm saying is I'm
thank
looking
you
at
to Dragon Fist TV for the raid. I do appreciate you guys. Let me read a few more of these. $10 from Delay My Belay. Believing the party switch never happened is willful ignorance or grift. Petitioning Wick to start a panel to end this easily disprovable talking point. Well, people, if you want to find some guests for me and I'll host it, why not? $20 from Odashara. Can you ask Gibbs, why do cardiologists, nephrologists, and oncologists exist if all disease involves people that doctors can interact with?
I mean, in the words of Parallax, do you think I've talked to a cardiologist recently? I mean, just say it. That's a joke. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
$50 from Delay My Belay to just say done. Thank you for the $50. Yes, true. Really appreciate it. That brings us over the 1,000 mark for tonight. That's a beautiful, beautiful number that we love. $5 from my listening library to say Trump was reelected and is on a run to completely shift national and local election processes. January 6th didn't fail. It just took longer to solidify.
True.
$5 from Hurting Unit. This is my first time watching, and it's great. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Michael Hatch Tube for $5. There's 67 more dollars to go. Fair enough. $5 from Warren Berger. Comic looks bad. It's fishy. Just gave me $1. Mr. Poderator. Gibbs told me a few months ago that he'd lost a lot of weight. I'm glad to see he found it back.
Word.
True story. I think when I don't know when that's that debate in October. Maybe I'm down 60 pounds since then. You can't see it all, but we're a big old boy. We had a lot of weight to lose, so pretty pleased about it. Thank you for noticing.
You know, it's
or
good
not
that
noticing.
you lost weight if you lost weight.
Yeah.
$20 from K from YT from YouTube. These MAGA clowns make Jesse Lee Peterson sound like a nuclear physicist. Okay. $2 from Bangarang. The real Gibbs and NCIS would hate this one. I don't watch that show. Michael Hatch Tube for $5. Wick TV. Oh, this is something for later. Color Online, $5. Damn, Wick, be glad I like you and stupid enough to pay you another $5 to read my prior two $10 super chats. Wubba lubba dub dub. Okay. Montana Flower Farmer for $10. if the Trump buds learned that by improving material conditions in impoverished countries, USAID had a positive impact on reducing immigration to the U.S., would they support that aid?
So the question is if they would reduce immigration. Listen, I'm very pro immigration reform. I just want a secure border. But secondly, like I think it depends, right? I'm going to use the screwworm example again because it's one I'm intimately familiar with, right? So we had USA funding going to do the prevention of the screwworm and tracking of it through the Darien Gap, which was broken, I believe, in 2003 and reached Mexico 2004, not 2004, 2024, 2023, right? Okay, excuse me, misspoke there, but right. So why would you keep funding something that's clearly failed right now and not allocate the funding to something else in a more efficient manner? Part of this, right? Part of the reason why the screwworm is able to travel, and I'm going to say it, and people are going to immediately go racist.
Can you
But
answer the question that the guy asked?
right, I'm about to answer. This goes to the immigration thing. Is the mass migration, right? So we're seeing USA funding to go into something that's funding increased migration, right? And we're causing the bringing up the screwworm because with pets, animals, all these other people. We see the cartel using illegal like cattle, right? And so this is also a failure of USAID funding and its program. And when I look at this, I go, why would we keep funding this? Now, if somehow USAID was funding programs to stop the immigration, maybe. But so far, it looks like it was encouraging it based off all the things I've seen. So the evidence wise.
Mackie Hilden for $5. Oh, so Mr. B thinks Dems are needed to hold the GOP responsible for their failures? He should commit to electing Democrats then. $20 from Bad Company. Gibbs said drastic immediate changes can benefit us in the long run despite immediate harm when Deb brought up wasted food and starving kids. Did he give Biden that same charity on the Afghan pullout?
I mean, I think the Afghan pullout was a failure mainly because the people we were fighting got all the tech. I'm not so upset about whatever the humanitarian access to it was. I think it was bad to leave people there just overall, but that's I think my critique of Biden's pullout is not what he thinks it is.
Okay, Swamalani to say for $5 says this guy shows up to a debate doing no research. Where's the fraud? It's there. Where's the waste? It's there. No examples at all. Embarrassing. We can't even get Republicans to fund school lunches. $10 from Brown Moore. Wick TV, please, you ask Dragon Fist, why can't you answer a question without rambling or filibustering? And how many lies are you going to spew? I'll DM him and see. We're almost done. Don't worry. $10 from Moto Freak. Here's $10 just for the yet another optical sewer slide live on stream. DGGL. Well, thank you for the $10. $5 from Lieutenant Quattro. To Dragon Knuckles. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Well, he's not here to answer. $10 from Michael Hatch on YouTube. As a percentage of GDP, how high of a debt ratio amounts to existential threat for modern industrialized nations? For example, the USA is at 120%. Japan is at 236%, and France is 113%. Source, the IMF. Do you want to take a crack at it, gang? What is too high of a debt as a percentage of GDP?
I would just look at historical norms for that, I guess, for the United States and try to keep it within there. I don't know if there's an actual agreed upon number for.
I don't know.
It's a good researchable question.
Question, yeah. $5 from William Judd. Saying that we need to cut USAID to address the U.S. debt while supporting Trump's tax cuts is hypocritical. Saying that it's whataboutism is ludicrous. True. $5 from Sam Greenwood. A direct example of how cutting USAID hurts America is the current Ebola outbreak in Congo and Uganda, already in Europe, risking spreading to America. And then $5 from Night Night. Why is it when She's Right is wrecking these cats, they start addressing Tiny? You want to take a crack at that one? She's Right.
Cowardice usually. It's not uncommon for that to happen. Leftists do it too, as well. There's this weird phenomenon. Whenever anyone in this broader space wants to have an argument, they start imagining they're shadow boxing Steven. It's weird. It's creepy. I don't know why that's the case. It shouldn't be. No offense, dude. You're not that important.
Wow.
Yeah.
Base, I guess. $5 from No Flame, please. If these clowns think USAID is going to our enemies and DEI makes the country weaker, then why would they be against pushing DEI under USAID? Big think.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Let's also just start selling fentanyl into China.
I mean, if you want to beat China, why not?
I mean, it was an effective trade policy in the 20th century.
Yeah, let's do it.
A little unethical. But...
I mean,
Oh.
listen, I'm not worried about the others. Whatever.
Okay, $20 from It's Fishy. Chucklefuck in the Hat does not care about waste, fraud, and abuse. He should have called out the Trump administration's effort to fire the inspector generals while then allowing Doge to go after programs on an ideological basis. $5 from Lunatic Thinker. Bro with the Hat just had a moment of honesty where he just admitted that it's all about the transgender stuff and not about the debt. $10 from William Judd. The reason Destiny brought up conservatives destroying things is because that's what they did to USAID. That's directly relevant to the prompt. $5 from Hell's Pacifists. Honestly, this is an unfair 2v1 with a severe handicap. Joker versus these two while constantly bailing out a partner who can't cite his own evidence. Caller online for $5 says, I think it's fair to call them liars if they only parrot lies or unverified claims and then feign ignorance. And then $5 from Average Jake L. Does he know Kurt Cobain was a big LGBT advocate? Fake fan spotted. Okay. I don't know what that's about.
I love you. Am I allowed to leave?
Yeah, you were allowed. Well, yeah, you're always allowed to leave. Thanks for being here, man.
I love you. It's my
Thanks for the
Stay
debate.
safe. Yeah, take care.
Gang, tomorrow, I guess I should just tell before you leave. Tomorrow we're going to do a show on the fall of counterpoints. We're going to have North is live here to kind of go
Fuck that,
over
Pluto.
a lot of the details and why it was malicious for him
luck.
to call CPS and the FBI.
Have fun.
And
Be
we're going to go
careful.
through the evidence. Should be fun. So thanks for being here. Destiny, you can leave
What, bro?
whenever you want.
It's like every day I leave, I come back and I just hear the craziest thing every day. Every day.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
It's a lot.
What did you wait? Hold on. Just make sure I heard this right. You just said. Can you just say that one more time for me?
Yeah, Counterpoints called I believe it was the FBI. I think it was CPS on, I have it in my notes. I'd have to check, right? I have different notes up right now. But it was he called CPS on Brit, right? Based on what I consider the flimsiest evidence possible. I consider that kind of act malicious, given that calling these agencies can really impact a family, especially if nothing's actually happening. I've heard a lot of horror stories about the CPS taking people's kids and them not being able to get back with them for weeks while these things get sorted out. And again, if there was actual evidence of abuse, fair enough. But the evidence cited was from the most unreliable sources you can imagine. People going through a vicious divorce who were just basically saying anything and everything about each other to hurt the other people. Someone who was clearly mentally unwell and making shit up for attention is what it sounded like. And it's just, again, nothing substantial whatsoever. And to use that as a basis to call a federal agency to look into getting someone's kids taken away is crazy work. But we're going to go over it tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, and this is what's his name specific, but I heard another story recently from a different circle where someone was like, "Oh, I called an FBI agent or alleged FBI agent about an active investigation." I just want to say, guys, listen, we should not be taking your streaming Twitch shit to fucking the FBI unless it's some crazy shit. This sounds like literal insanity. I'm glad that I'm not a part of this. Dear God, bro.
It is what it is. She's right. Do you have any thoughts on the issue at hand? Otherwise, I'm just going to move you guys out and read the rest of these super chats. Well, I won't move these out. I'll just read the rest of the super chats. You guys can stay, but you don't. You're under no obligation. Okay.
Yeah, I got another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Connor. I think he's taking a very personal, emotional kind of crash out on a lot of other people and a lot of unrelated stuff.
Oh, I was talking about the USAID stuff. But,
on the USAID stuff. Yeah, I think. I mean, it's a big W. Like, it's just a big W. Diplomatically, morally, just materially. Like, we get some stuff back for it. I'm all for a government that makes fiscal sense. There's just better places to look, by like a factor of 10 or 100. And we should just prioritize those. If anyone is unironically trying to start with this, like, I do question their motives because it's just not a rational way to do it.
One of the issues is if you want to find fraud, waste, and abuse and go through in an honest manner, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think it was clear from the jump that these people were doing it for ideological reasons and using the fraud, waste, and abuse as a cover story to go after their actual targets, which are just ideological enemies.
And there's like the videos of the Doge kids like on Twitter, like being interrogated or interviewed or something, and a lot of them just had like shit-eating grins. And I'm sorry, I know this as someone who's like late millennial, early Gen Z, grown up on the internet. These are just kind of like kids on Twitter, you know, and like they're not really fooling anyone. I don't know. I think we could have a really serious, productive conversation on fiscal responsibility and doing what makes sense. And this is not that. This is Elon Musk being a man-child and recruiting more man-children.
$10.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. $10 from FDR. FD Rena mech suit. Did Gibbs dodge a question about boats?
What?
Did you dodge a question about boats? I forget the question about boats.
No, the boats. We're talking about the boats with the Argentina thing and the
The one
analyst.
that
I read the
you
analyst.
Fell for a
Yes.
little misinfo, huh?
No, well, it wasn't misinformation. It was I misread, and what it said was, which would have the analyst said would have amounted to about 2 frigates, right? Okay, so my bad. I'll admit it. I'm not trying to pull a
We're
gotcha.
gonna drag you a little bit, though. We're gonna drag you a little bit.
That's okay.
I
don't trust anybody that's never wrong.
$10 from Probolurix. Why do they keep focusing on that we need to cut programs that are like $30,000 when the debt is over 40 trillion? Why not, I don't know, focus on increasing our revenue and not spending billions on war?
I actually like this is I think a real problem with the difference between mine and Dragon Fist stance, and like I gets lost in this a little bit because I understand the argument with the debt thing, but like I don't think that's our most critical issue, right? Like I think that the money is going to be spent anyway, right? I think it's more important to focus on how and where it's spent, right? Now I think Miss Alice over here, she disagree. You know, I disagree on how or what its effective it is. Like I'm not against all soft aid, right? Like I'm not against like programs that help like certain groups if I can see tangible benefits. I just don't think the current system of USAID was like efficient or like the way it was right now. Back to what they were just saying. I don't know.
That's
sure.
just
Why do
wrong.
you say that?
Well, because we have okay, so we have reputable auditors who like take this as a profession to analyze. You know, Trump was in office 4 years prior. They didn't turn up anything. In fact, what the independent analysis shows is that by cutting this funding, 14 million people are expected to die by 2030.
Okay.
And just one thing, because earlier this was stated, and I feel like this gets lost in this conversation. We started this program in the 60s during the Cold War as a way to earn global influence to combat Russia. Mind you, 2025, we have Russian members coming out saying, I can't remember specifically who, but came out and said that they are looking forward to filling that vacuum. So that Cold War has not ended.
Well, I'll grant you a lot of that, right? But it's been what? Let's just say it's a 60. Like I don't know exact date it was founded, but let's say it's been about 60 years, right? You would say a lot of things have happened in that time period, correct? And so when I look at it, like land lease back in during the World War II, and then afterwards, to some extent, even when we land leased to Russia before as we were going into the Cold War, I think was still an effective strategy. It helped us in the long term. You know, it helped build this economy up quite a bit. Now, do we think it would have been good to continue land leasing to Russia in the middle of the Cold War? No, because priorities change, alliances shift, right? We were allies of convenience with Russia, and then they became our enemy after Germany. You know, Patton's famous for saying we should have fought the commies first, right? Like there's all sorts of examples. So when I sit here and look at USAID, I think it's just evolved past the need for it in the way that it's set up. I think we need to reevaluate how it's used. I think the State Department needs to re-administrate. I want to see more evidence. Like if you could prove that like giving LGBTQ funding to, I don't know, Serbia actually somehow significantly helped their interest to pro-America, I'd say, fuck yeah, baby, make them gay. I don't care. Like as long as they want to help America, whatever. But like the point is, I don't see the results coming out that way. Like if you say 14 million people are going to die, like okay,
I think
I think
that the unfortunate thing,
not our problem.
yeah, the unfortunate thing is we are going to see those results, and we're going to see them very quickly. But it's going to be too late to do much about it. One of the best things about USAID is that it fulfills a need that just private charity and things just cannot do. USAID and funding from the government and organization from the government can push through periods of low donations, and it just has access to resources that private charities simply do not. I will say that if I wanted to convince someone to be on my side or to be more charitable towards me and to maybe, do me some favors in the future, one of the ways I do that is by being nice to them and by giving them stuff. Like, she's right. If I wanted her to come and, I don't know, help me out with shows more, like, I'd be like, yo, Hey, you need something? You need a burger? You need some Coke or something? Like, I got you. I will help you out. Coca-Cola, to be clear, not the nose candy. I just want to make that distinction, right? But that's
Damn.
one of the ways you influence people is by giving them stuff. And hey, this person gives me stuff. They must be nice.
One
And
of
I
the
think
best
that that's
examples. Oh,
just a
sorry.
clear win, and it's worked for decades.
One of the best examples of that is the Middle East. We have seen
Oh, God.
huge progress made in the Middle East, and as far as relationships with the West, and we actually kind of see that now more than ever in the whole Hormuz situation. Regardless of how you feel about it, obviously, most on the left we think it's a complete failure. I don't know how the right spins it, but even if you're on the right, you have to acknowledge that having allies in the region pays off. And if we had not had USAID, you would not see this. USAID is responsible for an English program in the Middle East that like literally taught English to these countries so that they could become more focused on Western markets. Because you can imagine it's kind of hard to build a UAE or a Dubai when you're not even don't even know the language.
Okay,
So
let me read
again,
some more of these super chats because before I forget. $10 from Nevins. What level of evidence is sufficient? If I have personally deployed to multiple countries and worked alongside USAID projects that helped locals and made U.S. military safer and more effective, is it worth? And then he cuts off. So I'm assuming he means is that sufficient evidence if he says it's worth?
Sure. I mean,
Oh.
that's. I mean, once again, this is the problem, right? And this is really the issue. I think that there are several, just like in the Democrats, there's several factions in the Republicans, right? I like when you get to there are the people that are gonna like, oh, I don't want XYZ program for partisan, right? Like then there's gonna be more of the people that are like me, where I want like imperialism. I want us to see. I'm looking at it as like this. Sure, if you could point to me an effective program and we can see actual results, and you can point to it, we have testimony. Like I'm willing to like, consider all sorts of levels of evidence. But it's like if we have like this, I don't know. I don't even think this is a USAID program, but the butchers one I mentioned, I think that's a grant that we offered. Why isn't France paying for that? That they're in France. France isn't poor. Like, how does this benefit us in long term? Now, maybe
Well,
it's a
hold on.
CIA
It
like,
makes well, I can tell you, right? At
now,
least the theory behind it. The
I know what
theory
the
is
theory is
if we
behind it. I
help
disagree with
countries
the
like
theory.
France and our allies in order to relieve some of their financial burden, that they will see us more favorably in the future
Okay.
and help us out in the future in various ways. That's the theory behind it.
Sure.
You can argue that sometimes it's not
I understand the
effective,
theory. Now,
and it's never going to be. I just want to make this clear. It's never going to work 100% of the time.
Well, okay.
But if it
Let me
works
just.
most of the time,
And
I'm for the
I
program.
think it was a small amount, like 216K, right? Not a very big amount. But let me
Yeah.
just like throw this at you, right? Okay, so we do this in France, and we can do butcher's language. All right, that helps us, like I don't know, 0.00001% happiness meter, maybe a deal meter. Okay, what if we gave that money instead, like I said, to I don't know, Argentinian or I don't know, Peruvian, like I don't know, farmers to switch off like growing cocaine, right? Like that would be something maybe we should do.
I don't
Instead,
think we have to. I don't
We
think we
kind
have
of
to
did
choose
that.
between
yeah,
these.
but we
I think we
exactly
can do
we
both.
do need to choose because there's only
I
a certain
don't.
amount of money because there's only 1% of the budget is, or whatever is going towards this, right? Like, and it's not growing even in the Dems. It's not growing that much. Like, it's like I want to be
Yeah,
effective
but
with
even
it.
I think we were. I think we were doing like there was 50. Like people don't understand. USAID covered like 5,600 programs. There were a
Right.
lot of programs
And so
that it was doing.
and some of
Okay.
them are going to be overbloat. Some of them are going to be corruption. Some of them are going to
And
be
again,
good.
I
Like,
again, if you could point to one that was, that's fair. But the problem is that the way that Doge did it was simply control effing for things like DEI or trans.
well, okay, let me give
And
you an
it
example. I
was
know.
a horrible way to do it. It did not work, and they ended up gutting the whole thing. And now it's going to cause a lot of human suffering. And even more important, I guess, for our interests, is it's going to turn countries away from us and open up a vacuum that China can fill. And they are
Yeah.
happily doing so.
Well, let me give you an
And I think
example
that
of what
that's a threat to our nation.
let me give you an example of like a thing that was a good thing, but ended up being a bad thing, right? So like, or not a bad thing or wasteful, right? So in Nigeria, while we were fighting Boko Haram, I don't know if it was USAID. One of the programs was to help build fisheries for locals to build goodwill and support the local economy. On paper, good work. And it actually did end up doing good work. If these people had fisheries, and they did well, and it started stimulating the economy and had good feedback. People started liking Americans more, and they didn't like the Boko Haram. Well, then what Boko Haram did is they went in there and just destroyed it all and killed all the people, right? And destroy these fisheries. That is wasteful in the long run. Like, as paper, it's good, but whenever they keep throwing money at the problem, even though it's already been destroyed, just like this Darien Gap thing I keep bringing
It's
up,
not going to work.
like it's right, and
Here's
that's my point. Is we need to reevaluate because
That's
so
important.
okay, okay. And I don't think anybody answered this question. Let's go back to the Darien Gap. Right, we could have reallocated, allocated funds after it was broke at the Darien Gap. Why wasn't that done? Instead, I've been told multiple times, "Oh, Trump cut funding to USDA things at the Darien Gap, and USAID things at the Darien Gap." Well, but it's already passed. What's the point of funding something if it's already failed? Let's focus on the new solution that we need to deal with. Right, like, and the argument is, "Oh, well, we're going to close a science center there." Like, okay, but y'all failed at your job, so it's time to you're fired. Like, wait, if you're in the military, you're an artillery guy, and you don't ever hit your target, you think you're going to be being the guy shooting the gun very often?
No, but if I miss my target once but hit it 9 times, I'm not going to get fired.
Okay, and then they completely overrun your position.
I don't like, to be clear, I wasn't an artillery guy, so I don't know the ratio.
Whatever. I mean, I'm just using an example.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what you did.
Okay, let me read some more of these. $10 from Tip to say Proverbs 19:17. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. USAID is good because God will reward America. Don't you want God to reward America?
I don't think that's how it works. My biblical degrees tell me.
It actually is, at least
Yeah.
if you believe in biblical scripture, but fair enough.
I mean, hold on, wait. It is. So you're saying by doing good deeds, that's how God's going to judge America.
God rewards those who do good. Yes, that is scripture.
Really? Man, that's interesting. What happened to Job?
Literally scripture. I mean, that's verbatim scripture.
Yeah. Hold on. That is the prosperity gospel, which is something that Joel Osteen preaches, and I'm vehemently against. Listen, you will go through trials and tribulations as your reward, and you will not necessarily going to be rewarded on this earth. So the idea that you're going to just do these good deeds, like for helpless, does not necessarily mean the U.S. is going to be rewarded in the manner they're implying. So I reject this idea of what you just said.
That's just what the scriptures say. Now you can take issue with it, and there are
that's what they say. They say a lot of things.
But again, nations, when they cleave to the Lord, when they do good deeds, God rewards them.
So
and when they turn
stoning
from the Lord,
the gays be a good
and
deed?
they refuse to do righteous acts, God punishes them.
Yeah, but this is the problem.
That is the scriptural record.
Well, okay, but also, what does Deuteronomy and Leviticus say about homosexuality? It says to stone them. That would be a good deed under the Bible. Like, when you are
I'm not here to say that they're correct. I'm saying that that's what the scriptures say.
Wick is discussing Christianity, so you have to understand that through the new covenant, right? So, for example, Leviticus.
Okay. I'm going to read the rest of my super chats because we're not going to get into.
No, because he just said, "Oh, we have to bring up the Leviticus," and it's like, well, hold on, in Leviticus, you're not supposed to eat shellfish, but Christ was. He said, "quote." It's what comes out of your mouth, not what goes into it that defiles you.
It's a whole it's a super chat. Like $10 for the super chat, we can do. Okay, $20 from Red Deaded Lol. You should delete because you unironically asked Destiny to prove a negative multiple times. Do it tonight so I can sleep. Okay, gang, do not super chat me these things. But it's naughty of you to do so. But I will absolve your sins for a larger super chat. If you give me $30, I will wave away, and you will be absolved of your cringe. Okay, but no, don't say that in super chats. It's bad, naughty. Okay, $5 from Paradox Frequency. Failed martial arts creator worried about waste votes for the most wasteful president in history, wants to see how it goes before passing judgment. Okay. $10 from Bangarang. These people call themselves Christians and pro-life, but kids dying of AIDS aren't worth helping, while a new ballroom in the White House is. Absolute ghouls. $5 from Travisor. These bozos cry about self-deleting and then ask, why should we care about others unaliving in other countries? Hypocrites. $10 from Bass Guitar. When was the last independent audit released annually of USAID that anyone on the panel has read? Well, that's a good question.
What was the question?
When is the last independent audit released annually of the USAID that anyone on this panel has read. They do, to be clear. They release an annual audit where they go through their spending and all these things. It's a lot.
I mean,
know it's
I
not
read
fun
one.
to read.
I can tell you, I read one right before I did the Tim Pool show. That was the last one I read.
That was like 2 years ago.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm not reading. Are you reading audits regularly, Rick?
No,
Like,
I'm not reading audits.
I mean, come on.
So I don't normally read the audit, but I'll read the conclusion. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
said
I'll read
something
the
earlier.
summary.
Like,
Sure. That's what
you
Politico
said
or
something
something.
earlier, Gibbs. You referenced that it'd be cool if USAID was doing something about the Contras and the cocaine production. It actually was. There are studies that show that the USAID was responsible for a 72% reduction in cocaine production in countries like Peru. This is why I was actually trying to get to that, because USAID, again, if you remember,
Sure.
it's fighting communist Russian influence, which was very prominent in South America prior to the success of USAID. A great example is what it was helping fund was the construction of courthouses and the funding of judges so that they could actually hold trial and convict these criminal producers of illicit drugs.
This is all. This is all true.
So
that's my
I
point
say
right there.
hold on, just real quick. I say this to say that, like, whenever I hear criticism of USAID, I'm like, let's keep it in perspective. It's sub 1% of the budget. It's fighting global Chinese and Russian communist influence. It's fighting drug production that feeds cartels that distribute those drugs into our country and disrupt our society. What is the argument? Oh, wait, but I read on this line item 512, some trans person is something, something, yada, yada. Meanwhile, the Pentagon, which has a 20x budget, can't account for 60% of the money. Oh, where'd it go? We don't know. We don't. Oh, oops, oopsie poopsie.
Yeah, they fail a
But
lot.
I don't hear a peep. I don't hear a peep from any of these conservatives about, hey, let's audit the Pentagon. And I'll tell you why. 5 years ago, 5 years ago. Oh,
Okay,
last thing
I gotta get through these last. I gotta get through these last four. There's
Can
only
I say
four
one
more.
thing?
I got 2 minutes, so I got to.
Yeah, let me get through
one
these
second,
last four super chats, and then you guys can say whatever, and then we're gonna let the last
For sure,
callers
for
have their say, and then we're gonna end because it's almost 10. $5 from Cole Caramel Cold Brew. Stay on the prompt. Meanwhile, this moron is all over the place when it suits him. $5 from Mantis Praise. How does this dragon regard keep making statements and providing no evidence and expect anyone to treat him like an adult? Go take a nap, you moron. $2 from Mythos. I think it's Musk dog walked Trump pattern. And then finally, $5 from Bangarang. Conservatives have destroyed all of our institutions and norms under Trump, and Bozo with the hat thinks it's the liberals' fault. LOL.
But yeah, just to finish my point there, I never hear anyone talk about auditing the Pentagon when we know for a fact that there's multiple documented examples of the fraud. And so when I hear waste, fraud, and abuse, my mind goes straight to the Pentagon and military contracts. But yet we haven't.
I don't want to
Just
say.
last sentence. I don't remember hearing anyone say anything about USA maybe 5-7 years ago. This is whole cloth, a made up issue. This is whole cloth, a made up issue just to garner support, to frame the Democrats and all of their endeavors as some type of like a corruption, the deep state, whatever. Mind you, ignore him benefiting, making billions, pushing meme coins, enriching his family, getting planes from Qatar, getting money from ignore all of that.
Well,
but okay, let's
Truth,
pay attention to 1% of the budget.
Real quick, Truth. I just a couple of things. I brought the Peru thing up because I thought that was an effective use of a program by the USA. That was where I was trying to lead you, and I wanted to see point examples that were wasteful and I thought should be cut, etc. Secondly, this is actually a real problem, I think, in the space. And I'm going to say echo chambers, right? Like the things you just mentioned about us not talking about audits. Republicans are bitch about the audits and talk about how the Marine Corps is the only one to audit in the military correctly, like in years, right? And so this is a talking point in Republican circles heavy, right? And then I think you said another one, but I forget what it was because I'm trying to do it quickly because there's too many people I want to leave. But they basically those things. Like I think this is actually like a big issue is where y'all like have these ideas that Republicans don't talk about this, but in certain we do talk about this shit all the time. We're like audit this shit, audit this, that, And so I think this is actually a bridge crossing, like what is it, ships passing in the night kind of issue, and that's why we need to go on shows like Wix to talk about it.
This is the Google trend for USAID. It spikes in 2025, comically so.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
sure.
It was pushed by media.
What is this? Was this right here?
Oh, this is Google Trends. It shows you how much things are coming up on the internet. This is just for USAID. Like, this is a clear response to that news story.
I'm not disagreeing.
This is a bigger thing. That's something general. Yeah.
But this is a Republican talking point for a while, though.
Oh, this is great. Thank you for this.
Do you think? I'm not arguing that it doesn't come up in the mainstream, but like at least the Republican debate circle.
Okay, just real quick. She's right, show. Don't let them say slurs. I gotta use the restroom. The rest of you can talk. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, something like deficit is a bit more common over time, but it does wiggle a little bit. Oh, I want to.
We got to describe this for the chatters because they can't see it. This is beautiful. Alice just put up a Google trend that literally shows USAID spiking in 2025, and prior to that, there's like no mention of it. Nobody cares. It's not being looked up.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that people in like Republican circles talk about getting rid of three-letter agencies like ATF often?
Yeah, sometimes.
ATF definitely because the Second Amendment. Yeah.
So when I say this, like, do I think this is? I'm not saying this is ever a mainstream Republican thing, but like this has been a like talking point in the Republican debate sphere for a long time, and this is actually like I think a good example of like where there's missing. Like, I'm not saying the like mainstream Republican was talking about no, but the extremes and the people that are into politics are gonna be the ones pushing policy. I think we can all agree, right? And so like whenever you see like people like commentators like myself and others, this is something we talk about regularly, right? Like on our stuff, and maybe it's not like something Google search, but I think that this is one of those examples where like it's just we're missing each other, and we both are concerned about a problem, but we're not talking about it.
Look, I hear you. If we can get Republicans on board with auditing the Pentagon, reducing the military budget, reducing funding to warring nations that are belligerent, whose prime ministers have arrest warrants for them, instead of buddying up with them and holding the seat for them and being cucked, that would be fantastic. I would love that. And we need to get on board with the fact that USAID was amazing. We need to bring it back because China and Russia are jumping up, announcing it gleefully that they're going to fill our vacuum. And that was just bad business.
A good way to kind of tell what you should do is like, what do your enemies let you do and what do your enemies get really upset about you doing? And the way that Russia and China are like, yeah, go ahead, defund USAID, even with like the Iran war, have then been moving in to make trade deals in our stead is kind of embarrassing. Yeah. There's some things that just shouldn't be political, and it should be an easy bipartisan W to like fund USAID and fund Social Security. I think are two just, I don't know. I don't see a lot of point in fighting about this of all things. Like, I want to win. I want America to win. I want Americans to be healthy and safe. And why the fuck not if we can make everyone else healthy and safe too?
Okay, gang. It's almost 10 and I'm struggling. I will say this. What do we got coming up? Let me give you guys the big thing that I got. Okay. And if I miss callers, call in Friday. We are having call-in show Friday. Tomorrow's a counterpoint thing. I already mentioned that. The big announcement I want to make tonight, and I probably should have done it while Destiny was here, but whatever. I have, thanks to Erudite for securing a streaming room at LibCon for me to use. I will be at LibCon the 16th to the 17th, and on Friday, I will be doing live interviews, live debates, live discussions. Tune in for that. It's exciting. I'm excited. Yeah. And she's going to help me get some she's going to give me a list of guests to choose from, and I am excited for that. So check it out.
Very excited. Woo!
Yeah.
That sounds lit.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay. I gotta go. I'm sorry, callers, that I
Get
may
some
have
rest.
missed
Eat a big plate.
I should probably go too.
Thanks for coming, gang. I love you all. Thanks for being here. Link to all the main guests in my YouTube description. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, for some Drama Slop.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool. I dropped off pretty fast there. All right. And then if I go to camera, nope, full screen, nope, browser. Sorry, my camera is a little confused. Hang on. If I quit Discord, it should come back. 1 second. Wow. Okay. And then I go to camera. There we go. Hey, we're back. Woo! Thank you so much for being here. That was a lot. It's also scary just being a woman in the space in general because you need to play on hard mode. And it's you're like, it was a weird thing happened there, right? It's a combination of things. One, if a woman says or does something wrong, we get judged and treated way more harshly for it. Which is why sometimes I don't want to talk a lot, right? I have to like choose my shots. You know, I like women are just held to a higher standard, which is tough. But then second, there's like a weird thing that almost works the other way. Like people have said as a meme, like conservatives are like deeply submissive to male authority figures, but that's not the full scope of it. I think it's like a lot of people are deeply submissive to like female authority figures, or really just authority figures in general. But conservatives are submissive to female authority figures as well, because typically when you grow up, like most of your teachers, you know, and the parent who's involved a lot are going to be women. And a lot of people, even like conservatives or reactionaries, the first guy, by the way, was a groiper. He didn't tell that part out loud, but all of his channel is just race baiting slop. And then he just like lazily plays entire Nick Fuentes clips because he can't like tell these things apart, you know? He doesn't know how to cite things. He just like lazily is just kind of repost. Yeah, so it's just weird. Yeah. So it's, you know, I have to pick my shots and be careful and smarter about things sometimes. But I'm glad he did a ton of research. I'm glad that was worth it. I'm glad I found the exact examples that he would go to, because there were some narrative stories. And the problem with this is it's really just about like information and learning, right? And like the information you cite. Because it's easy for someone to say like, hey, this thing is ridiculous. Liberals are doing this ridiculous thing. A lot of conservative media is built around that cycle. What they don't count on you doing is actually looking that up, because if something sounds like just completely ridiculous, your first instinct should be, well, that does sound ridiculous. You're right. That sounds irrational. But I'm not sure I don't think most people are irrational. There's like, how would they describe it? Like, how would they say it to me, right? What was the purpose of that? How would they say it in their own words? And like, odds are you're probably missing some kind of context there, right? Some purpose of it. Right? Like, I can't believe they're spending money on a transgender comic book. No, it was a 3-part comic series on promoting education and exchange programs with America, aimed at Peru, right? Or I think Peru, which would, you know, boost educational outcomes in Peru, encourage people to stay in school, get educated, and then also, hey, let's get some exchange students. If you're a nerd in Peru and you like want to, you know, come to America and study for college because you're inspired, guess what? That means you're probably going to get a higher degree, and then you're also going to think America's cool. Which means you may end up being like a doctor or something, and then you want to work in America, which means America, W, gets like a doctor, and we didn't have to like pay for you to do that. You paid for the education. You might even pay to get educated either in Peru, not our problem, or in America, and you're paying American institutions, which means that's some money in American communities, and then you're like a doctor, and then you can contribute to like medicine and science and the world in general, but we benefit from it the most, and you're loyal to us because you think America's awesome. Like, these are the kinds of little things. So even if something sounds ridiculous at first, there's probably a reason for it. The thing in Serbia promoting LGBT stuff, that was about promoting LGBTQIA+, like it was like the DEI Serbia thing, promoting like queer representation in the workplace. Because Serbia is a country where there would be lots of discrimination in the workplace. They'd have like knee-jerk reactions and then not hire LGBT people, or not respect them, or listen to them, or fire them. Which means if you've ever had to run a team or an office at all, when you have a diverse team, you do better. Like, we've seen this statistically, right? It's really weird, but like if you have a more diverse team, like your stock price goes up because you're getting different perspectives, which means you can see problems from different angles and you're getting a wider pool of solutions. It's like in a video game, you wouldn't want to just bring like barbarians. You want to bring like a barbarian and a cleric and like a wizard, you know, and you can like cover your bases. And in general, frankly, what works if you want to make a society better? Help them get some wealth under their belt, and then make them like diverse and tolerant. And so like there was even a quote from the lady who worked at Usaid saying like the thought process behind that Serbia thing, and it was just running programs on like inclusion in the workplace, is, you know what, if they like have diverse workplaces and they can tolerate listening to other people in like business meeting environments, that tends to build like the groundwork for a civil society. They tend to make more money and like be more tolerant in general, right? I mean, it just, you know, this is at a macro level. When you think of like ancient prehistory, we got little tribes of like cavemen who can't tolerate the person over the next hill, which kneecaps how many people you're allowed to work with, how many ideas you're allowed to pull from. Like in general, you know, it's you can get a country trading with everyone else. We can get a country tolerating other perspectives. May not like it, but if you can just stay civil in those situations, then you're like willing to be patient and show some self-restraint and some tolerance and like listen and respect. And then you can like be in the room with everyone else. it just accelerates people. Like it's think of like, you know, cavemen versus like Star Trek. It's just we all kind of know this. And that's why it was a very small program of just like, hey, we're doing some like workshops on diversity in the workplace and like learn to get along and don't bully your coworkers. They're going to be less productive, which means your company's going to tank and you're going to get less business and it's going to be worse for the economy. Like that's the way that something that sounds like, whoa, DEI money, like it matters. It matters. That's why DEI programs exist. It's, you know, there's some basis to this. But yeah, and so I just didn't like get the guy getting away laying a bunch of lies. And why I do interrupt when someone lies is because they're using those lies as a groundwork, as support to justify the next claim they're going to make and the next argument they're going to make. So I think it's really important to call that stuff out when you can, you know? Don't let someone build a step 2 on top of like a step 1 that's just a complete lie. And that's why I do think it's really important because, like, you know, he wants to get away with it. I'm not going to let him get away with it. If he wants to make a point, he can make it right. But I don't want to let someone, I don't want to platform someone saying like a completely vile conclusion that's based on a farce and also at the needless expense of LGBT people who had nothing to do with this, by the way. Another reason why there is not actually a lot of information necessarily on the outcomes of things like USAID funded programs. That's because programs are different. There are some things like PEPFAR, which is the one about AIDS that we talked about a lot, is a really good example. It's been around for a while. And it's very clear data because it's like lives saved and stuff like that. So you can count that, you know, like that's like medical outcomes. It's like physical health. It's very objective. It's very quantifiable. Not everything is though. And let's start with something that's like very bipartisan considered or even conservative leaning. Like we want to build democracies around the world. How do you measure that? That is going to get subjective, sociological, descriptive. You can't like count how democratic a nation is. You could make a scale for it and then count, like make a set of criteria, like a checklist, and then score them based on that. But that's a lot of subjective things and a lot of like qualitative observations. So it's hard to get the same level of data. And that's a weird thing, like everyone was kind of dancing around and didn't want to talk about, but like there is a reason you just can't count some stuff like that. And frankly, that's the reason a lot of conservatives, famously, especially through the 2000s with Bush and everything, wanted to use things like USAID and like foreign influence is we want to, you know, win and build up democracies around the world. That's an ideological thing. You can't like count ideology. So I didn't really get into that because like that makes conservatives upset in the same way like they'll reject lots of academic college level stuff like storytelling. Storytelling, the people will hate critical race theory because of storytelling. And it's no, there is data to back all this up, but the human brain, like I'm a designer, like I've studied psychology, is not good at dealing with numbers in the abstract. Like we don't really care, right? Like the number of deaths does not really register to people. But if you give like an anecdote of like one qualitative thing that happens in a linear time order, that's how we experience the world. We go through our day, like, you know, morning, noon, night, and we do things in a certain order. So if you give like a character perspective and a POV and like, this is the thing that happened to this person, we can emotionally attach and predict that better and understand what happens better. So it's good to have the data and then demonstrate that with like a story or something or an example that feels more personal. So much so that a lot of conservatives will completely fall for like a cherry-picked anecdote about crime or immigration or whatever, and then they'll try to like in their heads that feels like a whole trend because like things that are presented like we actually experience the world, shocker, are processed better by our brains. Yeah, so you know, I had to okay, to do the swap line, which is like a credit line, but with the other country's currency as well. Interesting. Cool. Yeah. So like, but that guy, like the one guy is just really bad at argumentation, like did not seem to fundamentally understand. And he kept trying to first, like he did not understand the burden of proof. And second of all, he literally did not understand like how sourcing claims works and what a valid source is. Both of them were falling for like low information quality sources. And this is something that's like literally like the schools have failed them. They should have learned this in like by the end of middle school at the latest, but really in elementary school, like critical thinking. I remember I had days like it's typically an English class, but whenever, where the class would be taken to the library and we'd learn to like look up a topic and like how can we find out what's a good source and what's not a good source. And that's like critical thinking. And that guy, like that guy with the hat, genuinely just does not have that. That's why someone I giggled made a super chat of like ask him what he would have had for breakfast this morning. Because it's like hypothetical. Like there's just some processing things. And he came in very confident with certain examples that he had not fact checked as justification for a broader point. And he also did not interrogate his own bias. He was not self-aware of his own bias. That what he just knee-jerk considers to be fraud or waste is just his own like homophobic bias. He just assumes, oh, this is about LGBT stuff. It's not serious. And that's the thing when you can look at it. Something could seem really weird. It could be about anything. And you should know, like, you know, I don't know, something could be about frogs. Like, wow, we're teaching frogs how to dance? That sounds ridiculous. Why are we doing that? That's an understandable first reaction. But then you're supposed to look into it and see, okay, why? Why would they do this? You know, like, what does that do? And it typically there's some pretty understandable impact on like culture and economics and education. That's generally in people's best interest. Okay. And if you don't agree with it then, like, sure, but then you can make that actual argument and not just like appeal to lies. Yeah, and I just didn't want to let that one guy get away with it. I think I made him cry. But I don't know. I do get offended by like if someone does not know something and frankly they just like have some misinformation locked and ready to go, and then they just start like trying to basically piss in the pond of like they're trying to piss in the pool of like information and truth, as a means of spreading a propaganda conclusion. I do feel like we need to hold that hold those people more accountable. You know, we really do. Like that's important. I've read lots of books. Like I don't mind if someone's an asshole. I don't try to be an asshole. Like I was not making any personal attacks on people's appearance or whatever. Like other people were. I don't endorse that. I just stay silent. I don't do that. That's don't want to seem like cringe and like, you know, apologizing for that. But when people are spreading misinformation, it is your duty to call it out because they say those claims all over and all over and all over. Because if you hear something enough times, it sounds true and you'll believe it and fall for it. So, I am very sweaty. I have AC, but we're in a heat wave. So I need to keep the AC relatively high, upwards of like 80 degrees, because it's like 100 degrees. Because if you push it too far away from the actual temperature, it will break the AC. So I am covered in sweat, and it is very painful. And I've not eaten in several hours. But yes, truth matters. USAID, I mean, this is basically free advice to conservatives. USAID is so good and so cost efficient and cost effective and so optically good. Like, yeah, we're the heroes of the free world. Everyone should just support it. It's such an easy W. What the conservatives didn't seem to bring up or know is that despite the USAID as a structure being destroyed and lots of that programming going into the State Department and USDA, Department of Agriculture, there was a bipartisan bill to restore about like 80% of the funding. Which is more than the Republicans asked for because it's worth it. It's good. It's cool. Yeah. So, you know, that and funding Social Security. Frankly, I do not care about the deficit if it comes to funding Social Security. Just fund Social Security. It's important. I need to eat food. I am babbling now. My blood sugar is dropping rapidly. I'm sorry. You notice me like get real quiet towards the end there. That's why. So stay safe. Stay in school. Register to vote. Go to vote.org. Okay, it is your job to be registered to vote for November. And then you probably know some people, like friends or family, who are not registered to vote or don't really care. Please make sure they're registered to vote too. You can all go to the polls together, and then it's like less cringe and it's kind of fun, and you can like get food after. Like, please, this is important. Okay, we're gonna do a lot of that stuff. Advocating for that stuff. I need to eat food. Goodbye, people. Thank you so much for your support today.